Hello, everybody. Welcome to round one of the second Regulation F tournament here in Northern California. We're at the 88's Cardhouse, 88 Card Shop in Newark. My name is Zach. I'm joined once again by Mitchell, and we are going into round one here. We've got two exciting players, a newer player that we haven't had on stream yet, and an old favorite that had a little bit of a harder time yesterday. Didn't quite make that cut, but looking to fight back into it this time. Andrew Briseno versus Vincent.
Yeah, Andrew is rocking his tried and true. He's a big fan of Cress Ursaluna, so of course he's bringing it today. Supported by Blutterbane, Incineroar, Urshifu Single Strike, and an Ogerpon Will Sprain. Whereas Vincent is running that, what you may have seen is Iron Crowns, just like a crowning achievement towards the tail end of Reg F, right? And now it's here in full force with that Reggie Drago, looking to pump out a ton of damage.
Yeah, this team is a very aggressive offensive team. This is Choice Scarf Urshifu. This is Rapid Strike, so looking to do huge damage with those surging strikes. And this Tornadus also has Rain Dance, so this team is really built around, well, if you don't resist water, you're going to get destroyed. If you don't resist Dragon, you're going to get destroyed. If you don't resist Psychic, you're going to get destroyed. It's pinning you between all these really powerful offensive pieces. And there's also Ogerpon saying, hey, if you don't resist fire or grass, we're going to do a lot of damage to you as well.
Yeah. You know what's better than resisting water, though? How about just being immune to it? That's going to be one of Andrew's first primary answers into the Urshifu. Andrew doesn't have anything that's going to resist. He does have a fairy type for the Reggie Drago, and then Terra Fairy Cresselia, and you just have to wonder, like, is Andrew going to want to lead with a Trick Room-centric approach, or does he want to maybe save it in the back after trying to do damage? I think Vincent has more of the immediate offense and immediate speed here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that Focus Sash Dark Urshifu is going to be very important, as it can take one hit and then fire back with an powerful Wicked Blow and just sort of trade damage very competently here. But we are seeing the Cresselia and Incineroar lead for Andrew, the lead that just screams, I want Trick Room right now, and looks to be fairly well positioned against the Iron Crown and Indeedee lead from Vincent.
Yeah, Andrew doesn't have Fake Out online because of the Psychic Terrain blocking it, but he does have that Dark typing. Does this Iron Crown have Terra Water? The fabled Terra Water, Terra Blast. We saw an Incineroar take it pretty, almost comfortably on stream. It had lived with 3 health, right?
That's the first part.
You know, it threatens with a big knockoff. It can knock off this Indeedee's safety goggles, which isn't going to matter too much in this matchup because there's no Amoonguss, but it does negligible damage to Iron Crown. But having Incineroar just in the first place is really important. It's a big stepping stone in terms of stopping this Psychic spam.
Yeah, Incineroar has kind of been the plague, one of the banes of these size spam teams, where Iron Crown, we see how much they have to respect Incineroar with, Iron Crown running a move and a Terra type explicitly to get rid of Incineroar with that Terra Water, Terra Blast. So Vincent might be tempted to go for that immediately. However, that commits a fair amount of resources. That means you can't terrastalize anything else, which might be very, very useful. And then you could just KO Incineroar with a Terra Water, Terra Blast, and then oh no, Cresselia gets Trick Room up and Ursaluna comes in for free. That's not a great situation either. We're seeing a Helping Hand Tachyon Cutter into the Cresselia, though, doing quite a lot of damage with that booster special attack as well. Cresselia, though, is bulky enough to survive that attack. And the knockoff going into that Indeedee does knock off the safety goggles, but not too important here, as Cresselia does what Cresselia does best, which is tank really powerful hits and set up that Trick Room. It's been doing it for years, and it's still doing it today.
Yeah, I'd say this is a pretty good trade for Andrew. He didn't lose his Incineroar to Helping Hand, Terra Water, Terra Blast. His Cresselia could just heal this back off with a Lunar Blessing. But I feel like this turn 2 of Trick Room might be a tiny bit awkward. Andrew doesn't have his big heavy hitter in Ursaluna out, and it would still have to get the Flame Orb activated. So, I was thinking turn 1, Parting Shot could have been viable into the Crown. That way he can send in the Ursaluna right away, and he can just start spamming those really strong Earthquakes. He even has Swords Dance on this Ursaluna, which is pretty sick. Swords Dance, no substitute, no Headlong Rush, just Earthquake, Facade. That's all he needs today here. But yeah, we're in this position where Incineroar could follow up with another knockout onto another knockoff, which could knock out the Indeedee. But we see Indeedee switching out here.
Yeah, I think it looks like Andrew prioritizing getting that knockoff damage onto Indeedee just so it can fall to a simple Earthquake later on in the game. Vincent will be positioning out that Indeedee to save it for later and get the Ogerpon Heartflame onto the field, as not the Trick Room Bear that we might have expected is hitting the field. It's going to be the Dark Single Strike Urshifu. hitting the field as another knockoff goes into the Ogre Pawn, doing a respectable chip, but Iron Crown protecting for no real reason here.
You know, I kind of like this play from Andrew, though. He knows that having 2 dark types on the field means that Iron Crown is going to be really limited in terms of its damage output. So why hit it, right? Why try to parting shot off of it? Just secure a knockout into something that couldn't protect, like an NDD. If Ogre Pawn or any other partner switches in, they still take chip damage, and that's like any bit of chip damage when you're trying to sweep with Trick Room is really important, especially with this Urshifu being the Terra Stellar. We want to see it getting knockouts, and if things are at full health, it's kind of questionable whether it could take those.
Yeah, so Incineroar is a nice little spreading that chip damage with knockoff. It might not look too important, but that brings them in range of powerful Wicked Blows in the future. So Iron Crown really put into a hard place now where it wants to Terrastalize or risk getting KO'd, but another way around that is the Follow Me from this Ogre Pawn, which will follow me any attacks. In this case, it's not going to be an attack quite from this Incineroar. It will just be a parting shot. So Andrew can now decide whether or not he wants to switch in potentially that Ursaluna, or Cresselia will be hitting the field once again. But Trick Room is dwindling down. Andrew wants to get both bears online, and so Ursaluna will be hitting the field on this turn. As the Tachyon Cutter is going to go into that Urshifu, and because it hits twice, that Focus Sash doesn't matter, and Urshifu doesn't get to do anything in this game. Glad we saw Andrew hesitate on maybe going for the Terrastalization on it. Really glad he didn't do that, because that would have been a Terra for all for naught. But Ursaluna does hit the field, so not the worst case scenario, where we do now have another strong bear that is now slower than everything for sure.
Yeah, he does get the Ursaluna online, which is really nice, really important here. This is going to allow him to start sweeping under Trick Room. There are 2 turns left, and he's obviously locking in the Earthquake. He's going for Cresselia. I like bringing in Incineroar here. He does not have to bring in the Cresselia immediately. He could just get another Intimidate down just in case this Ogre Pawn decides to, I don't know, maybe live the Earthquake. I don't know, though. I think it might be in range of this.
Probably. I think that knockoff chip is enough to put it into range, and then this is now, once again, Iron Crown is very much threatened to... Iron Crown's been threatened by a super effective move every turn of this game and still has not Terrastalized, so really great patience by Vincent, and it hasn't been hit, right? Iron Crown hasn't gotten attacked once, so really great patience and forethought by Vincent, recognizing, okay, even if you do attack Iron Crown on this turn with a big super effective attack, I think it's okay. Iron Crown is a relatively bulky Pokemon. We saw it was slower than that Urshifu, so probably a lot of training in its bulk, so it can take those hits reasonably well, especially knockoff from Incineroar, not the most powerful move, but we are seeing the Incineroar will switch out and Cresselia will hit the field instead, allowing for a free Earthquake without hitting the partner Incineroar here. Ogre Pawn wants no business with this, and Ursaluna, as soon as it's on the field, all the flying types and levitating Pokemon start hitting the field, so this Earthquake will do zilch to everything.
Yeah, this Earthquake was really well timed in terms of it attacking with what was in front of it, but what's in front now is a Protect and a flying type Pokemon. And we're now down to our last turn of Trick Room, so I don't think Andrew got the most value out of this. We have to also see if Andrew's going to be able to set up a second Trick Room, because this Tornadus, it doesn't have Taunt, but the Cresselia is low enough to where if it's not clicking Lunar Blessing, and if it gets hit really hard with the Bleakwind Storm, or maybe even whatever the Crown decides to go for, there's a real possibility that a second Trick Room cannot go up, and I think Andrew's going to need to have that happen. If he takes a knockout on Iron Crown, that's also a free switch into something like the Ogre Pawn Hearthflame, and that could easily clean up this Cresselia. So Andrew has to be a little bit cautious of how he plays these turns. I think that the Psychic Terrain should run out after this turn as well, because indeed he was first on the field, so that does mean Fake Out could come back in. We see the Saw go into Crown, probably expecting their Terra, but there was no Terra.
No Terra, no switches of any kind, and just a Lunar Blessing here, which is nice. Heals up that Cresselia a little bit, also heals that Ursaluna, not that it's taken all that much damage, but all the health on Cresselia is really important here, as the Expanding Force comes out, brings Cresselia back down to where it was roughly before that Lunar Blessing, and a big Bleakwind double connect means both of these very bulky Pokemon that are now slower than Vincent's side of the field are in the red, which means they're very vulnerable to another Expanding Force or another Bleakwind Storm. I really liked that play from Vincent, realizing I don't really need to I can just go for more attacks. And he's just been very adamant with this Iron Crown, just attacking with it, not going for the Terra Water Terra Blast, not going for any defensive options, just throwing out damage and saying, yeah, get rid of this thing or I will just keep chipping down your Pokemon. And because that Tornadus had a Focus Sash, Andrew could not KO the Tornadus and heal with Cresselia, which he really needed to heal. Without that Lunar Blessing, I think both those Pokemon might go down.
Yeah, exactly. I got to give props to Vincent. Like you said, he we see a Bleakwind Storm miss both Pokemon.
That Bleakwind Storm, we hit the double Bleakwind Storm miss. Tachyon Cutter will work again. Will compensate for that, as it is a move that cannot miss. It is sure accurate there. So we'll KO the Cresselia. So no more Trick Room options for Andrew, as the Incineroar will be forced onto the field as the Facade goes into Tornadus, brings it down to that Focus Sash. And so this is really not what you love to see with Ursaluna. Ursaluna's gotten 3 attacks off, and it hasn't KO'd anything.
Yeah, it would have even had to, the Tornadus switching in, Andrew would have had to Facade the Tornadus, but even then, it's not a guaranteed knockout. Tornadus could just protect on that last turn of Trick Room. So very well played by Vincent. Andrew's got to be thinking about how he wants to approach game 2. Honestly, I liked Andrew's turn 1 and quite frankly his turn 2 play. He got some good damage onto the board and he was willing to take a knockout on DD. Now, after turn 2, once Ogerpon switched in, that's where we saw this like shift of momentum where nothing was really getting accomplished, right? We have to wonder if Andrew's going to try to make more reads in the next following games. And Vincent has another game up on his leg after he knocks out this Incineroar. Hopefully, he's going to have another game on his side to decide whether he wants to make reads or just make safe plays. So Andrew's going to have to call a lot of things correctly, not just in game 2, but game 3.
Yeah, Incineroar, Andrew's still not going to give out with quite a fight, wants to get a little bit more information at least. Tornadus will be protecting on this turn, as I imagine the Iron Crown will follow suit, because then that means the burn damage will just pick up the KO onto this Ursaluna. There's nothing to stop that, and so a very safe double protect from Vincent ensures that none of the damage can come out, and the big, bad, scary bear is off the field thanks to that burn that it's been inflicting itself with. There's even an Earthquake onto the Terra Grass on the Incineroar, so a nice play that could have, Andrew's really grasping at straws here. He doesn't have a clear path to victory. Has to kind of hope that Vincent makes some mistakes, but given how he's been playing this game so far, I wouldn't expect Vincent to, but you can never count it out. There's only so much Andrew can do, and so Ursaluna goes down, and Incineroar is all on its own. Can go for a knockoff to finally get rid of this Iron Crown, but it's just been on the field the entire time. It's been here for like 6-7 turns at this point.
Yeah, and Ogerpon could come in the next turn just to clean it up, but Tornadus decides to take matters into its own hands, picks up that KO with Bleakwind Storm, and we're going to be looking at game 2. When you were mentioning Ursaluna is a bear, you know what else is a bear? Urshifu Single Strike. Honestly, Urshifu looked really well positioned until it just got KO'd by that Tachyon Cutter.
Yeah.
So if you're Andrew, I don't know what else you would want to bring. Would you want to bring the Wellspring instead of the Urshifu? The Fluttermane certainly is not the greatest Mon in Trick Room, so Andrew would have to make sure he can neutralize Tornadus before bringing Fluttermane, just so then, Tailwind Wind come up and neutralize whatever Fluttermane's speed stat is.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm Andrew, I would think I need to have a Pokemon adjustment. I think what he brought was fine. I think the big mistake that he could be looking at is the turn that he switched in Urshifu instead of Ursaluna. Right. The fact that Urshifu was in a good offensive position, but the speed interactions between Urshifu and Iron Crown weren't quite known yet, and so Vincent having the slower Pokemon, the faster Pokemon in Trick Room, and that powerful Tachyon Cutter with those 2 hits to bypass Focus Sash meant that all that damage potential that Urshifu had didn't amount to anything, whereas an Ursaluna gets on the field a little bit earlier, gets another turn to fire off an Earthquake, makes it harder gives fewer turns for Vincent to pivot around and dance around that offensive threat. So I think if I'm Andrew, I think the game plan was solid. I think he really wants to just get Ursaluna and Cresselia in Trick Room and just spam Earthquake Lunar Blessing. I think that's a very clear path through the game. He just couldn't quite find that positioning. Maybe tried to get Urshifu on to deal with the Iron Crown a little bit more, but yeah. I think just you want to click Earthquake a lot. There's nothing other than that Tornadus, which if you're clicking Lunar Blessing every turn, you might not care about the incidental Bleakwind Storm damage. Yeah.
In fact, Urshifu lead here could be really good into the Indeedee Iron Crown. It would outspeed both and force him to Terra. But we actually see a more aggressive Trick Room-centric approach. So Andrew putting all his eggs into Cresselia's basket, hoping that he can get Trick Room up turn 1. And against 2 Psychic types, being a Psychic type itself, Cresselia has no trouble doing that. What it does have trouble against is the opposing Indeedee's Trick Room. So now we're in this whole mind game of, can Andrew get the correct turn right?
Yeah.
Sure. Andrew could protect, but maybe he could even just click Earthquake if he wanted to, and like pick up a cheeky knockout where it could be just a tachyon cutter into Cresselia. There's a lot of mind games at play. I'm not really sure what the correct answer would be if I were Andrew or Vincent.
Yeah, there's no. It feels like a very volatile turn where Vincent. There's the Trick Room mind games. There's also Vincent can just go for a helping hand tachyon cutter, doing huge damage to that Cresselia, where it kind of the Lunar Blessing can only work so much and to mitigate that damage if you just keep firing those off. And it really are tempted to protect with Ursaluna, but if you do, then Cresselia can just take a lot of damage, so you might want to attack with Ursaluna, but if you attack with Ursaluna and Vincent does just go for a helping hand expanding force, Ursaluna probably just gets KO'd to that, and then you have your big offensive piece that we're kind of relying on to get through Trick Room just completely out the game. But we will see a helping hand from this Indeedee to start off this turn. This Iron Crown is actually protecting as well.
The tried and true classic of helping handing your protect, I suppose. I'm not really sure exactly why that happened. I saw Vincent shake his head, so perhaps he had chosen incorrectly.
Maybe might have timed out or misclicked or something.
Yeah.
It's early in the day. People are still warming up. It happens.
Yeah, it's not too bad though, right? You don't want to have this volatile turn spiral out of control, and protect is not the worst move to have chosen. Now, Andrew is in the driving seat, however, right?
Yeah.
He has Earthquake online. He's got helping hand as well. We're just going to start seeing a ton of damage spread between Vincent's entire team, especially since protect was burned turn 1.
Right.
Now he has to make some defensive switches, switching to Tornadus. That could be call. There's a lot of stuff that happens.
Right. The problem with that protect is not so much that it wasn't really that great in turn 1. It's that you can't reliably go for protect on this all-important turn 2. And so we see Vincent finally realizing, okay, my hand is forced. I need to keep Iron Crown on the field. How can I do that? I can remove that ground weakness so I can stomach these Earthquakes a little bit better. Cresselia will be going for a helping hand of its own. We have these supportive Psychic types next to these offensive Pokemon, as we do have the Earthquake coming out. Will not affect the levitating Cresselia, but with a helping hand, Guts boosted Earthquake.
Ooh.
Just one hit KOs Indeedee, and Iron Crown is brought dangerously low. Anything, a stiff breeze will knock this Pokemon out, but it does get to fire off its own powerful expanding force, doing significant damage to that Ursaluna, but Cresselia doesn't even notice.
Yeah, not too bad though if you're Andrew. You got a lot out of that turn.
Yeah.
I don't know if the critical hit mattered, but I will say that the critical hit was really important because Indeedee didn't go for helping hand or follow me. It's hard to argue that it went for Dazzling Gleam. It probably went to reverse the Trick Room. That could have been really, that could have put Andrew in a really precarious spot if not. We're seeing Tornadus come in here, which makes it so Andrew has to select the correct moves. If he clicks Earthquake, he could take out Crown, but wouldn't be able to take out Torn. If he Facades and Moonblast, then he takes out Torn, but if Torn protects, Iron Crown attacks. It's just a lot of mind games here. Sure, Andrew could just hit him with a Protect and a Lunar Blessing to like stall out and see where the Protect comes, and honestly, that's not too bad of a play.
Yeah,
it doesn't maximize your Trick Room offense, but it does maximize the following turn, and it makes it so any sort of misplay from this turn, not choosing for the correct target, it's not too worrisome. We do see Tornadus Protect, which would have stopped a double into it.
Right. Andrew, not going to try to read too much into this, decides, let me just KO this Iron Crown with an Earthquake here. Also covers for any switches very competently since Tornadus is now on the field. But what Tornadus does do into this board state is it essentially means that Ursaluna does not get a spread move. Earthquake will only ever hit the thing next to Tornadus, and it will, you need to click Facade into that Tornadus. However, as Andrew as I mentioned, this is all Andrew needs to do is just click Lunar Blessing, Earthquake, and Trick Room, and you can kind of just ignore the Tornadus because now it burned that Protect. It is a sitting Genie, and you can just go for a Facade and a Moonblast into that to do that 1 HP of damage and KO it after that Focus Sash. So now Ogerpon is on the field for Vincent, and these are the final 2 Pokemon, and still no clear answer for how do you stop Earthquake plus another Lunar Blessing, or another Moonblast to just chip away at that Focus Sash.
I do have one solution. Vincent could try to opt for a double Protect on Tornadus, and then if it were to get it, that means Ogerpon can come in and save the day with a Fire Ivy Cudgel or has Wood Hammer on this one. Not the best thing for its longevity. And we see Vincent trying for it with a double Protect, but failing. Ursaluna's going to hit with a Facade, and we already saw the Cresselia lock and Moonblast. So that Tornadus is going to be going down here, leaving Ogerpon against all 4 of Andrew's remaining Pokemon.
Yeah, no switches required. Cresselia will KO the Tornadus on this turn. which means Ogerpon didn't go for a Protect or Follow Me, so it gets to go for whatever move it wants. In this case, it will be that Ivy Cudgel into Ursaluna.
Wow.
But it doesn't even KO the Ursaluna. So sad for Vincent here. And we see one more turn of Trick Room, one more turn of Psychic Terrain. And based on the Pokemon that Andrew has in the back, we can see why he prioritized getting rid of Tornadus, because Incineroar is going to have a very easy time cleaning up this Ogerpon Hearthflame. Hearthflame can't do a whole lot of damage to this Incineroar, especially with that Intimidate. And Cresselia hasn't really taken any damage at this point, can just fire off very ineffective Moonblasts, but damage is damage.
Yeah, the Ivy Cudgel comes out into Incineroar, but just for very negligible damage, leaving Incineroar at 167 HP.
That's correct.
You may have noticed that Cresselia's HP count is also at 226, at 227.
Yes.
So his team's looking pretty healthy, and Vince is going to have to think about what went wrong in Game 3. And honestly, it kind of looked like that Helping Hand Protect play just thwarted any chance of stalling out these Trick Room turns.
Yeah, we do have a critical hit Ivy Cudgel into Cresselia, but it takes that so comfortably. And with this Helping Hand Flare Blitz, Andrew deciding to not let this game go on any longer, just goes for that attack, doesn't want to go for any fake out Trick Room and shenanigans. Just get the KO, show that Incineroar is the best fire type here, and KOing that Hearthflame Ogerpon. So we're now 1-1. We immediately have a Game 3. It took a couple rounds yesterday to get to a Game 3 here, and I feel very validated. My thought was Andrew can just do the same thing but click Earthquake more, and that is exactly what happened, and it was a pretty convincing win. So what does Vincent do to make sure that doesn't happen?
Yeah, honestly, it was convincing in part because Vincent had protected that first turn, right?
That definitely helped.
Didn't want there to be any volatility. Perhaps he was thinking that Andrew knows that Vincent has Trick Room, so Andrew might not click Trick Room, thinking that Vincent clicks Trick Room and sets up the Trick Room for him, and maybe Vincent is just maybe caught between a rock and a hard place there.
Right.
I still kind of believe in an Urshifu single strike lead in terms of forcing Indeedee to click Follow Me and perhaps even Terra Fairy to absorb an attack. If it's clicking those things, it is not clicking Trick Room.
Yeah.
That means Trick Room comes up. Sure, Iron Crown could get some damage off into Cresselia, but there's something to be said there with Andrew being able to burn those resources from Vincent and get some somewhat meaningful chip damage. How you set up Trick Room moving forward from there isn't too bad. Although I do like this play about Ursaluna. We saw Ursaluna was kind of in a position where it could have just clicked Earthquake, but if it did, it was going to eat what might have been a Helping Hand Expanding Force. And you have to think that Vincent was probably thinking about that, and perhaps that was the move of choice there, right?
Yeah, we'll have to see. I'm wondering if Regidrago could be a Pokemon to put
You mean
in a
that
lot
that
of
Pokemon?
Yeah, that one. That's exactly the one I was talking about. As a way to just do ignorant damage to that Cresselia. Regidrago, very powerful Dragon-type attacks, of course, thuds into Fairies and Steel types very easily, but just does so much damage. It's a complete switch up from everyone here. We've got Regidrago and the Rapid Strike Choice Scarf Urshifu for Vincent, and the Single Strike Urshifu alongside Wellspring this time for Andrew. And so no Trick Room in sight, no Psychic Terrain in sight. This is a very different Game 3 already.
I have to say, Andrew's been leading really well. Even Game 1 was really good, and Game 2 was pretty good. This game's even better. Look at this. This Wellspring is in a perfect position to handle this Urshifu and absorb Surging Strikes or even just Horn Leech it. If it were to Terra Water, it wouldn't take that much damage from Regidrago thanks to the special defense boost. And Regidrago is assuredly slower than Andrew's Urshifu, right? So if it takes damage, then that means that it's the Dragon move. I don't really see the Dragon Energy is going to be reducing the output. We are seeing the Terra here, and it is the Terra Water from Vincent looking to Surging Strike it up.
Ooh, very risky if he does go for that Surging Strike, because Ogerpon could go for a Follow Me and that Water Absorb to take 0 damage, or less than 0. It gets healed from it, but Vincent also expecting, all right, well, you really want to take these Dragon attacks from Regidrago. You need that special defense boost, which means you need to drop that Water Absorb 4 in Body Aspect. And so that means Surging Strikes is open season. Where does it go? It goes straight into that Urshifu, but Urshifu's got pretty good physical defense. It looks like it'll be able to handle all 3 of these Terra Water Surging Strikes, and it should be, well, maybe the next to move before this Regidrago.
Now, that is a resource spent. We're seeing the close combat come out and do massive damage to Regidrago. And this, depending on what this Ogerpon targets, this could either be a fainted Regidrago or a Urshifu that is just severely low on health. We're seeing Ivy Cudgel come out, and sure, it's resisted. It does about like 40%, and Draco Meteor follows up into this increased special defense.
Oh.
That is actually maybe too much. At least Ogerpon is still around, in and out, but that was almost too much damage, right?
That was a lot of damage being traded. I think Andrew going for it feels so strange to be like, well, why do you go for the water type move into the water type Pokemon? That's resisted. Well, it's very often that these Urshifu with Choice Scarf will just immediately U-turn on any Wellspring Ogerpon because it's super effective, and you sort of bypass that Surging Strike's mind game. And so Andrew probably expecting the U-turn to come out. Vincent doesn't go for it, just decides, I'm just going to go for damage into that Urshifu. Does quite a lot, doesn't quite get the pick KO here, but now Sucker Punch is potentially an option as well as the Follow Me. But we're not seeing any of those moves, just another Surging Strikes, and the Rapid Strike defeats Single Strike here in round 1.
Yeah, you know, Andrew could have clicked Sucker Punch into either of these two Pokemon, but you have to be thinking about this Regidrago being at -2, so it's like maybe it switches out to heal up. This Urshifu is being threatened by Horn Leech, so Psychic Terrain comes in, so Sucker Punch had kind of minimal value, and I think Vincent's trying to capitalize on that by just staying in and attacking with both, but we have to see if Regidrago is going to be actually, like, putting in any value here. This is a -2 Draco or Dragon Energy, or just nothing. How about that? You just dodge. Martha is nimble and quick in this matchup.
Yeah, not doing much of anything with that, missing the Draco Meteor. But I mean, if you're Vincent, you're probably not too miffed about that. It was a -2 Draco Meteor into a Wellspring Ogerpon, not the biggest amount of damage. And so now Iron Crown does get to. We have 2 Psychic types now hitting the field. Iron Crown getting that special attack booster energy, as well as the Cresselia. So now Trick Room is a potential option, and this Ogerpon is still threatening. Iron Crown also going to struggle to do huge amounts of damage to it thanks to that special defense boost. And Regidrago, once again, just kind of a sitting, let's call it a duck. I don't know what else it is.
Yeah, it has like a beak, right? It's very duck-like.
Kind of beak-like.
Ducks have mouths.
Is Regidrago a beak? Let us, Regidrago a duck. Let us know in chat.
I do like Andrew's choice of offense here. He doesn't start initially with Trick Room. He's just threatening it now. He says, you know, I'm going to take a couple of knockouts and do some damage, whatever I can, because then that allows me to make the correct plays under Trick Room a lot more effectively. We're going to see that here. Regidrago is weak to a Moonblast. Iron Crown is weak to Earthquake. The Terra was already spent, so this is falling into Andrew's favor, if you'd like to say that.
Yeah.
Ivy Cudgel goes into a Protect, but honestly, the damage has been done. I'm not sure what this Regidrago is going to try to attempt for here, but it looks like a Draco into Crest. Maybe it was trying to go for a critical hit and just evaporate this Crest, but it's a Cresselia. It could live that, maybe, right? A critical hit Draco?
It might have, honestly. Cresselia is so bulky. He gets the Trick Room up, and now it's a little bit awkward where now the Ogerpon is the fastest thing on the field, and you probably want to get that Ursaluna in if you are Andrew. However, if you do that, then you can potentially fall victim to an Expanding Force on the switch. So a little bit of an awkward-ish Trick Room here. It's definitely something Andrew wants for the end game, but right now on this turn it's a little awkward. But you can still just kind of say, well, Iron Crown can only do so much damage, and Regidrago, I can just ignore that. And Vincent finally decides this is now the time. This guy's not doing anything. It's at -4. Get it off the field. Let's get Indeedee in. Really high value switch here.
Yeah.
Removes all those drops and gets Expanding Force online.
We saw this Helping Hand Ogerpon target an Ivy Cudgel into Iron Crown, so Andrew's just hedging his bets here, hoping that he can live the Expanding Force, and with a special defense boost, it looks like Ogerpon can take that. Wow.
Takes the Expanding Force pretty comfortably. Great awareness of how much damage he would be taking from Andrew. It's a pretty bulky Ogerpon. Then does a lot of damage, but not quite enough for the KO. But Cresselia might be able to finish that off here. But Indeedee can also go for a Follow Me here, so not still anyone's game here. And Andrew needs to get value, get Ursaluna in Trick Room safely in order to clean up this game with enough turns to do it.
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward here because Trick Room is still up for 3 more turns, and if Andrew decides to Spiky Shield because his Ogerpon's a little faster than the Crown on the opposing side, then Indeedee has this problem where, like, if it Trick Rooms, then the Ogerpon is still faster now, and it could just threaten its own Ivy Cudgels. We do see Follow Me here, so Vincent looking to just try to stick around a little bit longer. We see a Lunar Blessing come out to heal this Ogerpon and the Cresselia itself, which is good, but I don't think that allows it to live another Expanding Force.
Yeah, it just helps Cresselia get a little bit more health, but yeah, the Expanding Force will be taking out that Ogerpon, though it did quite a lot of work in this game, and that might just be what Andrew wants, where now he gets the opportunity to get the Ursaluna in safely. And now, yeah, Ursaluna can come in, and now it is Earthquake City, and there's no tornado brought from Vincent. There's no ground immunity at all, and so Earthquake is a very safe lock here. The only problem is that we could see a Protect plus a reversal of Trick Room by Vincent Indeedee. It does have that option. It can maybe stomach. Oh, it can definitely stomach the Earthquake since there is no Flame Orb proc yet on the Ursaluna. Iron Crown will be protecting here, and here is the Earthquake from Ursaluna. But let's see how well this Indeedee can stomach this attack.
Yeah, I'm wondering what the Indeedee went for here too. If it goes for Trick Room and a critical hit.
Does a lot.
You like that. You like that. We're seeing if there's going to be a Trick Room that reverses this. Vincent, I saw him kind of audibly jump in his chair, and it is a Trick Room. There's the reversal. There's the reversal. So will Cresselia live to set up Trick Room another day? If Vincent decides to go for Tachyon Cutter for extra damage here, that allows this Ursaluna to just attack scot-free. So Vincent's got to pick his next turn's move very carefully here.
Right, because there's also the situation of, well, you can go for Expanding Force KO Ursaluna, but if you do that, then if Ursaluna just protects and Cresselia sets up Trick Room, then you're back in that same awkward position, except Indeedee doesn't have the ability to survive an attack from Ursaluna. Oh,
scary.
There's the double Trick Room. Like, if protect Trick Room, Vincent can just go for his own Trick Room with Indeedee, but if Andrew doesn't do that and Vincent just sets up Trick Room for Andrew, then the game's just over. So
and Vincent knows that Andrew knows that. So if Andrew knows that and Vincent knows, then
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know anything anymore.
I don't know.
We're gonna find out.
We need them here on the commentary here.
So this is going to be the turn that decides the game. I think we've got the helping hand that always goes first. Let's see if there are any protects. If Ursaluna goes for a protect here, that's big. Nope, just a Tachyon Cutter.
Oh my gosh.
Cresselia does survive the attack. It's so bulky. Does it get to go for a Trick Room? No Trick Room, just a Lunar Blessing. But Ursaluna has yet to move, and this is just a powder keg ready to blow. How much damage?
Oh, the burn is cured. The burn is cured.
The burn is cured. Less damage from Earthquake. Does this actually do enough to KO the Indeedee? It does.
Wow.
That critical hit from earlier being crucial here takes out Iron Crown, and now it is Reggie Drago versus Ursaluna and Cresselia. Dragon Energy has been compromised quite a bit since this Reggie Drago is in the yellow, and it can only do significant damage with that Draco Meteor, and it has to hit 2 targets.
Yeah, and once it hits 1 target with the Draco, it's going to be at reduced special attack, which means the second Draco is going to be a little bit worrisome. Perhaps that just means Andrew is allowed to just click Moonblast or Facade into this Pokemon.
Hit him, just double attack.
Yeah. Deal damage.
I'm really curious if the Cresselia Moonblast will even KO Reggie Drago.
Yeah.
Cresselia is not very offensive. Moonblast is a good move, but it's not same type attack bonus boosted. We do see the Draco Meteor straight into that Cresselia attack, the thing that can't protect, kind of the safest option from Vincent, but that all but locks up the game for Andrew as Facade will come out and will KO this Reggie Drago, and Ursaluna takes another KO and claims the victory here for Andrew in round 1 of Swiss.
Yeah, what an exciting match. That was awesome.
That was a great back and forth game. We saw pretty much every Pokemon brought. We didn't see Fluttermane. Well, I'm sure we'll see Fluttermane later today, though. So I'm not losing sleep over that one. But we saw everything from Vincent. Used every part of the team to try to get that edge and was
very efficient.
So close that. It was that turn, that Tachyon Cutter turn into the Cresselia, really expecting the protect from Ursaluna. And Andrew found a way through that, but that was the flashpoint turn where everything was going to be decided by that turn.
Yeah.
So important, and what an exciting way to start off our stream.
It seemed like Andrew was kind of warming up there with game 1, right? He didn't make anything aggressive, and Vincent's a newer player, but he's definitely shown that he's capable. He's gotten first and seconds in some of these cups and challenges recently.
Yeah, he's definitely proven that he's one of the top players here in NorCal.
He came from that other game. Do you remember what he was saying?
Temtem? Temtem, yeah. So he's played other games that are similar, and has definitely been able to translate that into VGC exceptionally well. Very competent trainer, really scary to face against. Doesn't have Superior this time. That's what he was rocking back in Regulation H, which I was like, Superior doesn't do that much damage. It did a lot of damage. And Vincent, knowing how to use these Pokemon that just do more damage than you might expect, Reggie Drago's kind of, I feel like, the poster child of like, it's not that strong, and then you get hit by a massive Dragon Energy, and you're like, oh.
That is strong.
Never mind.
Yeah. My mistake. I was not aware of your game.
I know. Yeah, I didn't realize the Dragon's Maw was that big. That's crazy.
Yeah. Is that what it's called? It's mandible, like it's maw?
No, that's the ability. The Dragon's Maw.
What's maw mean?
Like a mouth.
I mean, I have a maw.
Yeah. Yeah.
A mouth? Okay, okay.
Yeah,
cool.
it's a mouth. Yeah, like it, because like opens up and then like shoots
Yeah.
the dragon energy.
Bites
out of
you,
it.
nuzzles
Yeah.
you, XD. Okay, interesting stuff.
Yeah.
I would have loved an interview, but it looks like we're going to be going pretty quickly here into our next round. So, hate to say it, Zach, but I'll have to see you in just a little bit.
Yeah. All right. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back for round 2 in just a moment. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We have round 2 of our very second region, local of the Regulation F format. My name is Zach. I'm here with Mitchell, and we've got an exciting matchup. If you watched the stream yesterday, you might remember one of our players, Justin, going to be coming with the very same spicy, fun Trick Room team on the bottom side of your screen. And Mitchell, let's talk a little bit more about Rockwell's team, because there's some unconventional choices.
I think Rockwell's trying to give Jaywani a run for his money in the creativity department, whereas Jaywani's got that trademark Smeargle without an Oko move, mind you. Rockwell has Enamorous, the Pokemon of love. Is that what it is?
It is now.
To be enamored means to be in love with something, yeah. And a Meowth.
Lovely snake creature.
Yeah, we have another snake on the board with Mienshao, right?
This is
an
a snake.
interesting. It looks very snake-like to me. Interesting pick. We're seeing it be the inner focus version. So sure, Psychic Terrain can stop Fake Out, but you know what stops Fake Out? Being focused on your goal in mind. Everyone's got an agenda. He's trying to complete it.
Smeargle also has Ice Spinner to potentially get rid of a Psychic Terrain, which could come up, as Justin does have the Indeedee. We didn't really see him lean on the Psy Spam version with Indeedee Hatterene as much yesterday, so maybe that'd be something he tries to... maybe he did that in other games that weren't on stream.
Yeah.
But it might be a little harder against the King Gambit, the Cresselia, and the Focus Sash Ice Spinner Mienshao. On Rockwell's side, which this Enamorous is also really interesting. It's Calm Mind with Dazzling Gleam and Sludge Bomb, really helping to as another Earthquake partner for this Ursaluna, and it hits all the things. Fairy Ground, really good coverage, and Poison complements the ground coverage of Ursaluna really, really well.
Yeah.
And we're seeing the tried and tested Frigoraph Smeargle lead from Justin, and Rockwell saying, I don't want to get spored. Here's Ogerpon Hearthflame and Ursaluna that can eventually get burned and be spore immune.
Yeah, I think Rockwell may have identified that Jaywani probably relies on the Trick Room mode a little bit more heavily. Jaywani really needs it to come up turn 1 because his Urshifu is Choice Banded. It's not Focus Sash, so it can't just sit out there and take an attack and retaliate, right? Jaywani really needs this turn to go correctly, whereas Rockwell's identified that and said, hey, sure, you can set up Trick Room, but if you do that, I'm going to get a Flame Orb activated, I'm going to be immune to your Spore, and oh, by the way, Ogerpon's immune to Spore. I can just follow me.
Yeah, it could also follow me. It could also just go for a big attack. Ogerpon we could very easily see from Rockwell just a Protect from Ursaluna and a big Ivy Cudgel into either of these Pokemon to do massive damage and sort of chip away at either of these important normal types that Justin relies on to get a lot of damage out in Trick Room. Or Rockwell could go put the foot on the gas even more and say, there's no way you're going to spore my Hearthflame Ogerpon turn 1. Let me get all the damage in the world. But the Fake Out covering that really nicely. So all that damage potential for naught. But Ursaluna didn't attack, or didn't go for Protect. It can go for just a big Facade. Does pretty respectable damage to that Frigoraph despite not being burned on this turn. However, Smeargle still has that Focus Sash, so it's still going to be a little bit of a pesky nuisance for Rockwell moving forward.
Yeah, that was a really awesome turn 1 play from Rockwell. He really said, you know, Smeargle, its use is pretty low here. Ask to either Fake Out or Follow Me because Spore doesn't seem very likely. So Rockwell said, you know what? If you're not clicking Spore, I'm just going to pretend it's not an option. I'm going to Terra Fire. I'm going to remove my Grass type in. I'm going to just attack really hard. And if, I don't know, Cresselia decides to Terra Fire to take it, hopefully the Facade takes it out. You see the Spiky Shield to start stalling out turn 1, and you have to wonder what Rockwell decided to do with his Ursaluna, but it is Facade and the Smeargle, bringing it down to its Focus Sash.
Yep, just a Facade. Might have expected a potential Earthquake, seeing as there was the Spiky Shield from that Ogerpon, which will keep it safe from Smeargle's pesky Spore. But Frigoraph will be the next to move with a Hyper Voice of its own. And you see the speed interactions of these Pokemon, crucially, where Ursaluna is the slowest in Trick Room. Actually takes a good amount from that Hyper Voice thanks to a critical hit.
Yeah.
So Ursaluna goes first, then the Smeargle, then the Frigoraph, so you can go for the fun Side Decorate plus Hyper Voice plays that we saw Justin go for yesterday. But now, what do you do for an Earthquake? That could potentially just clean the board up.
Yeah, exactly. That Earthquake is looking really strong. Ogerpon switches to Enamorous. And by the way, Enamorous is another Spore immune Pokemon. I don't really see a way that Jaywani can stop this. But honestly, if Jaywani loses a Pokemon here, that's not the end of the world. He could get in a stronger sweeper, such as his Torkoal or his Urshifu Single Strike. We see Cresselia, the Pokemon of choice here, is immune to Earthquake. And we see Earthquake take out both Frigoraph and Smeargle.
Right, so that's 2 free switches for Justin in Trick Room, so has the potential to get some slower Pokemon slower than that Ursaluna, crucially. And as you mentioned, Torkoal could be the key Pokemon to do that. It is so slow.
Oh.
And there's also this Dark Urshifu where I was thinking if Torkoal's the only one, then Torkoal might struggle to KO the bulky Cresselia, but I'll tell you what won't struggle to KO Cresselia. Choice Band Dark Urshifu. That is going to do so much damage, and there's no Terra option for this Cresselia to get away from that dark weakness. A Terra Fire or even more common Terra Fairy from this Cresselia might be looking really nice, but can't go for that since that Ogerpon took it instead. But Rockwell might be saying, okay, as long as I just stall out this Trick Room, which might be hard in the face of this Urshifu that ignores Protect, then Ogerpon can maybe clean up the game in the end game. But that's still a couple more turns of Trick Room away.
Yeah, this is pretty worrisome. I think Rockwell may have inadvertently unleashed the beast by taking that double knockout. There's still 2 turns left, and maybe he would have appreciated to just have 1 turn left of Trick Room, but this is 2 turns of maybe a Terrifier Eruption coming straight into Rockwell's face. We're seeing Rockwell switching out into Ogerpon. That's quite the switch. I mean, that'll take Eruption, and maybe it could take the Wicked Blow. It is Choice Band boosted, but pretty questionable. Pretty questionable. It's not gonna love it. Yeah, it's not like an enjoyable afternoon walk for Ogerpon, but maybe it could put in its work.
Torkoal's going for the Terrifier.
Yeah.
No real reason not to. Just pump out all the Eruption damage you can if you are Justin. We are not seeing any Protects from Ursaluna, just sort of accepting its fate as Eruption fodder, as it will go down.
Oh my
Ogerpon does survive, but just narrowly, almost like. And surely this Urshifu will be able to do enough damage with the Choice Band. There is the Wicked Blow. No shot that this Ogerpon will survive, and so that is 2 KOs.
Critical hit. Yeah, 2 KOs in return. Justin saying, "Hey, I can do that too, Rockwell. Check this out." And now, what's even worse is that this following turn, 2 more knockouts could be taken. We haven't seen the 4th Pokemon from Rockwell, but Cresselia is going to join us, and it's going to be a drum roll, please.
Let's see.
Kingambit.
Kingambit.
So if there's anything that can resist fire, it is not that. That is not the type of Pokemon you want to have if you're facing down a Choice Specs, Terrafire, 252 plus special attack, Sunny Day boosted Eruption.
Right. The one thing is that Kingambit can actually go for Protect if it wants to, because the Wicked Blow wouldn't do that much, but does decide to go for the Sucker Punch instead, trying to weaken the Eruption. This Eruption will still do quite a lot of damage, probably just gets Kingambit anyway. Ooh. Oh my goodness, that is so much damage into Cresselia. That did...
Cresselia was supposed to be bulky.
It sure didn't look like it. There's the Moonblast, though. Cresselia is slower than Urshifu, but Urshifu actually survives thanks to it's not fast, so it is a little bit bulkier, and Cresselia can't do the damage and just gets KO'd to that Wicked Blow. So, yeah, Rockwell absolutely unleashed the beast by getting those getting that double KO. Justin had looked a little bit back against the wall. 2 Pokemon left, 2 turns of Trick Room, and then 4 KOs happened.
Yeah, that was pretty unfortunate for Rockwell. What looked like was going to be a good position ended up being a pretty bad one, because Torkoal and Urshifu took the stage and obeyed every one of Jaywani's commands. You said, "Hey, click this move, and we'll win the game, guaranteed. Don't even think about reading any switches. It's just going to work out,and it certainly did."
Just click Choice Banded Wicked Blow and Choice Specs Eruption, Terrifier in the Sun. That'll do the damage.
Yeah. You have to wonder if Cresselia could have just lived that Eruption if not for that Sucker Punch there. I kind of see what Rockwell was going for, but honestly, it might have been a moot point at that point.
Right. I think, I think that was the main thing, is like getting that KO was bad in the sense that it gave Justin a lot of initiative a lot of momentum moving forward. I think Rockwell could have maybe positioned around like, all he needs to do is just not have both Pokemon get KO'd both turns, which I know is a little bit hard, easier said than done. But I think sacrificing that Ogerpon was just so detrimental, where we saw it could take the Eruption, and in the Sun, Terrafire Ivy Cudgel surely can just KO that Urshifu. And so I think Rockwell's going to be really incentivized to keep around that Ogerpon Hearthflame in this next game.
Right. But honestly, though, even if Jaywani does not get a double switch in, he still has Helping Hand on his Furgraph to support that Torkoal. So that could be a Terrifier, Helping Hand boosted, etc. that is unleashed upon Rockwell. It's pretty precarious situation. I wonder what Justin's thinking here. He probably doesn't really have to switch up anything too much. I think Fake Out did its job. Sure, you would have liked to get Spore there, but that's a pretty risky read when you could just have your Giraffe knocked out by Ivy Cudgel.
Yeah, I think if you're Justin, then the Smeargle's options of going for the fake out and follow me is probably the most most useful things you can go for, just because Spore and Decorate are both very risky in the face of that Ogre Pawn, and which is why we're getting to see again in the lead from Rockwell as a complete switch up. We are finally going to see the Indeedee and Hatterene from Justin. I don't think we saw it at all yesterday in the multiple stream games we saw of him, and not looking as great into this King Gambit.
You know, I do appreciate the switch up from Justin. He probably was thinking about how Ursaluna undersped the Smeargle and the Farigiraf, and you know what really underspeeds that is Hatterene. And maybe Rockwell knew that, and that's why he's having King Gambit out here. Although King Gambit does have Cohort Cloak, so perhaps he was saying that if you want to get Trick Room up, well, now you must Terrafire your Farigiraf. We don't see that here. We see Rockwell bringing his Ogre Pawn back into a Cresselia.
Right, saying, all right, well, go for Expanding Force. I dare you. It's not going to do a whole lot of damage. And Indeedee, in this turn, decides to commit the Terra Dragon in order to drop that Dark Weakness. So it can take these Kowtow Cleaves just a little bit better, as it does go for the Follow Me to keep the all-important Hatterene safe. There is the Rocky Helmet as well, so we'll get some nice chip damage onto the King Gambit if it attacks. But King Gambit saying, I'm not threatened. I'm going to go for a Swords Dance. So, yeah, that Terra Dragon not really going to do anything this next turn if the Kowtow Cleave just slams into that Indeedee and gets a clean one-hit KO, I would imagine.
Not to mention that there's a Moonblast available from Cresselia, which can now hit this Dragon-type Indeedee. That was a really clever play from Rockwell. Part of the problem that Rockwell faced the last game was knocking out both of Justin's Pokemon, and that allowed Justin to start pumping out offense, but Justin can never do that if you don't allow him to. So why not just stall a couple of turns and do nothing? But, ooh, you know what's going to guarantee some things going off? It's this Healing Wish. Indeedee is going to do nothing. It's going to just faint. And it's not even going to heal its partner on the switch, which is typically what Healing Wish does. But what this does guarantee is a free switch.
A free switch.
And Gambit's going for that Kowtow to Hatterene.
How free will it be? That's a +2
Oh
Kowtow
my
Cleave.
gosh.
Hatterene goes down, but what does this Cresselia go for? It could reset the Trick Room. There it is. That is exactly why I was really happy with the play that Rockwell was going for, is because you have this King Gambit threat that can just do so much damage next to the Cresselia. He's positioned himself so nicely where he can do exactly that. He can grab a KO on an important threat and reset Trick Room, or reverse the Trick Room.
Right.
So now this Urshifu and this Torkoal are in a really awkward position, and he's still saved Terrestrialization, so he can go for a potential Terra on this Cresselia to just really close out this game with a Moonblast and another attack from King Gambit into that Urshifu. And Urshifu's got an awkward situation where it has to click either Close Combat to KO King Gambit and then do nothing to Cresselia forever, or Wicked Blow to do the opposite.
Yeah, I think the only answer that Justin could have had to that Cresselia clicking Trick Room was to click Trick Room of his own, but King Gambit could have targeted either Pokemon and assuredly taken a knockout on both.
Yeah.
Which, this sounds counterintuitive, but maybe Justin could have clicked Trick Room on both Pokemon. Yeah, he says, you know, if one knocks out, then I'm guaranteed for the other one to reverse the Trick Room, right?
It
is an option.
Yeah, but then if Rockwell just is like, all right, I'm not going to click Trick Room and just goes for like Lunar Blessing and another Swords Dance, then Justin looks like a complete fool. So very awkward situation. The Wicked Blow does go into Cresselia, but after that Terra Fire, it does survive the hit. This big +2 Kowtow Cleave goes into Torkoal, does a whole lot of damage, and Cresselia is next to move with a Lunar Blessing. So these are really weird speed interactions. King Gambit is actually faster than the Cresselia as Torkoal decides to go for a Heat Wave, but there is a miss. All-important target that King Gambit does not go down.
King Gambit would have been really appreciated to hit that King Gambit and at least get some information on what else could be lurking in the back. We already know that there's an Ogre Pawn, but if you're Justin, you're trying to get whatever you can.
Right. Like, this is, as soon as you Terrastallize a Pokemon and it doesn't do anything, and then you have to sacrifice that Terrastalized Pokemon, you know it's not going especially well for you. And so, yeah, Justin really, like, you know, trying to do what he can, but there's only so much given the pretty significant lead Rockwell has accumulated so far. Just because of this King Gambit on the lead has been so detrimental for him. The Cresselia will go down to the second Wicked Blow, so that Terrestrialization only bought it one single turn. But at this point, King Gambit can kind of just win the game on its own. This Kowtow Cleave will finish up Torkoal, and even Choice Bandit Urshifu's Wicked Blow is going to kind of bounce off of this King Gambit.
Yeah, I think Rockwell has secured his spot for this game and is forcing a Game 3. Rockwell is showing an impressive array of options for handling Jaywane's Trick Room, which is kind of funny because Rockwell, it seems like most of his game plan revolves around his own Trick Room, right? This King Gambit is just a terror into Trick Room because of that Steel type and that Dark type, and Justin would have to place the Torkoal incredibly precisely in order to get what he needs out of it.
Right, and we'd see that Justin's team really does struggle with King Gambit in particular. Farigiraf can't hit it very well at all. The only move it can use is Hyper Voice, that's resisted. Smeargle doesn't do any damage. Indeedee doesn't do any damage to it. Hatterene has Dazzling Gleam. Urshifu Single Strike has Close Combat, and Torkoal is the only clear answer with those fire moves. The Wicked Blow goes into the Ogre Pawn, doesn't do any damage, or doesn't do a whole lot of damage. Or sorry, does a lot, doesn't quite get the KO. That's important information. And there's still the Sun, so I think Ogre Pawn can just click an Ivy Cudgel and call it a day here, as that's exactly what we do see from Rockwell's Ogre Pawn. But
not yet.
Urshifu's still pretty bulky, takes that hit, and we'll see if this King Gambit can finish up the job after that Swords Dance. So that's the awkward thing. As soon as Urshifu locks into a move, it's both of these bulky Dark types just chucking resisted Dark moves at each other. So the Kowtow Queen does finish off Urshifu and end the formalities as we go into a decisive Game 3.
Justin definitely had his eye on the Ursaluna with this Hatterene pick. Most certain.
Yeah.
Hatterene can underspeed, and perhaps with Indeedee's helping hand, pump out a ton of expanding force damage onto the whole board. We did not see that work out, though.
Yeah, the whole board sans King Gambit.
Yeah, King Gambit. It was perfect. It makes me surprised why we didn't see it Game 1, right? I wonder what Rockwell was thinking, keeping it in his pocket for Game 2. Honestly, I have seen this kind of idea from players before where they tried to beat a player in Game 1 very formally, very honorably, and in Game 2 they save their tech in the back pocket to pull out a surprise win when their opponent's least expecting it. It could also be used as a trump card, which Rockwell had lost Game 1, and he's like, now I need to rely on this thing.
Yeah,
perhaps it was more common in the closed team sheet era of Pokemon, but perhaps that's what Rockwell was thinking too.
Yeah, realizing, okay, maybe I can switch things up, and I think it just worked out really nicely where he didn't even have to show what the final Pokemon that Rockwell brought. It could have been his own Ursaluna, it could have been that Enamorus as a Spore Immune Pokemon that can take hits reasonably well. There's a number of options. I kind of would like to see Mienshao. I know it's not probably the best option, but I think
we
it
want to
has
see
some application. It's a cool Pokemon. I want to see it.
Pokemon.
But no real surprise to see Rockwell lead once again with that King Gambit and the Ogre Pawn Hearthflame. And we're seeing the classic Game 3 of I led with this and I won with it, so I'm going to do it again. Both players.
The only thing is that Ogre Pawn is not so incentivized to just click Terra Fire or Ivy Cudgel when it's staring down the Smeargle that can fake it out again. If Terra Fire is committed, then it loses that Spore immunity. So Jaywani has got to decide, is he going to click Follow Me to try to redirect to attacks, maybe try to Spore the King Gambit, assuming that Hearthflame goes on the offense. He's trying to fake out Hearthflame, assuming he goes on the offense. This whole time, King Gambit is kind of in a safe position where it can click Swords Dance, regardless of whether Rockwell clicks Follow Me or not. So highly volatile game, or volatile turn one.
Yes. I think the safest thing Rockwell can do is just go for Follow Me.
It was that. It was probably that.
Yeah, it's just, and then do whatever with King Gambit. This King Gambit does have Covert Cloak, interestingly, so it doesn't have to worry about a fake out. But we're seeing both of these Pokemon go for a Follow Me. Smeargle wanting to keep that Farigiraf safe, and it will draw away this Kowtow Cleave and bring Smeargle down to a singular hit point, thanks to that Focus Sash, and no doubt paving the way for Farigiraf to set up this Trick Room. So that's one turn down, 4 more to go before the dimensions twist back to normal.
Nice work, nice work. You stalled one turn, but now how do you ensure that you're getting your offense in? I know that Justin says he's typically a little bit scared to bring in sweepers when he's in a spot like this, and sometimes he might just have to. I could totally see Rockwell clicking Spiky Shield and Swords Dance, or even just Protect on both Pokemon to stall that turn. Smeargle is in a weird spot where if it tries to Decorate and a Follow Me comes out from the Ogre Pawn, that's now a +2 attack Ogre Pawn. Justin has to pick his moves very carefully. Luckily, he does have Follow Me on board, so he can at least redirect one attack, whichever is chosen here by Rockwell.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Rockwell deciding to switch out the Ogre Pawn in this situation, wants to get something else on the board, in this case the Cresselia, in order to maybe take some Hyper Voices a little bit better. Smeargle will once again go for the Follow Me, so no bold Decorates in the face of that redirecting Ogre Pawn. There's just the Hyper Voice. Both Pokemon on Rockwell's side don't mind that damage too much, but there's the King Gambit Swords Dance, so Rockwell saying, all right, I'm going to say you have to switch something in Trick Room that can do more damage, and I'm going to, he punishes that by just going for this quick Swords Dance, and now everything is in threat of a big Kowtow Cleave.
Yeah. I don't know the speed interaction between Smeargle and King Gambit either.
I think King Gambit is slower.
It's probably slower.
I think it's slower than the Smeargle.
It's gotta be.
I believe it should be.
So you'd assume Rockwell is deciding, like, I don't want to be put to sleep, so I get to take out Smeargle, and that leaves Farigiraf and Cresselia to battle it out, whether one clicks Trick Room or the other one doesn't.
Oh, never mind. What do I know? Smeargle is the slowest dog here. Goes before that. King Gambit and Cresselia normally has those safety goggles, but in this case, it's carrying the mental herb, so Cresselia does go to sleep. And Farigiraf also underspeeding this King Gambit is such a slow Farigiraf, but the King, there's no follow me, so this Farigiraf is immediately taken off the field with that Kowtow cleave. But as we saw in game 1, this is just kind of opening the floodgates to whatever big, dangerous sweeper Justin has in the back. That's kind of the really cool, interesting way that the Smeargle Farigiraf plays, is that you have to get them off the board because they will just click Spore, Decorate, and Hyper Voice all over you and can sweep through games. But if you get the KO that you need to get, then Torkoal shows up, and Torkoal's really happy to just click this big Eruption button. King Gambit wants nothing to do with it. It's a Terra Dark King Gambit. That's not really going to help out that much. And Cresselia is asleep. It is snoozing. It cannot save itself from a potential Eruption here as well. So Justin has a couple more turns of Trick Room to really turn the screw and get as much mileage as he can.
I want to see a Decorate. I want to see Justin decorate himself.
Oh, gosh.
I mean, a good way to stall the turn for Rockwell is protect King Gambit and terrify the Cresselia. Hope you wake up and click Trick Room. But decorating yourself ensures that the following turn, even if Sucker Punch was able to reduce some of the HP of Torkoal, you're still going to be pumping out good damage. Follow Me is a little safer. Yeah, it's a good option.
Stops the Sucker Punch.
Yeah, but I wonder how much Justin's Torkoal is going to do to Cresselia if the Terrifiers.
I mean, we saw just how much this Torkoal can do with the Terrifier, so I think even with a Terrifier from the Cresselia of its own, we'll still probably be able to get a 2-hit KO. We are going to see, I think, both Pokemon donning the chandeliers on their head. Cresselia, Terrifier, Torkoal, Terrifier, and let's see how much damage this Eruption can do. We saw it did quite a lot last time, but, you know, there's always damage rolls. We can maybe see that. And as you said, King Gambit wants no part of this Eruption, just to stall out a little bit more of that Trick Room with a Protect. Smeargle wants to stop a potential Sucker Punch from weakening that Torkoal's damage output, goes for that Follow Me, and here is the all-important Torkoal Eruption. How much does this do into this Terrifier Cresselia? Cresselia is so bulky, there's so many multipliers on this Torkoal, and Cresselia barely hangs on for about 60-70%, and it wakes up, it gets the one-turn wake. Trick Room is reversed, and now Rockwell has the speed advantage.
Yeah, he definitely has a speed advantage because we saw Smeargle underspeed, or no, it outsped the King Gambit in Trick Room, which means that Smeargle is the slowest mon available. Luckily, Follow Me is still on the board. I don't know if after a Lunar Blessing, Cresselia could take another full health Eruption, but
I don't know if it needs to. Cresselia can probably just Moonblast the Smeargle. Smeargle doesn't have Protect, and then King Gambit just goes for a big Kowtow Cleave into Torkoal. Probably brings Torkoal low enough where Eruption is not as much of a threat anymore, since it is based on how much health that Torkoal has. Justin is going to go for what he can, go for the Follow Me, but King Gambit actually, that's right, we saw King Gambit is faster than this Smeargle, so the speed interaction's really wonky in this game and not helping Rockwell on this particular turn, as that big Kowtow Cleave just to do 1 HP of damage and that tiny little Moonblast into that Torkoal. But I think this Eruption just clears the board once again, and so this is the Trick Room is over. 2 knockouts still claimed by Justin thanks to this powerful Torkoal. And it's a 2v2 now.
Justin may be breathing a sigh of relief that the Moonblast didn't proc a special attack drop on Torkoal. Yeah, it still ensures he's still in the game. Urshifu isn't lingering in the back for Jaywani, so there is an Ogerpon on the field. It's a bit scary because this Ivy Cudgel is going to be boosted by the sunny day.
Ooh, but there's also this Enamorus here, which is a pretty great Pokemon into this Dark Urshifu. Dark Urshifu has Iron Head, which could hit it, but then is going to be doing peanuts into this Ogerpon. So, this is still really tough to call of who's ahead here. There's a lot of damage potential from both players. Surely Enamorus goes for a Dazzling Gleam and cleans up that Urshifu. We do see a massive Sucker Punch. Ogerpon actually taking that respectably well and goes for the Fire Sun-boosted Ivy Cudgel into Torkoal. Does respectable damage, but Torkoal's high defense keeps it safe. There's a follow-up Sludge Bomb, though, and that is enough. Picks up the Torkoal, and so now it's just this Sucker Punching Urshifu, and I think I think Rockwell's got this in the bag.
Yeah, that is a really tough call for Justin to make. Whether he tries to Iron Head the Enamorous or just Wicked Blow the Ogre Pawn or try to hope Sucker Punch gets a critical hit. The Ogre Pawn took the Sucker Punch that's Choice Band boosted surprisingly well. And honestly, I'm surprised that I picked up a knockout.
That was
so
a very interesting roll. Where it seems like a min roll into a max roll almost, but that'll be all she wrote for this one as Enamorous goes for the Dazzling Gleam, claims that KO onto Urshifu, and Rockwell now 2-0 here today in our cup in Newark here. Great play, and Enamorous did the job, and it won the game.
It
the
did.
only
It sure
Pokemon standing at the end of that game was Enamorous Therian, a Pokemon people probably forget exists.
Yeah, I'm sure Rockwell's very happy that his Cresselia just took a quick nap as opposed to an absolute snoozer of a beast.
Just a cat nap.
Coming home from work. Cresselia's been hard at work the past 2 games in its first round of the day as well. You have to wonder how this game would have turned out if not for that.
Probably not as well.
Yeah, probably not as well.
Not as well for
Rockwell. Yeah,
I think Justin, this is what happens when you play with Pokemon with Spore, Sleep Powder, right? There's always the inherent volatility of does the Pokemon wake up immediately after one turn, or do they wake up, or do they, are they asleep for the full 3 turns? So, it's hard to play around that inherent risk of, they could wake up, they could not. Sometimes you just have to bank on, I need them to stay asleep. And in this case, Rockwell did get that 1 turn wake. It happens. And that's just the rolls that happen with sleep. That's what you buy into when you do it.
Yep, that's just how it typically happens. There is also this player just randomly coming in to put their fingers in front of the camera.
Thank you, Aaron. We appreciate you.
When it comes down to it, you got to give credit where credit's due. Justin did what he needed to. Game 2, awesome adaptation into Ursaluna. Just didn't pan out that way. Game 3, it was awesome how he used the Spore into the correct Pokemon, the Cresselia that had switched in. It's amazing that Speargle underspec the King Gambit of all things.
The speed interactions in that game were so weird of King Gambit is faster than Cresselia, and then the Smeargle is slower than that, and then the Farigiraf is faster than Smear. It's
something like that.
None of these things are the most obvious ordering that they could have acted in, and so I think both players were probably learning how these interactions worked while they were playing, oh, that changes how this turn sequences, that changes how this happens. Right? I'm sure Justin, as you said, very relieved that Cresselia didn't get to do that 1 hit point of damage to the Smeargle. Instead, it was that big +2 Kowtow Cleave instead that made that game so much, put that game much more on the edge at the end of it. But really, really interesting game. We got another game 3. Wonder if we can get all game 3s. Do you think that's possible?
Anything's possible in Northern California, Zach.
It's so true.
Yeah,
so true. Because it was a game, that was a 3-game set. We are going to be going to our round 3 very quickly because I think everyone's just about done here. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a moment for round 3 out of 4 of our cup here in Newark. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are now in round 3 out of 4 rounds of our second Regulation F local here in Northern California in Newark in the 88 Card Shop. My name is once again Zach. This is once again Mitchell, and we've got a crazy matchup ahead of us today. I'm really happy for this round. Mitchell, why don't you talk about what do we got cooking up, or at least Alvin's got cooking up here.
Okay.
You know, some standard Como, Comfey, Torkoal stuff.
Your typical psych up Comfey stuff with the occasional Bronzong lingering in the back with Trick Room, Iron Defense, Body Press.
Everyone's favorite Ogre Pawn Cornerstone as well.
Yeah, I have no idea what's going on here. I don't think Alvin quite got the memo that we're in Reg F. He kind of did. He has an Ogre Pawn and a Chiyu, but he just said, you know, these Pokemon look cool. Aren't these all Kitakami Pokemon, the Bronzong and the
basically.
Yeah, maybe he's just a big fan of the region. He's just trying to represent these Pokemon that are otherwise never seen.
He was Okidogi.
Yeah.
There's Pheasantipity.
Interesting
or
stuff.
Monkey Dorian, perhaps.
You know, we typically see Comfey as a more supportive piece with like Tailwind or Trick Room, but this one has Floral Healing, Draining Kiss, Psych Up Protect. So this one is looking to do some damage, but then you look at the item and it's Rocky Helmet. I don't know what to think.
There's a lot of... Comfey can do a lot of things. Comfey is a multitude. It does, of course, have that... let's talk about Triage. It has the Triage ability, which boosts the priority of all healing moves. The main one this Comfey is going to be using is that Draining Kiss, which means it will go before basically everything else, even faster than Extreme Speed. Joey's got a physical offense team. We saw this yesterday, but we'll be leading with the Leftovers, Calm Mind, Raging Bolt, alongside a Booster Energy Flutter Mane, and we'll get to see what stat this does get to boost. It is speed. No real shock. This one has Icy Wind. That's kind of, you see Icy Wind and you're like, it's booster speed.
I can't help but notice it, but marvel at how small this Bronzong is. You see that? This team is being towered by Joey's base stat total Pokemon. You know what's really cool for Bronzong is that Flutter Mane does have that booster speed. So if Gyro Ball wasn't going to get the one-hit knockout on Flutter Mane to begin with, now it most certainly is. Assuredly.
Yeah, and Raging Bolt's going to struggle to really hit this Bronzong. Well, now it's not. Now that this Bronzong is taunted, Thunderclap will always work into that slot. However, we saw the Bronzong's not really going for that on this turn. That's a pretty nice chunk of damage out of that Raging Bolt, thanks to that Rock-type Ivy Cudgel from the Ogre Pawn Cornerstone. Raging Bolt will set up a Calm Mind on this turn to help boost up that damage and special bulk to stomach these special attackers. But that's a massive Gyro Ball, and Bronzong doing what Bronzong's been doing for the longest time, which is you got a fast fairy type. Well, that's one Gyro Ball away from being knocked out instantly. And so Flutter Mane got to taunt the Bronzong, and Bronzong just said, no, I'm out for blood, and got that nice KO. So a quick 4-2-3 lead for Alvin.
Entei's coming in here, which if it were Incineroar, that makes sense too. It'd come in and intimidate, but Entei is going to take that job. Entei is not out of the woods yet either, because Ogre Pawn Cornerstone, being the sturdy ability, it does want to invest a lot into its speed and offense. There's no real reason not to, right? Which means that this Entei is in danger from this Ivy Cudgel. It's now a rock-type Ogre Pawn. I'm not sure if Joey got the best trade here, because Ogre Pawn Sturdy is still intact. Sure, like it could have been a Dazzling Gleam to hit both, but... or I guess it would have to be an Icy Wind, huh? There's just Moonblast and Taunt on this Flutter Mane.
Icy Wind protected the moves on that Flutter Mane. But now Entei is here, and yeah, as you said, very much threatened by this Rock-type Ivy Cudgel. Entei is quite bulky, so it might be able to survive, but it would still take a huge amount of damage from that. And you see Alvin actually timed out there. There was no... he tried to go for an Iron Defense, but... Bronzong's taunted, has to go for damage here. There is the Protect we see onto that Entei, so the Ivy Cudgel will do nothing here, and Raging Bolt gets to do whatever it wants, and it wants to go for a big Dragon Pulse into that Cornerstone Ogre Pawn. Definitely breaking sturdy within range of a Thunderclap, and the Gyro Ball also going into that slot to pick up a little bit more damage. So Joey might have not had the best turn one, but that was a pretty great turn two. Yeah,
this sets him up very nicely because his Entei does have the Extreme Speed. It can hit this Ogre Pawn first, and that's if Raging Bolt is not just going for the Thunderclap here. Honestly, timing out there and just having Gyro Ball clicked, it's not going to make a big difference here, but that could have even been Bronzong switching out. It's not really offering anything this turn.
Right.
I guess Body Press is there, which is kind of cool, but Alvin decides that Ogre Pawn is in too much danger and switches out for later, switches into Comfey, and that can take some Dragon moves pretty comfortably.
Yeah, Comfey actually hard walls this Raging Bolt because Draining Kiss will always go before Thunderclap, and it is immune to Dragon.
Interesting.
And so Comfey might just be the stopgap that Alvin needs to get through this Raging Bolt. And now, pretty nicely, the Entei is not resisting Draining Kiss anymore, and so it will be going for a Terra Normal. Goes for this big Sacred Fire into the Bronzong, but Bronzong is so bulky, it survives the attack. Not the follow-up Dragon Pulse, however. Joey realizing, well, this thing can't protect, let me attack the thing that cannot protect and get guaranteed damage. And that's Bronzong out of the way here. Comfey does get onto the field safely and only has to worry about one Pokemon potentially damaging it. However, Entei can do quite a lot of damage, and given the Pokemon we see Alvin have in the back, I might not want to boost the damage of Entei's Sacred Fires, but kind of feels forced to. Torkoal now hitting the field.
Yeah, this is exciting because Joey definitely had the opportunity to pick off Ogerpon here. Maybe Alvin was trying to capitalize on that by switching in Comfey and not going for an attack, getting hit by the Extreme Speed or the Thunderclap, but Joey just took out that Bronzong. We saw Alvin go for the Body Press into Entei, which turned Normal type, and I was kind of curious how much damage it would do.
Yeah, that might have done quite a bit.
Yeah, quite a bit. Probably enough to do damage. I don't think it would have been an Ogerpon Cornerstone's Ivy Cudgel range unless there's a crit, but now this is a pretty precarious situation.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what Alvin can do to. He has to get rid of this Entei. That's the big thing, because Raging Bolt will never beat this Comfey. But oh my goodness, there's so much damage into Comfey. It does get burned by this sun-boosted Sacred Fire as well. Comfey on this turn will be going for Psych Up, so it will get to copy the Calm Mind that the Raging Bolt did go for on that first turn. The Dragon Pulse will thud into Torkoal's Protect. And so now Comfey looking to get a big Draining Kiss off. It is at +1 thanks to that Psych Up stolen Calm Mind. And it will be able to get that off before Entei's Extreme Speed, since
it's +3.
+3 priority. It's the same as Fake Out. It's very, very fast.
Yeah, that's quite a speedy mon. You know what, though, actually? Isn't Entei's... oh, it went for Sacred Fire. No, wait, yeah, actually. Oh, wait. Extreme Speed is 2 priority.
2+2.
Yeah,
so
okay.
So Entei will not be able to stop this.
My mechanics knowledge failing me, Zach. You certainly not.
The
Appreciate
I'm
you
the
being here.
Comfey expert. And Comfey getting all the damage. Not only does this boost Fairy moves because it's Terra Fairy, but because Draining Kiss is such a weak move, the Terastallization boosts it even more.
Even
so how much damage can this Comfey go for? +1 Terra Fairy into that Raging Bolt.
Oh.
That's a respectable chunk of damage. One more will get the KO, and this is a lot of healing. Raging Bolt's got so much health. However, no Sacred Fire, so this Comfey might be safe. The Extreme Speed, yeah, not quite enough. The Sun Boost was necessary. The Rocky Helmet chipping away at this Entei. The Dragon Pulse from Raging Bolt will probably just one-shot this Torkoal. Yep.
Oh my
goodness. Torkoal has very piddly special defense, and because of that, because of Torkoal kindly gifting Raging Bolt the Photosynthesis boost, certainly just instantly KO'd there. So there's still Cornerstone Ogerpon, which is great, but it might just be Comfey versus the world, and it might be able to do it, honestly. We'll have to see depending on what Joey has in the back. That final Pokemon will be very important, provided Alvin can get through. Entei looking hard as he has 30 hit points between these two Pokemon, and one of them's burned, but there's still a hope.
Yeah, you're telling me that there's a chance.
There's a chance.
It's very likely that there's a chance. it's
there
an uphill
be
battle.
A chance.
In fact,
there is a chance.
The burn is kind of scary here. Floral Healing, forgive me. Do you know what that move does? It heals healing, and removes status?
No, it just heals. It heals the ally. So so Alvin could Floral Healing the Ogerpon. I don't know if that's going to quite move the needle in terms of winning this game, but on this turn, Comfey will be going for a Protect. Let's see if the Ogerpon does anything as well. Okay. It will just be an Extreme Speed from the Entei trying to get the damage on to that. Maybe not wanting to go for a Calm Mind or a Draining Kiss into the Raging Bolt, expecting a Protect, but no Protect. It does just go for a Thunderclap, so that is Ogerpon out of the count. And now, still an awkward position where which one does Comfey go for a Draining Kiss into? It can go for it into the... does it go down to burn? It can go for an Entei or the Raging Bolt, but both of them can Protect.
That was good coverage of plays by Joey there. Going for Extreme Speed into Comfey. Sure, Comfey may have knocked out the Raging Bolt, but then surely Extreme Speed might pick up the knockout in return, perhaps after a burn tick. Yeah. If Comfey does Protect, which it did there, the Thunderclap would have just gone straight into Ogerpon. Okay, we're seeing a Drain Kiss come out and not knock out this Raging Bolt.
Not quite enough.
Raging Bolt can't touch this Comfey. It's going to have to rely on Entei, but I have no doubt in Entei's ability to get this match done. And Joey's going to be taking this match. Alvin is going to have to go back to the drawing board.
Comfey does survive that attack, which is great. It can't Yeah, Joey, if he hadn't quite pieced together how this Comfey checkmates Raging Bolt, he's probably figured it out by this point. Not the most obvious thing to look at and be like, oh, Comfey can never beat, or Raging Bolt can never beat this Comfey, but that Sacred Fire Burn, that Entei put in so much work, and if you're Alvin, you're probably thinking, wow, Torkoal was an active detriment in that game.
Yeah.
He just boosted the Sacred Fire on Entei, and it just boosted the Raging Bolt with Protosynthesis, so I think Alvin can certainly look at that game and say, all right, some of those Pokemon were great choices. I think Comfey was really good. Ogerpon Cornerstone was a great selection as well. Bronzong could do work. It didn't really get as much of an opportunity thanks to that taunt, but I really think the Torkoal is the stuck out like a sore thumb in terms of how much it provided Alvin in terms of options.
Yeah. What's particularly interesting, too, is Komodo could come, and it could help out a lot against the rest of this team, but only under the pretense that Komodo goes for Terra Steel and it hits a Flash Cannon, because Raging Bolt, if it turns into a Terra Fairy, that would hard wall the Komodo, so it'd be like an eye for an eye type of situation. Wouldn't be Terra Steel to be able to Flash Cannon. I do see that our judge here, Gerardo, is going over to the castees, would you call them? He's
the players
addressing some issue. The players.
Yeah.
I suppose we call them that too.
I don't know. I feel like there's a chance for Komodo to be pretty applicable here, where it does have a pretty solid matchup into the Entei, especially if you get that a Clangorous Soul boost up, which can be pretty nice. And I don't think Como needs to solo the team. Like, it doesn't need to cleanly sweep. It just needs to remove some of the problem Pokemon and, crucially, give Comfey a good psych-up target in which to get a bunch of stat boost and then steamroll the rest of the team, because it's going to be really hard. Like, it's mainly just the Entei. Like, as soon as Entei gets taken off the field, as well as maybe the Fluttermane as well, Comfey can kind of run away with the game, where it's doing so much damage to Qianpao. It's beating Qianpao, it's beating the Urshifu, it's checkmating the Raging Bolt instantly. And so I think Alvin correctly identified, like, Comfey can be really, really strong in this particular matchup, but he's got to get a little bit more support out of it, a little bit more done with the other Pokemon. It was kind of just Comfey doing everything in that last game, and little cameo appearances by Bronzong and Ogerpon. Well, Bronzong did get that big Gyro Ball off, so I mean, I shouldn't disrespect Bronzong.
It was cool, but it also allowed Joey to have the free switch into
that Entei.
Yeah, that Entei. He has to protect. Alvin has to protect that Ogerpon Cornerstone a little bit better if he wants it to handle the Entei. Granted, it doesn't really do that much to a Sacred Fire attack, but you just got to be really careful. He's got to be really careful.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the Cornerstone Ogerpon, Alvin's going to really need to get an Ivy Cudgel into that Entei. Or at least force it to Terastallize, and then Comfey can start doing some respectable damage to it with those Draining Kisses, especially if it can get the psych-upped Clangorous Soul from the Como. Didn't think I'd be saying that today, but if that can happen, then Alvin might be able to claw this back and get us into a Game 3. But it's going to be hard. There's just a lot of damage coming out of Joey's side, and we didn't even see the Qianpao to, like, further boost up that physical damage, which is also a thing that Joey could adjust to bring in this game. But deciding, I liked my Game 1 lead, let's go with that again, and we do see the Como.
Okay, and this is actually pretty nice into the Como, having the Fluttermane here. Fluttermane could launch a Moonblast, and it could force it to Terra Steel, and if Terra Steel's gone, then that means that one of the other Pokemon can't Terra. So Joey is forcing Alvin's hand here pretty early on. See Chi-Yu in the back, which is super interesting stuff.
Different, deciding, all right, none of the slow
Wouldn't even
Pokemon,
consider Chi-Yu if you come here.
Yeah, we didn't even talk about Chi-Yu. It's got a Focus Sash, so it's not a choice item on this particular one, but we'll talk about Chi-Yu when we get there. But at this point, Fluttermane does have Moonblast. That's the only fairy move that it has, and so Como could go for a Clangorous Soul without needing to Terastallize, and there could just be a Follow Me from the Ogerpon, but we're not seeing that. We do have the Como committing the Terra Steel. Alvin thinks that is a worthwhile investment into this Pokemon, and there is going to be just a simple Protect from the Raging Bolt, but there could just be a taunt from Fluttermane to stop the Clangorous Soul in its tracks. Not to be. There is going to be a Follow Me to prevent that potential option. So this might just be a free Clangorous Soul. A little bit of Icy Wind chip. Icy Wind is a great option, though. Does quite a bit to that Ogerpon, lowers that speed, and also keeps Komo's speed in check as well.
Yeah, I like that, because then Entei, if it comes in later on, it can just threaten a little bit. Oh, the Clangorous Soul is coming out, so it's going to trade some health for a bit of a boost to its offenses, correct?
Yeah, it's going to boost all. It's an omni boost. It boosts every one of Komoo's stats. So attack, special attack, speed, special defense, and defense getting boosted.
And Komoo was a little bit stinky with its breath today. Decided to pull up with a little bit of a you know, like a Lysol type beat and spray it in his mouth real quick. Increase its special attack, and now we have a match.
Do not spray Lysol in your mouth.
Yeah, do not do that. If Joey wants to survive
Unless
this,
you're a dragon,
he's going to have to tear a fairy. He's going to have to tear a fairy for this, but that could just be answered with a quick flash cannon.
Yeah, so really putting Raging Bolt into an awkward position, but Ogerpon Cornerstone is also in an awkward position. Might be in range of a Moonblast to just pick up that KO. Well, it's probably on the verge of it, seeing how much that Icy Wind did the turn prior. And so this is definitely not a board state I was expecting to see coming into this day, but it does make sense. Alvin, definitely a player that can run the craziest stuff and get a lot of value out of it. And Comfey, kind of relatively free to come in here. It doesn't really mind an Icy Wind that much. It's using priority moves for the most part anyway, and will take that pretty comfortably. Como will also have its speed lowered once again, and we'll be going for just a flash cannon, but who is the target? The not fairy type or the could be fairy type? It is just the fairy type, so that is Fluttermane KO'd, and that is Comfey defeating Fluttermane. Thank you, Terrestrialization, making the impossible possible.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you know, honestly, he doesn't even have to target the Raging Bolt here because it's not really threatening anything.
Yeah.
And at some point, Comfey is just going to take off the rest of this game. So Joey really has to make sure that he's choosing his targets correctly here. He has to target the Comfey. But if he's targeting it too weakly, it could just heal back up its damage. Until he hits the board, which now it's in like a really good spot to just decimate this Komodo. But you know what? There's this cool interaction with Psych Up. It can work through Protect.
Exactly. So I think that's what it's. If Joey doesn't know that specific interaction, he might be thinking, oh, I can stop this Comfey from doing its shenanigans if I go for, if I KO this Como, and Como could just be Protect Psych Up. It looks like that's what was locked in. So Como keeping itself safe from that strong Sacred Fire from the Entei. There's another Protect from Raging Bolt. Wanted to be a little bit honest. Doesn't want to take too much from the big damaging attacks from Comfey and Comfey and Como, or Comfey and Como. That is the Protect. That is blocking the Sacred Fire, and there is the Psych Up. So Comfey now has +2 special attack, +1 defense, and +1 special defense. -1 speed, but that's 6.
When you're at +3 priority, speed is the last thing you're really concerned.
And now Comfey is an absolute monster. I don't know. Comfey is now the raid boss. Como is not as much the raid boss anymore, but it's still really strong.
It's done its job.
Como has done its job. It's KO'd one of the important Pokemon, and now how do you answer the Comfey?
Yeah, it's almost as if Mo is like the muck to the Psych Up Lugia. You know, you've probably seen those. What's his name? Eric Mendoza? Sorry, I'm blurring his name on stream, but that's giving me that type of vibe.
Do not bring those Pokemon up. This is a much cooler version of Muck's Miracle.
I would agree.
Comfey can also go for the Floral Healing, heal up this Como. So it was at 90 health. Now it's all the way back up to 160. The Sacred Fire does a lot, but because of that special defense, or that defense boost, can just go for big Clanging Scales. Does massive damage to both Pokemon. Lowers its defense in return, but not the end of the world. Entei gets to eat that Citrus Berry to heal up a little bit, but we saw just how much damage that did, and it can probably KO it with another one. How much does this Dragon Pulse do, though? It does pick up the Como. Okay. Critical hit. That I was like, I feel like that might have.
Yeah, that was the very interesting damage.
On the cusp. Como is a pretty bulky Pokemon, especially physically, so taking that Sacred Fire is no real surprise, but still great value out of that Como, great value out of Comfey, and Comfey is still here, still being an absolute nuisance, and there are still 2 other Pokemon Alvin has in the back. And one thing we didn't even mention, you know what hits harder than +2 Draining Kiss from Comfey?
+2 Draining Kiss with Beads of Ruin on the board?
Beads of Ruin in full force, and so that is something that Alvin's probably going to be looking to use to close out this game, but in the meantime, Ogerpon Cornerstone can help with that. There are 2 priority moves that Joey has, Extreme Speed and Thunderclap, both of which are resisted by this Cornerstone Ogerpon thanks to that auspicious Grass and Rock typing.
Yeah, the days are becoming numbered for this Raging Bolt. Sure, you could just, if Alvin could just ignore the Raging Bolt for now, because there's no way that Raging Bolt could ever defeat the likes of a Comfey, but at the same time, if you get rid of it, then it allows Ogerpon to have a much safer time against this Entei. And sure enough, that's the route that Alvin's going to take here.
Yep.
Raging Bolt is going to go down, and Joey's down to his remaining 2 Pokemon.
Yep. Raging Bolt has been felled by just a little smooch from a sentient lay, and Entei does keep itself safe from this Ivy Cudgel. Ogerpon surely faster than this Entei, and so get Rock Ivy Cudgel is very important. And now Qianpao is on the field, so even more damage for all of these physical attackers. But if I'm Comfey, all I'm seeing is, ooh, another juicy health pack to get more health from this Pokemon. It is very weak to Fairy, and as soon as you click the Draining Kiss once into it, Qianpao never gets to attack again if you just keep clicking Draining Kiss, because Draining Kiss will go before Sucker Punch. So Comfey's still the raid boss that Joey needs to handle here.
Yeah, Joey really needs to find a way to put meaningful damage on the board, whether it's attacking the Ogerpon and clearing it, so then Entei can attack. And honestly, if you need something to do that, Terra Stellar is the way to do it.
You want meaningful damage, just Terra Stellar.
It's right there. It's right there.
Will certainly be able to be addressed that. Here's the Draining Kiss, though. That is all of Qianpao's HP gone, except for the singular hit point that matters most.
Who knew that love could be so dangerous?
I know. Look at this big Ice Spinner. Sword of Rune. How much does this do to Comfey? That took that really well. That's a plus.
Yeah.
And the
Rocky Helmet
also KOs it. So I think even if this Comfey does get KO'd by this Sacred Fire, I think that is going to be enough. Comfey, I've been saying, Comfey is the raid boss, but we aren't even going to see Entei get to go for another move. It's just the Ivy Cudgel, and that is the game for Alvin. So we are, once again, 3 for 3 into a game 3.
Yeah, that was exciting. Alvin showed us exactly what his team is capable of. Bronzong seemed cool at knocking out Fluttermane, but you know what's cooler than that? Just setting up your Dragon type in front of that Fairy type. I did see Joey have this little bit of reaction when he had fell to the Rocky Helmet. He probably forgot.
I did as well.
That's
honestly.
tough, right? Otherwise, the other target could just spiky shield, and I would just fell it too. So Joey has to be very careful. Honestly, I do think that the Entei may have been able to pull up with the damage if there had been the Sword of Rune on the board.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. I mean, that was a Terra Stellar Qianpao Ice Spinner.
It was +1.
And
that's fair.
It did less than half to Comfey.
Oh, the previous Sacred Fire was in the sun from the Torkoal.
Yeah, that was in the sun.
Another reason to just bench that Torkoal.
Yeah,
right?
I think Alvin, that was like the perfect adjustment from Alvin. I think he didn't even have to, he didn't even show the Chi-Yu in the back.
I know.
And so I think if I'm Alvin, I'm like, I'm running it back. Like, show me you can beat Comfey.
Yeah.
And Joey's like, what are these Pokemon? Absolutely. I love watching Alvin when he's got like a team that
he's always cooking up in the kitchen.
He's cooking up something really, really fun, and this is why, like, do you know how Comfey works, right? This is like a knowledge check. Quick, what does triage do? And if you don't know, it's so much harder to play around when you're like, well, I thought I could extreme speed to KO the Comfey, but it clicked Draining Kiss first, so.
Yeah. Ooh, we're seeing two best friends here in the Rilla Buddy, helping out Joey's friend Rochelle, and Ogerpon and Kama'o have hit the field. So perhaps another Clanerius Souls game after a quick fake out Calm Mind Protect trade. It's hard to say what is going to be done here from Alvin's end. He could sneak in a quick Ivy Cudgel and trade a fake out onto the Kama'o. Joey has to be really careful that he's not just allowing himself to get decimated by Dragon-type attacks later on, too.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I think the fake out is a very astute adjustment from Joey, realizing, okay, I need to slow down
just a turn.
Slow down this Como just a little bit. Also gets that priority that can actually hit Ogerpon for neutral damage, which is pretty important. But we are going to see that the Como is switching out. Or sorry, Comfey. They sound so similar. Comfey coming out in the field. Como is committing the Terra Steel on this turn in order to take less damage from a Dragon Pulse from this Raging Bolt. Alvin may be fearing a Fake Out Dragon Pulse immediately into that slot. There will just be the Fake Out, so we'll have to see if there is the Dragon Pulse or if Raging Bolt decides to set up. And of course, Raging Bolt, very calm in the face of this loud dragon. Will go for a calm
Very
mind.
Astute and stoic calm mind coming from Rochelle. I mean, the Dragon Pulse is still resistant on this Kama'o, but now it's +1 boosted. After a little bit of health being done to the Kama'o, I wonder how much Dragon Pulse will do, but Alvin has a lot of incentive to just click Floral Healing later on as well.
It's like, okay, you stopped the Como from clicking Clanging Scales on turn 1. Great.
Now what?
What, it's going to just click in on turn 2 now, though,
Yeah.
right? Like, what's stopping it from doing it now?
Yeah.
We'll have to see if Joey has a way to stop that.
Rillaboom could click high horsepower into it and just, you know, like the horse that it is, ride on into battle and do a lot of damage to the
Yes, it's
steel
definitely a
type.
horse. We all know this. But Como is pretty physically bulky, especially after a Clangorous Soul boosting that up further. Como might be bulky enough to stomach these 2 attacks on this turn. It might be a double up with a high horsepower and a Dragon Pulse. That's the most damage that Joey can get on this Pokemon. So we will have to see how sturdy is this Como going to be, as we do see the Throat Spray activate, and Comfey immediately going for the Psych Up. That's the cool speed interaction. Comfey is slower than this Como, so gets that Psych Up immediately. So even if Como goes down here, that might be enough for the raid boss Comfey to... but there's no Dragon Pulse to follow it up. It's just another Calm Mind from this Terra Fairy Raging Bolt, which we know it's never going to break Comfey.
You know, it's not the worst thing, because Komodo might be feeling a little bit threatened by the Thunderclap. It's +2 boost. Floral Healing gets boosted extra from grassy terrain, right?
Oh, yes. Grassy terrain boosts Floral Healing even
Oh
more, so it heals
my
all the way back up.
goodness.
Thunderclap does a lot.
Yeah,
Very
it is a lot.
respectable
It is a lot.
damage. But let's see some even more respectable damage. +2 Flash Cannon into +2 defense Terra Fairy Raging Bolt. That's a lot of damage. Another one. Ooh, a special defense drop as
Oh my
well.
goodness.
Certainly salt in the wound. Here's the... Warhammer, though, that's a lot into Comfey. These Pokemon are just slugging it out here. Damage all around.
Good damage
man.
put across the board.
Yeah,
It's very exciting what's going
Everyone's
to happen.
appreciating this grassy terrain recovery, I'll tell you that much.
Oh, definitely. I wonder if you would just be willing to give up Komodo here for a planing scales into this Rillaboom. Because, like you said, at the end of the day, Raging Bolt cannot touch the Comfey. So even if Komodo goes down, what's Bolt going to do to the rest of the team?
Yeah.
It could clean up the rest of Comfey's partners and leave Comfey feeling scared and alone, but Comfey and his partners can do the same on Joey's end.
Yeah, we could potentially see the Comfey go for a drain, like maybe a double up into the Rillaboom, potentially get that off the board, though it is carrying that Assault Vest as many do, so it will be able to take these special attacks very comfortably. Here's another grassy terrain boosted Floral Healing, so Como going back up to full health, taking yet another Thunderclap. Does survive that attack as we see yet another Flash Cannon being launched from this Como and will be taking this Raging Bolt off the board, certainly. But this means that Rillaboom is left to its own devices to do whatever it chooses, and we know what Rillaboom does when it's left to its own devices. It's just going to bonk something with a massive wood hammer. Who is going to be the target? No, just a high horsepower into Como, but it's not enough. It's not enough at all, and you normally would be like, oh, it's a low health target. I can Grassy Glide it. But that Floral Healing is going to go first, and Como is going to get all that health back.
It could have been Wood Hammer into this Comfey as well to just knock it out, but at this point, Komodo is probably the bigger threat.
Yeah, maybe fearing a Protect as well, where that's...
but there is an Entei in the back. There's Entei right here.
There's Entei, but there have not been icy winds yet, so this Como is faster still than the rest of Joey's team, probably. So definitely faster than this Entei, and a big Clanging Scales can just put everything in range where this Comfey can just, clean up the game. And oof, Chien-Pao's not going to love taking this hit either. Sword of Ruin, though, will help this Entei deal the damage it needs to, but it's going to have to take this Clanging Scales first. The Floral Healing goes out, and that's so much health. This Como's had like 3 health bars at this point.
Ooh,
Man,
Entei hands
look at that
on.
damage.
It has the Citrus Berry. It has Grassy Terrain a little bit later. Entei may be here to stay for this game. The defense is also dropping on this Komodo, so I do understand the high horsepower now a little bit more, right? Because the defense had been dropped. Sacred Fire is going to come in and surely take this knockout, especially with the Sword of Ruin boost. And Komodo is down. Now it is just Comfey here to try to sweep up against a 1 HP Pokemon and a Fire type.
Yeah, but Alvin still has the rest of his team, right? That was the first Pokemon. Okay. What about the Cornerstone Ogerpon that switched out on turn 1 and the Secret Chiyu lurking in the back, boosting this Comfey even more? Joey's got a lot to do, and is gonna doesn't have a lot of time to do it because this Comfey is just a ticking clock of like you have to. He can just keep chipping away at these Pokemon, KO that Chien-Pao. I don't know how much the damage will be into Entei, but maybe 2 2 to 3 hits. Maybe with Sword of Ruin, or Beads of Ruin, I'm not sure. But
I like this play.
Qianpao getting out of here as the Rillaboom will come back onto the field. More grassy terrain, and Joey does need that health recovery.
Joey also does need no Sword of Ruin, because then that would assuredly make the Ivy Cudgel knock out the Entei. And to use Protect, I like this. He's trying to set up the board in a way that would allow him to hit this Comfey. Draining Kiss is going to smooch a little bit of our monkey business, gorilla beatbox, booming drummer, whatever it be.
You're so right.
Thank you. Ogerpon is just going to go for the Ivy Cudgel and the Protect. Why not, right?
Yeah, so the interesting thing is that if Joey's hoping to go for a Fake Out plus a Sacred Fire into that Comfey, he might be sorely disappointed because Draining Kiss goes before Fake Out as well. That's the other neat thing. And so that's to say nothing of the double Protect option that Alvin also has. But Joey also, baiting that double Protect gets Qianpao back out onto the field, slowly getting more and more health onto this Entei. So, defensive plays with the Qianpao switch in, but really nice here as, just needs that. All the turns he can get for Entei needs more health on it, and that's the most important Pokemon here.
Yeah, you got to give credit where it's due. Joey has identified his win condition as, let's heal back up Entei so we can take an Ivy Cudgel. Question is, how much health is he going to need?
I don't know how much health he's going to need to do that because the other thing is, it's the Draining Kisses are just pinning this Qianpao slot really easily, where Qianpao will never get to go for an attack as long as Alvin decides to click Draining Kiss into that slot, and Qianpao,
we see a revolving door of Pokemon.
There it is. It's just a flip-flop between this Rillaboom and Qianpao. So Rillaboom is back on the field. Here's another Protect from that Entei. So now we're back to where we were before, but Entei's a little bit healthier, and Rillaboom is slowly getting chipped away. This Draining Kiss is getting there.
Yeah.
Slowly but surely, this Clangor Soul boosted Comfey is going through this game.
That is a way to put it.
And Cornerstone Ogerpon is here despite the fact that it's barely visible on screen.
Yeah, just hanging out there, a little bit of a little nugget of joy of its mask right there in the corner for us. Okay, was it just
we could see another double Protect. Alvin not wanting to risk taking a lot of damage on this Comfey, but no, just goes for another Drain Kiss. No, well, we could see.
Oh, because it could have been Qianpao switching in, right?
There's the Fake Out. So the Fake Out does go into the spiky shield as well of the Ogerpon. Gets that chip damage. So Rillaboom getting chipped down pretty substantially, and there's the Sacred Fire into the Cornerstone Ogerpon. Oh, so close.
You hate to see that if you're Joey.
Yeah.
Joey chose that time to strike, and unfortunately, like you said, this Rillaboom was just allowed to... it's too slow, right? It cannot outspeed this triage boosted Draining Kiss. The other play alternative was to be double Comfey, but like, Ogerpon could totally just attack.
Yeah, and now this attack is really safe where you Draining Kiss into the Rillaboom, the Qianpao could switch in and also get KO'd. There's no Protect, and now Ogerpon finally gets to go for the big Ivy Cudgel into Entei. And that is enough. Even with all that work Joey did to heal up the Entei, was not bulky enough to survive that super effective attack. Grass disappears, and it looks like hope has disappeared with it because Qianpao has no chance against the raid boss Comfey, draining all of Joey's hopes and dreams and health out of this game.
Oh man, that was a masterclass by Alvin though. That looked really tough to get through. I don't think many players would be able to figure out what to do there. Alvin, wow, he's cooking up in the kitchen
3-0
all the time. Yeah, I know 3-0. He's just farming us today.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, not us, but everyone else.
Okay, fair. Yeah, if we were in the field, yeah, we
haven't lost to this team before. We haven't lost to Alvin running this team before.
But they don't know we've never seen it before.
Yeah, three other people have lost to this team, and we just saw how convincing these wins can be. Where game one a little rocky, did not see that Como-O. Joey got a lot of value from that taunt, stopping Bronzong from doing any shenanigans outside of KOing that Fluttermane, but perfect adjustment. Game two, we still didn't even see Chi-Yu. Chi-Yu never did anything.
Yeah, it was just there, standing there, menacingly
in the back. It was really all just the Como-O, Comfey, and Cornerstone. Cornerstone, Comfey.
The typical core of Comfey, Corners.
Everyone knows that. Everyone knows the core.
Yeah, a little bit. When it comes down to it, Alvin masterclass. That's an awesome team. That's so cool. I wish I could interview him, but honestly, I think we're gonna have to take a short break for the next round.
These games have been lasting too long, but that means that's great because that means we will be back with our final round of Swiss before heading into Top Cut in just a moment. So don't go anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like Dark Void Smeargle was really healthy for the 2016
and we're
Medic.
live.
Hey everyone, I am Mitchell. This is Zach. We've been here casting, and we're here to show you round 4.
The final round of Swiss.
Wow. Man, you hate to see it. I love to see 5 rounds, even 6, maybe even 7, but
10?
we're here today with just 4. Yeah, maybe even 10.
We'll get top cut after this, so don't worry. We got our reward for all these great games.
We have our seasoned senior veteran Brooks up against a Sacramento local known as Emmanuel. I haven't really seen much of him, but he says he's been around that local scene, and it's his first time coming out here to Newark, California in the East Bay. He's got this cool team of Glamora and Fluttermane, the Urshifu Single Strike, Wellspring, Shiyu Tornado. So I've heard of this before. It's called the not the Gambler's Paradise, but the Casino team. Yeah,
this team is very powerful when you hit big. When you hit those moves like Meteor Beam, Bleak Wind Storm, Icy Wind, and of course, basically most of Chiyu's attacks. When you hit your moves, this team is incredibly powerful. However, there is that inherent inaccuracy to a lot of these moves. Bleak Wind Storm chief among them. And we didn't even get time to talk about Brooks' team. It is going to be a relatively standard Gouging Fire team with 2 special attackers with Choice Specs Fluttermane and a Landorus Incarnate. And no surprise here, Emmanuel's going to be leading off with the Tornadus as well as the Glamora, saying, all right, if you double protect, I'm going to get a special attack boost from Meteor Beam and set up Tailwind. So I hope you like taking all this damage.
First thing I have to comment on, very fresh fit from Emmanuel, is a cowboy hat, star-shaped glasses, way to show up this like a Vegas, post-Vegas regional like gambler's
style.
Yeah. Well, we got the Ogerpon representation in the back for Brooks. He's ready to show us what Kid Akami is all about with his Ogerpon lead. Tornadus is looking like a great support Pokemon for Emmanuel. He could click Tailwind and allow Glamora to launch some devastating blows into the rest of Brooks' team. But you know what stops that? The Wellspring Terra with the +1 special defense.
Yep, that's going to be super useful in this matchup when there's so many special attackers on Emmanuel's side. And that special defense boost from the Terastallization here going to be very, very helpful. And no Tailwind, and Ogerpon is just the fastest Pokemon on the field. So that is an immediate KO onto Glamora. That rock typing not helping. But the consolation prize of a Toxic Debris getting set up, and there is no poison type on Brooks' team. There's a Poison Terra Landorus to maybe soak up that Toxic Spikes, but otherwise, there's nothing that can be done here as Urshifu goes for a big Wicked Blow, chunking Tornadus down into the yellow, but that Focus Sash gets broken astutely by that Rocky Helmet, and this is the casino nature of this team. The Bleak Wind Storm does not connect onto that Urshifu, so Urshifu gets another chance to go for yet another massive punch.
That could have been very devastating as Urshifu's Focus Sash. Urshifu's not the most specially defensive Pokemon out there. It could have been felled to that Bleak Wind Storm.
Absolutely.
It's not, but it's not completely over for Emmanuel. You got a layer of Toxic Spikes down. He got some good chip damage on the board, and if there's anything that can do damage, it's Terra Fairy Booster Energy Fluttermane. Did you happen to see the Booster Energies?
I think it should be Speed, given the fact that there's an Icy Wind here. And yeah, it is the Speed.
Okay, that would make sense.
Here.
That would make sense.
And so,
I mean, if you could Terra Fairy, that's a lot of damage.
Still a lot of damage here, but I think Ogerpon can still probably stomach these attacks well enough. And Emmanuel's nicely stalled out the Tailwind, but has gotten away with not setting up Tailwind quite yet. And he might be able to get away with even longer, as the Sunny Day will minimize the damage from this Ogerpon's Ivy Cudgel. As Dazzling Gleam comes out, just a little bit of chip onto that Ogerpon, but crucially wanted to get rid of that Urshifu. But the Ivory Cudgel will not go into this tournament. Is it bulky enough to survive? Not quite, but there's a critical hit. Certainly not with that. Might have been close without it, but Brooks definitely take that. And now it is just Emmanuel down to the final 2 Pokemon. His own Dark Urshifu, the only physical attacker outside of his own Wellspring on the team, and the Fluttermane. So Brooks is up 2-4, but Emmanuel's got a lot of momentum moving forward between the Sun setup and this Fluttermane, ready to do a lot of damage to this Urshifu.
I thought Chiyu could have been lingering in the back, and that might have been pretty scary with the Sunny Day coming up here.
Yeah,
but
that too.
Urshifu's not the worst thing either, right? Urshifu can threaten a Sucker Punch to this Ogerpon, and in tandem with whatever Fluttermane goes for as an attack, that could be enough to pick up a knockout on this Ogerpon. Ogerpon could obviously just click Spiky Shield and such and help stall out for a couple more turns, but I wonder if Brooks has anything in the back to weather the storm of offense from Emmanuel. one of these trainers is Terran. They're Urshifu,
it's gonna be
Terra Dark.
Emmanuel.
They're both Terra Dark. It's Manuel. Thank you for helping out there, Zach.
Brooks already terrestrialized turn 1, so Emmanuel going to Terra Dark, Sucker Punch, going for big damage. That is no fun for this Ogre Pawn. It gets swiftly knocked out, and I got to imagine this Fluttermane's going for another fairy move, and that's going to be a quick 2 knockouts to bring it to a 2-2 here. Fluttermane has no reason not to. There's the Dazzling Gleam. Urshifu doesn't love taking those, gets knocked out, and is now 2 versus 2. So it's going to be all up to what Pokemon does Brooks have in the back. And these are some pretty good choices.
Yeah. Choice specs, Fluttermane is going to have increased damage output compounded with whatever this photosynthesis boost is going to be. Rillaboom can help follow that up too with a quick Grassy Glide, but before we get there, looks like Brooks is going to have to take some ticks of poison here. That's something that Emmanuel's Pokemon can take advantage of because they both have Protect and Detect.
Yeah, and Brooks does not have Protect on any of these Pokemon. This Rillaboom is the Miracle Seed. We saw not the Assault Vest, but it still has no Protect. It has Taunt as that secondary move instead of a usual coverage move, in addition to the usual suite of Fake Out Woodhammer and Grassy Glide. This Fluttermane has a slightly difficult choice of like what move to actually lock into. Is it going to be the Fairy move to dispatch of Urshifu pretty quickly, or the Choice Specs Shadow Ball to do a lot of damage and potentially one-shot this Fluttermane on Emmanuel's side? So still up in the air on how Emmanuel is going to navigate this, but a very safe double Protect to stall out, get more toxic damage, and get rid of that fake-up pressure from Rillaboom.
Yeah, this Fluttermane is having that tough choice, like you said, between Shadow Ball and Fairy move.
And
Shadow Ball would definitely decimate Emmanuel's Fluttermane, but that would allow it to have a little bit of a harder time against this opposing Urshifu.
Yeah.
Brooks did get the speed booster, so I'm kind of curious whose is going to be quicker.
Yeah, we'll have to see which one can go first.
There were no grassy terrain like ticks of recovery. Grassy grain, I'm thinking about cereal.
I'm so hungry after this. But yeah, which Fluttermane moves first will be important, because at this point, Emmanuel can just say, all right, if I get rid of Rillaboom, then my Urshifu should almost always beat Brooks' Fluttermane, since it is locked into that Shadow Ball instead of a lot more threatening Fairy move in this particular situation now. And so
when Fluttermane or Choice Specs are typically more bulky, so it could be survival from the Sucker Punch here, and it is. Ooh,
that's
yeah,
a big Sucker Punch there, and the follow of Dazzling Gleam, so Brooks is faster. So here's the next attack will be the Rillaboom's no Fluttermane attack from Brooks, and it looks like Manuel, despite losing a lot of two Pokemon pretty early, might be still in the driver's seat, as the Woodhammer will KO the Fluttermane on Emmanuel's side. Now 1v1, but looks like Emmanuel has the advantage here, has the speed advantage, and also that Toxic also whittling away at this Rillaboom in case this match gets even longer than either player wants.
Yeah, this is a quick Sucker Punch lock to endgame. Even if Rillaboom is to like click Fake Out to stop Sucker Punches, at some point, Grassy Terrain would run out, and then that would mean no more priority Grassy Glide, and that's just a quick wicked blow into Rillaboom. So Emmanuel's going to take this game pretty... it was a little bit scary in the first part there, but...
A little dicey in the end.
Yeah, a little bit dicey in the end, but he pulled through, right? You have to wonder if it was a speed tie or not on the Fluttermane, but typically when they're both like different sets, it's pretty clear-cut, set in stone.
Yeah, they're usually not the exact same speed stat. And I'm thinking about, like, Tornadus did a little bit of chip damage to Ogre Pawn, and Gamora went down, and then Tornadus set Sunny Day, which didn't really do anything. So like Emmanuel basically won that game almost entirely off of the back two Pokemon.
Pretty interesting.
And so if you're Emmanuel, imagining, oh, well, what if I actually get to attack with either of those two Pokemon and get even more damage out? Like that would definitely help out. And so
what if he even lands a Bleak Wind Storm onto that Urshifu that time that it missed?
That makes it so much harder for Brooks. So I think I liked the approach that Brooks had of using leaning on the Ogre Pawn Wellspring. I think he probably wants something else to help deal the damage that he needs to, especially that Tornadus, because the Tornadus is the one thing that can threaten Ogre Pawn Wellspring with some pretty solid damage, even through the Terra Water and the Bleak Wind, the special defense boost. And the speed, not having the speed in the end was also not as helpful.
Yeah, I think Emmanuel's team is naturally speedier too, with that Fluttermane outspeeding Brooks's. Regardless of if Tailwind comes up, I think that Fluttermane is going to be quite a threat. But Gouging Fire is going to come in here. We've previously seen Entei, so it makes no sense why we don't see Gouging Fire now. It's a cool
Bigger
Pokemon.
Entei.
Yeah, big Entei. Big ancient Entei. I'm trying to think of something funny, but
Old Entei with a hat.
you know, this Ogerpon had missed some damage where it could have been really nice, but Howl can patch that up.
Certainly, and I think if Brooks is able to get a Howl onto this Ogerpon, then suddenly Horn Leech can be a really potent way of keeping this Ogerpon's health up, and that can help it, you know, sustain the damage that it needs to throughout this game. However, Emmanuel has nicely adjusted, saying, all right, well, if you're going to lean into this special defense boosted Ogerpon, I'm going to bring my really strong physical attacker. I'm going to bring Urshifu out in front to just Wicked Blow through any of those defense boosts and just do significant damage. And Tornadus didn't even set up Tailwind, didn't even do what it wants to do most often in that game one. So Emmanuel might be looking to set that Tailwind up a little bit earlier to contest this booster speed Gouging Fire, as we do have the Terastallization launch onto Ogerpon and another Terra on turn one into that Urshifu. So both sides looking to do even more damage.
Yeah, this Terra Dark Urshifu tore up Brooks' team. It went past the special defense boost of Ogerpon and allowed him to take control of that match. So it's no wonder that we're seeing it again here. Tornadus clicks Tailwind, obviously support this Urshifu Wicked Blow. Otherwise, we get outsped by these two offensive. Oh my gosh! What happened?
Wow!
Man!
So much damage from that Urshifu. I don't think Brooks expected that much damage from the Urshifu. That Terra Dark really pushing the numbers there. Gets that KO. Breaking Swipe. A little too little, too late. Gouging Fire. That's nice to lower the damage, but Wicked Blow just crits. It doesn't care, and Gouging Fire even takes some Rocky Helmet chip as a result. So things have gone from bad to worse from Brooks. Loses the Terra immediately, gets no value out of it, and has to try to claw back with the remaining 3 Pokemon. Not quite out, but certainly behind.
Yeah, honestly, if it weren't like Ogerpon taking that hit, if Urshifu had been led by Brooks, it's just the partner taking that Terra Dark Wicked Blow. That's a lot of damage, and that's not something that's mitigated by Breaking Swipe. Nothing that's mitigated by I don't even know if Rillaboom would be the nice answer here, because that's something that just gets ruined by Glamora and Tornadus with its Bleakwind Storm. The Tailwind wasn't even clicked in game one, and now that it was by Emmanuel, it's just, oh my gosh, it's out there spreading damage left and right. We see a close combat going to Brooks' Urshifu. Urshifu just having minus defenses. And
all right, there's the Bleakwind Storm, though. This is the wrong target, though. And Brooks really wanted that to miss the Urshifu so he could get another attack off with it. Urshifu instead just goes down, and Gouging Fire gets away scot-free with no damage, but these Heat Crashes really need to start doing a little bit more damage. That's a lot into Tornadus, but not quite enough for a knockout. I like the Gouging Fire adjustment. Well, I don't... It's going to be really hard because now Fluttermane is very much threatened by another Wicked Blow. These Dark-type attacks are so scary from Urshifu.
Yeah, where it was living a Sucker Punch, now it's got to contend with this Wicked Blow, which certainly is a knockout on it. Emmanuel had a really good adjustment with this Tornadus lead, and Urshifu Single Strike identifying it as something that just can start to tear apart with one-hit knockouts. It's pretty incredible.
Yeah, Bleakwind Storm even now with single target doing respectable damage to that Gouging Fire. Here's the Heat Crash, but Urshifu does not even go down to that, just barely survives. Salt in the wounds. Brooks very not happy with how that game panned out, where Urshifu just kind of went on a rampage, but what excellently played for Emmanuel, realizing, wait, what's stopping me from just clicking the Wicked Blow button over and over and over again? Because there's only one Dark Resist on Brooks' team, and it's his own Urshifu, which, hey, that's also weak to close combat.
Yeah, precisely. That was something. That was fast. That was fast. That was pretty tough. I don't know if Brooks has anything to answer with that Tornadus.
Yeah, the Tornadus is this format is just so offensive. Right, there's so many high damage Pokemon of different typings that you have to try to deal with. It's not like, oh, Urshifu is really strong, I'll just have a fairy type. Well, then Glamora shows up and utterly destroys you, right? And so this team pins you with a lot of really powerful offense. And to be fair, a lot of teams do. Any team that has Tornadus or Tailwind or Booster Speed Flutter can like pin you with such high amounts of damage. And so when things don't go your way, the game can end so quickly.
Yeah, on top of it, Emmanuel's team, it's a Tornadus offense team. We typically see them paired with Urshifu Water, but Urshifu Single Strike got around that problem that Ogerpon Wellspring seeks to patch up, right? Yeah. Ogerpon Wellspring could just say, hey, please heal me for a bit with my Water Absorb from the Surging Strikes, but Urshifu Single Strike, it just one-hit knocked out that Ogerpon Wellspring.
Nothing is immune to Dark-type attacks, and so Wicked Blow is just a very, very free click, and you'd be like, oh, well, what if Gouging Fire clicks burning bulwark and then can burn it doesn't burn the Urshifu. Urshifu just punches straight through the burning bulwark and says, I don't
what
care
a fun
about
and interactive Pokemon design.
It's very difficult for Brooks to position around it, because this team has a little bit more defensive integrity, right? Gouging Fire, Rillaboom, Ogerpon, all relatively bulky Pokemon that can take hits and dish them out very competently. But against the overwhelming offense that Emmanuel had, it was just Brooks just didn't get a foothold in that game in that game 2. Game 1 certainly a lot closer, but kind of a blowout in that game 2. I would have loved to see a game 3 to see how both players could adjust to that. But
well, you know what we could see. Perhaps an interview? Is that something that you would be interested in having?
We have the time to do it since that game was. How long did game 2 take? Was that like 4 turns?
2 turns, perhaps. It was pretty short.
It was Wicked Blow, Close Combat, Wicked Blow. Game was over, right?
Yeah, we didn't even see the back two.
Yeah, it was
yeah. So if we're back, it will be with Emmanuel. If not, it will be with the top cut, right?
Yep, top cut. We'll be back. We'll be going to top 4 after this. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly with some more action here in 88 Cardhouse.
And we're back. I am Mitchell. I'm joined here by Emmanuel, who I haven't met before, but he says he's been around in the Sacramento area, tearing it up in the VGC locals. So, Emmanuel, you want to just introduce yourself a little bit? Give us a little bit of background info?
So, I do this for research, actually, for Sacramento State. This is my thesis to write about esports. It's really just my passion to learn, like, the stories about competitors and really the motivations to play this game, because it's just like any other game to play, and really, like, everybody has a story to tell, and I'm here to tell that story.
Wait, so is this interview now switched? You're going to interview me?
Oh, no.
Okay,
So-
I'll make sure to keep the focus on you. But how about we talk about your... That is a cool thing. I'll leave back to that later. But let's talk about your team.
Right.
What decided to have you gambling in the Swiss rounds here? Was it from the Vegas regional? You saw that Porygon 2 Ice Beam freeze?
Yeah, I love Glamora so much.
Good
I think a
Pokemon.
lot of people call the 2-2-2 thing with the
Yep.
Dondozo, Fluttermane, Chiyu. I call this team 7-7-7 with the amount of gambling that we do.
All you do is win, right?
Yeah, we just hit the slots with Chiyu, and pray to God
Okay.
we get our money back.
That's cool. Most people stop right before their next big win, so
Yeah,
you're
exactly.
you
You gotta
probably
keep
tapped
going.
into that. I hope that the resistance allows you to make it into our top cut here, in
Thank
which
you.
you will be playing. But if not, there's still a challenge available to play in. So okay, Glamora is one of your favorites. Why is it one of your favorites?
I just really like the Meteor Beam move. It's really just like a fun move to just kind of bank your team off of, because if it does hit, I get a special attack boost, and I really pick up like a big KO that I'm not supposed to, like a lot of the times.
So you like having a bit of that rush, that adrenaline of like, oh, is this gonna work out? It's fun.
it
You have
puts a
3
lot of
games to
pressure.
play with. Yeah. Okay, so I do have to ask about this match. I am not gonna lie, it looked like it was just a game of even though you didn't set up the Tornadus in game 1 effectively, like it was still a matter of just getting your offensive pieces out. It was definitely pivotal that your Fluttermane outsped Brooks's.
Yeah, I definitely just kind of wanted to feel out the game, see what AV spreads are looking like for his Pokemon, but I just wanted to let Tornadus just kind of have his moment there, just because I knew they weren't going to get through him like in that immediate turn, so just let him kind of shine for a bit.
Yeah, it looked like maybe the battle was won in the team builder. I didn't think Brooks had the best answers into this offense. Maybe if he had like Urshifu Rapid Strike, because his Wellspring is there, but his Wellspring could not take that Terra Dark Wicked Blow very well, as we saw it get a one-hit knockout. That was I was surprised. I didn't know that was going to happen.
It's sometimes you don't pick it up, sometimes you do, but it's really just, again, how people spread their Ogerpon and a lot of the other Pokemon in this format. I think his Choice Specs Fluttermane showed that as well, living
true.
the Sucker Punch, and then but he couldn't take the Wicked Blow. So even though you can calc for some things, you can't calc for everything.
Right. I'm sure that's part of the fun for you, being unsure if it's going to get the KO, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let me ask a couple more questions about you. That is quite incredible that you're going to write this thesis. And I feel like I remember seeing that in our NorCal Discord, which could be plugged at some point. I don't know if we have the technology. But can you give me... So you're studying... What?
Oh, so my degree's in child development. I spin it to say that, like, this game is targeted towards teens.
Yeah, what are you saying about us? I'm just kidding.
All good things, I want
Okay.
I wanted to be something that grows more. We have seen so much growth recently. I think it was 766 competitors in Las
Yeah,
Vegas.
insane.
So it's insane to see some of these numbers grow, but at the same time, I want to be a safe space for everybody. I want them to, have the motivation to go out here and say, I can compete, and I'm fine being in these spaces because I just love to be here.
That's awesome. Then we have to have you around here more. So you're living out in the Sacramento area?
I bounce around. I live out in San Jose, but I do school in Sacramento.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. A lot of our locals are in the San Jose area, so I hope we get to see more of you, because that's a very
likewise.
like valorous kind of thing that you're doing, like very honorable. I don't know. I studied psychology myself, so I really feel for you. You want this. You want to see this thing grow. You want to do
Yes.
whatever you can for it. So maybe I'll have to check in with you later on in other interviews how it's going, and we can support you in any way. But I do have to ask, what is your DAW of choice?
What is it?
Like a digital audio workstation, like you're a Fruity Loops kind of person, or
Okay,
you're a music
yeah.
production, or
So I dabble a lot in music. I love to do it as a hobby. I use Ableton to begin to learn a lot of things, and then now I do Fruity Loops just because there's so many things to do, and
a lot of flexibility.
It feels like a video game sometimes, the way that you're making music, and it's just like I love just how it looks compared to Ableton.
Okay. Now tell me, do you think that your music choice influences the teams that you pick? Because you seem to be very like enthralled with the idea of like every match being super exciting. Do you think that's influenced by your music choice?
Definitely. I love hard offense just because it kind of does match the music of just very up tempo. I like to play very offensively.
How's your Spotify rap this year? Like, you gotta tell me some of the favorite things you're listening to. What's going on?
I think like around 30,000 minutes. My favorite artist is Rob Banks. he's Shaggy's son, the wasn't me kind of person. So that was yeah, he's my favorite rapper. He's
Okay. I'm not very familiar, but it sounds cool, enticing. I would give him a listen.
Yeah.
Any other like albums, artists, songs that you were really peeked into on this year?
Oh man, there's a bunch. I think probably my favorite out of this year has to be Destroy Lonely. He made I don't remember the name of the album, but it's just been replayed over and over and over again. I love the beat choice for it. I love just the way that he just sounds on those beats.
I see. It's awesome to hear your passion for these things too. Ableton is more of like a live production kind of DAW, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah.
That's for more of like if you're trying to do things live. Where Fruity Loops is just the jack of all trades. It's got everything there. Do you have any favorite plugins that you'd like to plug?
Oh no,
No.
I love just to play the piano, and I just love to just kind of see what I can do, kind of see what rolls I can make from there. But
So anything
yeah.
is a viable tool in this trade.
Anything. I just really like just a lot of different things. Percussion instruments, they're really fun to play around with, but
Yeah.
I'm not the best with putting them together, so I always have to have some help with my percussions a lot.
Do you have any favorite like a MIDI instrument? You have like I have like a APK Mark II
Oh,
Mini.
yeah, I have
that
an
one's like
APK
very
Mini.
yeah
Yeah,
very
that
nice.
one's
It's got
so
the 8
fun.
pads and it's got just a small half little keyboard right
Yeah,
there.
it's really fun.
Very compact, very nice to bring around. Is that your tool of trade? Do you like any other sorts of? You have any other technologies you can use?
No, not really. I just have my keyboard that plugs into it, and it's so much. Again, it's so
Yeah.
much easier on Ableton when you're doing that live music.
Yeah, it
because
is.
It's like I can switch the piano, I can do strings on a guitar, and it's all right there.
That's cool. I'm glad it's something that I could ask you many questions about. I guess the last question for you is if you plan on playing more often in the San Jose area.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I
Or
think
tournaments on the weekends.
Yeah, I love to just kind of be out here. You guys are amazing. I really
Awesome.
love to have conversations with you guys and just play Pokemon. It really just takes my mind off of just a lot of the monotonous work of just thesis work in graduate school. So
Oh, I
it's-
bet.
Yeah, I definitely want to come back out here again and kind of see.
We got another one. Then I guess the last question for you, because I don't want to hog too much of your time. Any final shout-outs, any final words for
Yeah,
anyone out there that may have been watching?
shoot,
Or we'll watch at a later date when you say
Yeah,
check
shout
this
out
out.
to my brother Enrique.
Aw.
He's my best friend, and he's the guy that I play this game with ever
Nice.
since I've been a child. So shout out to my big brother. Also my oldest brother. He used to play this game, but not as much as the other one. And then shout out to my mama and my dad for buying me Pokemon Sapphire to teach me how to read.
Oh, I hear that's pretty common, that Pokemon is used to teach reading skills. Like that's how people have learned English in that way.
Yeah, I was pretty stubborn. I didn't want to
Yeah?
learn a lot as a kid, but video
Then
games helped me learn.
what's your primary language then? if you Don't mind me asking.
It was English, but I did bilingual language in my household.
What's the other?
Spanish.
Spanish. Okay, I guess I had assumed the other language was your first, so that's my apologies. But,
Yeah.
Okay. This is cool stuff. Well, it was nice to get talking with you, Emmanuel.
thank you so
It's
much
been
for
real
having
and
me.
it's been fun. It's been a lot of fun seeing most of your moves connect, aside from the bleak windstorms. But that's part of this game. It's part of the love we have for it. So.
Right.
Next time I come back, it'll be with Zach, and we'll be spectating a round of Top Cut. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Top 4 here in Newark in the 88 Card Shop. My name is Zach. We're once again joined by Mitchell here, and we are jumping straight into the game. Andrew versus Alvin. Everyone, you can't forget Alvin's Como team, and we couldn't forget that exciting Game 1, Round 1 we saw today with Andrew Briseño. He's got the Ursaluna and the Cresselia and Urshifu, the other bear, and the Como and Ogerpon lead for Alvin.
Yeah, this is very exciting stuff because this Komodo, as we saw before, was super pivotal in getting those Clanorus scales up, or Clanorus souls up, and then the Comfey copying it. But Andrew has seen this song and dance before. I mean, Alvin was on stream, so Andrew's got to be thinking about this very carefully. And he did have time to prepare in between last round of Swiss and Top Cut here. So we're seeing the game plan from Andrew involve Cresselia. I don't know if he's going to set up Trick Room with this Urshifu on the field, but Urshifu is probably slower than this Ogerpon and most certainly slower than the Komodo.
Right. Cresselia is pretty nice into this Como because it is a Terra Fairy and has Moonblast as well. But we are going to see close combat immediately into this Ogerpon Cornerstone, dropping it down to its sturdy, that singular hit point left. And we'll see Como go for a Clangorous Soul next here, boosting all of its stats, that attack, defense, special attack, and special defense, and speed, most importantly, as well as activating that Throat Spray to get another boost to its special attack. So very, very threatening. Might have to give up the Cornerstone Ogerpon to get all these boosts off, but that's probably fine with Alvin, as the Moonblast does KO this Ogerpon. So trade Ogerpon for all the boosts in the world on Como-O.
You know, this was a pretty cool play, though, because I wasn't sure about Urshifu's speed stat compared to Komodo, but with that +1 speed,
certainly fast.
We have to be thinking that Andrew's probably considering Trick Room now. It wouldn't stop Comfey's priority increased
rampage.
Yeah, like rampage of kissing things, but you know, he'll definitely get the Trick Room up if he desires. We don't see any offensive threats, any offensive like behemoths in the back. Like
there's no Ursaluna.
Yeah, no Ursaluna. So
no Fluttermane.
Just Incineroar and Ogerpon Wellspring, a bit of a supportive cast. Andrew was gonna have to bank on getting his damage somehow into this Comfey, but without Ursaluna, I wonder how he's gonna do it.
Yeah, now Alvin's probably looking to get a Psych Up off to copy all of those stat boosts that Como has accumulated thus far and make Comfey this absolute monster to get rid of. And Dark Urshifu realizes, yeah, my work is done. I have no business dealing with this Comfey, and so we'll be switching out as the Ogerpon on. Oh god, Ogerpon Wellspring comes onto the field, and Alvin saying, you know what, 1+1 Omni Boost, everything not enough. Let me get another one here, and it kind of makes sense because the only cost is Komo's health, which Comfey can heal pretty readily with a floral healing, and we'll be going for that Psych Up. So now Comfey is +2 in all of its stats and +3 in special attack, and can just heal up this Como as well. This is extremely scary.
I'm scared for Andrew.
Alvin has not done any damage except to himself, but I'm pretty sure that's going to change very quickly.
Yeah, I want to see this Ogerpon start getting some critical hits to put Andrew back in a safe space. Ivy Cudgel does have that increased crit chance, which could allow it to sneak in a cheeky knockout here and there. And you can see it being Helping Hand boosted, doing a lot of damage as well. But
+2 defense, and Comfey's a reasonable, like, you can make it bulky enough to take these attacks. But Andrew's going to be looking to find all the damage that he can with a Terra Water on the Ogerpon.
Yeah, so we're seeing the Terra Water go out. It's going to increase the special defense, which is pretty good against two special attackers, especially one with, 3 stages of increased special attack on both the Como and the Comfey. I'm a little scared, right?
Como deciding doesn't want to fall victim to a potential Moonblast on this turn and goes for the Terra Steel in order to basically shrug off those Moonblasts. I don't think they're going to be barely moving the needle here, but Cresselia not falling for that, goes for a Helping Hand instead to help out its buddy Ogerpon here, as Comfey goes for the floral healing into that Como-O. +2 in all of its stats, heals nearly back up to full. Let's see how much this Ivy Cudgel can do and what the target is. It is going to be into that Comfey, but that +2 defense
that's a lot of damage.
Still does a fair chunk of damage, but this Clanging Scale is also massive damage. These are some of the specially bulkiest Pokemon you can see, and Como is two-shotting both of them.
We have a game. Andrew does have a chance to get a knockout on maybe definitely the Comfey if he just launches that same Helping Hand Ivy Cudgel. Comfey could heal up with the draining kiss.
Surely would be, right?
Yeah.
Like, why would it need to do anything else? Komo's already like nearly full health. And Comfey can just kind of go to town and start smooching all these Pokemon, and whether they like it or not, don't try that at home.
If there's another Claning Scales that goes off, that would reduce Komo's damage defense stat a little bit more,
That's
and maybe
true.
allow this close combat from Urshifu to deal the damage required to knock it out. The speed stat is something to worry about. It would have to be under Trick Room. You're seeing a Spiky Shield come out here. Kind of an interesting play, a little bit more passive. Oh, and the Draining Kiss is read into the Cresselia, so that might bump it over into the case where...
That's a lot.
Wow, that's a lot of damage. Cresselia has a lot of HP.
Yeah, Cresselia has a lot of health, and Lunar Blessing is a nice play here. So healing up that Ogerpon, realizing if it can just get enough health as Ogerpon can stomach these attacks reasonably well, but these Clanging Scales are just doing so much. So Cresselia most likely going to fall to this attack. Yep, just barely gets there. Como now down to neutral defense and boosted all of its other stats, but Trick Room is still up.
I think that's what you'd want if you're Andrew, because that allows Urshifu to come in and launch a really nice close combat into this Komo. The Comfey is unable to one-hit knock out this Urshifu thanks to its Focus Sash choice of held item, so it's not over for Andrew. A critical hit would be very nice onto this Comfey, but you gotta do what you gotta do. We're gonna have to see what happens here.
Yeah, and Como kind of wishing it hadn't terrestrialized at this point, because there was never a Moonblast that went into that slot, and so it would have been pretty safe to... if it was just a fighting type, it would have been able to take these Wicked Blows pretty comfortably, as well as resist the water attacks from Wellspring Ogerpon and the grass ones. And so Terra Steel kind of coming back to bite Alvin a little bit here and might fall victim to just a Wicked Blow or a close combat. But at this point, it's like, all right, the baton has been traded to the Comfey to be the actual raid boss to deal with all these boosted stats and these pretty strong dazzling, or not, draining kisses. And if Comfey ever gets low, it can just Draining Kiss Urshifu and deal a million damage. And just decides to do that right now to heal all the way back up and proc that Focus Sash. So one more Draining Kiss and Urshifu is out of here.
Yeah. Luckily, if it were to Draining Kiss the Urshifu in the later turns, it'd only get back 1 health point.
Yeah.
So a blessing in disguise, perhaps. No critical hit here in this Comfey. Took that Ivy Cudgel very, very convincingly. Mo did not take this close combat convincingly. No. Yeah.
Not surprised by that one. So there will be a trade of the Como finally getting KO'd here, but the stats are still on the field. The memory of Como's vigorous dancing has not left, is remembered by Comfey as it Draining Kisses everything into oblivion. And now Alvin forced into the 4th and final Pokemon, that beautiful, shiny blue and black Chi-Yu hitting the field. We didn't get to see it in the game he played on stream prior, but now it will be boosting the damage of these Draining Kisses even more.
Yeah, if you thought these kisses were a little bit on the just little smoochy side, now they're just a devastating, just absolute smunch of a kiss. This Chi-Yu, it is blue, so that means it's fire type. It
obviously
is weak to the Ivy Cudgel here, but I don't know if that's necessarily the biggest threat. Maybe Comfey is the biggest threat to Andrew at this point. And Andrew decided that Urshifu had done its job yet again. Let's retreat it and get our little Roaring Kitty in here.
Yep, Incineroar landing onto the field for a meaningless Intimidate, but the fake out pressure in the next turn will be pretty helpful. Draining Kiss doing a little bit less than half to this Incineroar, even with that all these boosts and the Beads of Ruin.
I wonder if it might have been better to allow Urshifu to take that 1 HP damage, right? Any damage against Comfey can add up, and it certainly did a lot to Incineroar. His Dark Pulse does a lot to Wellspring as well, despite that special defense boost.
And now the Twisted Dimensions have faded away, which is very important, which means Comfey can now go for a Draining Kiss before Incineroar goes for Fake Out. They are the same priority, so it's whoever is the naturally faster Pokemon. So in Trick Room, Incineroar would have been able to Fake Out Comfey, but now that Trick Room has expired, Comfey will be unfake outable, provided it tries to go for a Draining Kiss here, which that's its only attack. That's the thing it wants to do. It doesn't need to go for Floral Healing on anything. It can just start smooching away again.
So it all comes down to this, whether Alvin allows himself to take an Ivy Cudgel critical hit. Alvin going for a very, tried and true method of double protect on the fake out. Nothing's going to be lost here. The only thing that Andrew could have done to punish this is maybe Horn Leech himself. I guess that could have been a cool play.
Yeah.
Switch in Urshifu, Horn Leech himself, get back in the fake out pressure. Would have been cool. But we're here now. This is this situation. Ivy Cudgel is still gonna need to critical hit this Comfey in order to take it. And Comfey is in a spot where it could just heal up out of the range, just because Incineroar took a lot of damage.
Incineroar did take a lot, but there could be a double up into that Incineroar slot as well. This Chi-Yu does have Focus Sash, so it doesn't have to worry about a single attack from this Ogerpon getting the KO. And yeah, like I even resisted attacks from Chi-Yu will be able to do the minimal amount of damage to bring Incineroar into the Draining Kiss range. And one other thing to note is that Draining Kiss, despite being a special attack, is a contact move, and so it will take recoil damage if it does attack into a spiky shield, which could play an important role in this game should Comfey get a little bit lower, but these Draining Kisses are going to ensure that that doesn't happen easily.
You know, that makes sense that it's contact. Otherwise, Comfey would be one of the most broken Pokemon we've ever seen.
Yeah, it'd be so strong.
Yeah.
Incineroar does get to heal up with the berry, though, so not the greatest sequencing of attacks here, as it might be able to survive a potential Dark Pulse, but this Chi-Yu is actually faster than the Ogerpon and gets the KO with that Dark Pulse, and so now there's really no clear answer to this Comfey. Incineroar is going to maybe have to get a critical hit with the Flare Blitz if it decides to go for it. Here is the Flare Blitz. Is it enough? I don't even know if a critical hit would have been enough.
Yeah, this is pretty well played by Alvin. He positioned himself well enough not to just psych up a 1 Clanger Soul, but 2.
Yeah, he may have looked at that and thought, okay, that's maybe a little bit greedy, but I think it was what he needed to go for, and he didn't have a good reason not to. And now Comfey has 2 kisses away, and it will be claiming this victory here. Chi-Yu also having a good time, but it's really Comfey's the star of the show, and the Beads of Ruin are certainly helping. And Andrew coming a little bit back to the drawing board. I definitely had a game plan going into this, but I think a little not quite seeing exactly how this team would play out in practice, and I don't blame him.
Yeah, this is not something you really prepare for. In fact, it's not even something that Alvin prepared for. He told me that he had made this team this morning. You know, sometimes inspiration strikes when you least expect it to.
The shower thought, he's like, wait, Comfey can beat Raging Bolt and Dark Urshifu and regular Urshifu and Chain Power.
It's a very obvious one. Yeah, Comfey making its mark here in these matchups.
Yeah, undefeated.
Undefeated, yeah. It makes me wonder how strong Comfey is into every other team out here. I wonder how the rest of Alvin's matchups were, but if we get an interview, we'll get there. Yeah, Incineroar going to be knocked out by this Dark Pulse from Chi-Yu, and it's just Urshifu left to get a bit of a kiss, perhaps.
Yep, Urshifu really not enjoying its friend, Comfey, giving it a little a peck on the wherever it decides to, but that will be certainly the end of game 1 here, and so if you are Andrew, how do you adjust?
I thought that with Cresselia being in the lead, that indicates an Urshifu coming to sweep in.
Or Ursaluna, right?
Ursaluna, yeah. Sorry. Good choice.
The other
because
bear.
The Moonblast there was enough to want to make Alvin Terra Steel.
Yes.
And then if you Terra Steel, then Earthquake can come in and deal massive amounts of damage. There's even a Swords Dance on this Ursaluna, so if he's able to protect it well enough with some combination of, I don't know, like Ogerpon Follow Me, or like Incineroar Fake Out.
That'd be hard.
Yeah, I don't know, but that could deal the damage that was required in this matchup, because time and time again, we saw Andrew going for the correct play of trying to critical hit that Ivy Cudgel and just came up short every single time. It was really unfortunate. I guess there was also that turn which could have allowed him to have another Ivy Cudgel crit chance if he had done the play of like bringing in his Urshifu, knocking himself out, bringing back in Fake Out support. Alvin went for that try and shoot double protect, and that's a really hard play to capitalize on. But we saw that Chi-Yu outspeed Ogerpon Wellspring as well, so I don't even think it was a roll. That was just the solid damage that Chi-Yu can provide.
Yeah, Chi-Yu's quite a powerful Pokemon. We don't see it as much in this format as we did in prior formats in Scarlet and Violet, but still certainly can make its mark with that Beads of Ruin ability buffing up not only itself, but Como and the Comfey, as well as a Torkoal. We haven't even talked about Torkoal. I think part of the reason maybe Andrew was a little reticent to go for the Ursaluna Trick Room mode is that Bronzong is kind of a hard wall to that, makes it really hard to break through.
Jeez.
And the Torkoal, and so maybe Andrew's going to say, all right, I'm going to hard predict you're not going to bring those two again. Then Ursaluna looks a lot more appealing. Still has some roadblocks, like Comfey or Ogerpon Cornerstone still has Sturdy that can be annoying. The Comfey can still, if it gets enough defense boost, it can trade pretty favorably with Ursaluna. So we'll have to see, but that's an option.
It's almost as if Alvin had crafted this team for the local meta this morning.
Maybe we'll have to see.
Yeah,
but we do see the Bronzong. The bell tolls for Bronzong here, and it is immediately not enjoying the position it was in, thanks to the Urshifu and Fluttermane lead from Andrew. But Follow Me plus Trick Room is an option.
Yeah. This Flutter Mane does have access to the choice spec, so it's going to be pumping out a lot of damage. There's even a Parasong as a tech option on it, which is really cool. That fourth move on choice specs Flutter Mane is oftentimes just open for debate. There's a lot of things that can happen there, and I think one thing that allows this Komodo and Comfey to go down is Parasong. We're seeing it right now.
Yeah, these are not the targets you might want to Parasong, like that Komodo or the Comfey, but even if you wanted to, this Komodo is soundproof. You cannot Parasong this guy. But Bronzong will be able to set up a Trick Room thanks to Ogerpon clicking that Follow Me button, redirecting a super effective Wicked Blow, as the Perish count will count down on all 3, and it's 3 turns left for all these Pokemon before they get knocked out to that deafening song.
Yeah, I was going to say Incineroar seems like a pretty good switch in here for Flutter Mane. I don't think Andrew wants to give up his Flutter Mane for free to a Gyro Ball.
Probably not.
Yeah, so the next best play is to just switch it out and stall out a turn. It actually works out in Andrew's benefit that Trick Room's up, because that allows his Urshifu to outspeed this Ogerpon Cornerstone in the Twisted Dimension. So I don't think Alvin necessarily walked into this one, but he certainly has a plan, and I don't know if that plan is setting up Komodo, given he didn't lead it. Right?
Yeah,
he might have been a little bit worried about this Parasong tech, but Komodo does have soundproof, so it is immune to it.
Yeah, Komodo does have soundproof, and Comfey is like a perfect switch in if you think that Urshifu is going to go for another Wicked Blow into that slot. Comfey will take that with glee and break the Focus Sash thanks to the Rocky Helmet held item. Incineroar, as you mentioned, also a great switch in to prevent Bronzong's Gyro Ball from swiftly removing Flutter Mane from the field. Also, Flutter Mane doesn't want to click Gyro Ball again, or Parasong again, but calls it with the Body Press. A nice little prediction there, gets some nice damage onto Incineroar, but that costs Bronzong its time on the field with that big Wicked
Bell
Blow.
has tolled.
The bell is tolled for Bronzong, and it is out of here in this game 2. Might have to see it in a game 3, as the Parasong only counting down for Urshifu, so has 2 more turns before it gets KO'd here. But Torkoal, so Alvin did a complete switch up here, going for the Trick Room mode, expecting Andrew to go for the Ursaluna Trick Room mode of his own, has the slower Trick Room mode, but Bronzong is removed, but Torkoal can now go for some big eruptions on this turn. Does have Charcoal, it's not the choice specs we've seen previously, but can go for some pretty big damage and, erupt, but Incineroar also has Fake Out pressure on this turn.
Yeah, what a play with that Body Press. That was a Flutter Mane that was in there. It looked like they both had read each other, right? There's Wicked Blow into the Bronzong, Body Press it to the Incineroar.
Yep, Torkoal in this turn will be committing the Terra Fire now in order to boost up that damage. There could be, of course, a Fake Out into that slot, so we'll have to see if that happens. It is. There's the Fake Out. So Torkoal all revved up. We're nowhere to go, but here's a big Draining Kiss into that Urshifu, bring it down once again to that Focus Sash. Would have loved to switch in on that Wicked Blow to break it, the Focus Sash with a Rocky Helmet, but not to be this time. Big Wicked Blow once again into Torkoal on this turn. So Torkoal loses about 60% of its health, so Eruption kind of off the table, and the only other offensive move this Torkoal has is an Overheat, which Overheat, Terrifier, Charcoal in the sun, maybe that's enough to get this Incineroar for this point, maybe even with a with a Draining Kiss follow-up with this Comfey. Really interesting choice, and I like the Draining Kiss Comfey with a Trick Room team, because Comfey does not care what Trick Room, Tailwind, Icy Wind, whatever. Right. It's going first. Eruption
could still be on the table because of this floral healing. That could allow it to,
so right.
It would come up to maybe 75% health. Incineroar would take another Eruption kind of well, but this Urshifu would still not appreciate it.
So right. I forgot about the floral healing up the Torkoal before the Eruption goes for it. But there's the Sucker Punch, bringing it almost right back down with the critical hit.
Was that Wicked Blow or Sucker Punch? I don't know.
Who can say? Either way, that is Urshifu's final Sucker Punch for this game, final attack, as it does get KO'd. So the spread move of Eruption still worth it there, but what does Incineroar do in retaliation? It does have a Sun-boosted Flare Blitz it could go for to really put the hurt onto this Comfey, and then Torkoal's lifeline of healing might be all gone here, but it's just a knockoff into Torkoal. Does some respectable damage, but not quite enough to bring it into the red, but removes the Charcoal, so there's no damage boost that way. Alvin's resources are being slowly dwindled away. Andrew still has quite a lot left. That was a lot of resources it took to just get rid of that Urshifu.
Trick Room is still up for a turn, however, so I wonder how much Eruption would do to... It wouldn't one-hit knockout the Flutter Mane, but it'd still do a lot to make maybe Comfey pick up the knockout with a Draining Kiss. However, this Draining Kiss isn't going to be boosted. Without the
No.
Terra Fairy, it's not going to boost the base power of the otherwise lowly base power Draining Kiss. So maybe Flutter Mane's able to hang out with the proverbial big dogs here. I wonder how much Flare Blitz would do in the sun.
Is Flutter Mane not a big dog?
It's a big bee? I don't know.
I don't think it's a B.
Mosquito.
I don't know about that one. Comfey will be leaving the field at this point. Ogre Pawn is the Pokemon to switch in at the very low health it has right now. And Torkoal, interestingly, going for a Protect. So Alvin looking to potentially see what this Flutter Mane decides to lock into. Incineroar goes for a Flare Blitz and KOs that Ogre Pawn. And certainly that Flare Blitz was looking to KO the Comfey. With the Sun Boost, it would do quite a lot of damage. And the recoil damage is appreciated just a little bit. And Flutter Mane decides to lock into Shadow Ball, and now Alvin knows, okay, it wasn't Moonblast, it is now Shadow Ball. So Torkoal is certainly under threat. But that is the final turn of Trick Room. And so it's going to kind of be all on Comfey to deal with this. But in the way that Comfey can help Torkoal do more damage, Torkoal can help Comfey do a little bit more damage with the Helping Hand.
Yeah, that is an interesting choice. I wonder if Alvin's locking it in. He's going for the Helping Hand Draining Kiss.
He's like, I don't think Torkoal can accomplish much else in this game. Let's have to find out. Helping Hand. Whoa! What?
Perhaps
Draining Kiss?
Alvin just is counting down his time. I mean, look, this position looked pretty difficult to win too.
Yeah.
I think maybe Alvin was just giving us a run for his money.
Yeah, a little jab at the Torkoal. Comfey helping out, giving a nice kiss of appreciation to that Torkoal for all its hard work.
We get to see this Flare Blitz damage do, wow, 80%.
Okay, that's good to know. I think Alvin probably appreciated knowing how much the Sun Boosted Flare Blitz does to Comfey, which is a lot, but not a one-hit KO, which is very important. So once you get maybe Comfey gets a Clanger Soul boost after it psychs it up, then maybe it can survive 2 of them in the sun. We'll have to see. There's the Draining Kiss, not quite enough to get Incineroar. So this is part of the reason why we don't see Comfey all the time, is because Draining Kiss, fairly weak move. Comfey, not the strongest Pokemon, as it does get KO'd by the Shadow Ball, and you really need to boost the damage by some amount, right? That's why Como has Clanger Soul and Comfey has the Psych Up. If you take those boosts, then suddenly Comfey's doing a lot more respectable damage, as well as the Terra Fairy, right? This Comfey's all in on damage with that Terra Fairy, but felt the need to put it onto the Torkoal instead in this game.
This Trick Room mode looked pretty convincing, but it didn't leave quite the mark it wanted to. This Torkoal wasn't able to power through that Incineroar, and it's not like Comfey can either. I don't even think switching the Terra Fire off of Torkoal and putting the Terra Fairy onto Comfey would have been what he needed to do to get through that Incineroar.
I don't know if that moves the needle quite enough.
Yeah, the body press was there, but Bronzong was not after the second turn.
It was a good call, but I think the Trick Room was just not as potent as Alvin might have hoped it was. Like, it's just hard for Eruption Torkoal to break through Cresselia, Incineroar, and Focus Edge Dark Urshifu, and the
maybe a Terra Water Ogre,
and the Terra Water Ogre Pond. Like, it's just a tall ask for Torkoal to do all of that.
Yeah.
And Bronzong didn't have enough turns on the field to really do a whole lot, but at this point, it's the awkward situation of does Andrew say, all right, there's no way that Trick Room mode did not work. Is now the time for Ursaluna?
Yeah. I think maybe that's what Alvin was trying to do. He's trying to catch that Ursaluna, and Andrew just stuck by his original game plan. Said, I don't think Ursaluna is the call just yet. I didn't think it was game 1. Perhaps Alvin switches it up. Alvin is up a game. He can feel free to experiment
Not anymore. It's tied 1-1 now.
He's just trying to experiment a little bit more. Okay, Alvin decides that Ochre Punk Moho is the lead of choice, so going back to the tried and true follow me, Clanger Soul perhaps. See Flutter Mane and Dave take the field for Andrew as 2 really strong attackers, 2 things that can help start to threaten this Komodo and maybe force it to Terra early.
Yep, and this is the classic game 3 adjustment of both players leading with what brought them a win in their prior games. But this Choice Specs Flutter Mane is very threatening, with the Dazzling Gleam in particular, because you cannot follow me that away. And so that is going to kind of force Como to either go for a Terrestrialization or switch out. And you can't really protect safely to see what this Flutter Mane locks into, because Urshifu will just Wicked Blow straight through that. And so definitely puts Alvin in a little bit of a bind immediately. And we see his response to that is to commit the Terra Steel on Como turn 1.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bit scared. I think I saw Parasong be locked in here, and according to my calculations, the soundproof Komodo is not going to be affected by Parasong. Yeah.
So there's that Parasong. So Fluttermane, with the choice specs, all the damage in the world, decides instead to go for the Parasong. And Andrew, certainly, as we can see his reaction, did not recognize that was on the team sheet. Como has 3 different abilities that are all pretty good, so you have to always check which one is it. And Andrew getting punished there, goes for Parasong. Como completely soundproof to that, does not care in the slightest. And now, the really nice thing, Fluttermane's not doing any damage.
Yeah, this allows Ogerpon Cornerstone to leverage its fast speed and hit this Urshifu if it would like, and break that focus sash that could otherwise give Alvin some trouble. This Fluttermane probably should switch out here, should it? There's also the point where Alvin could switch into his Comfey to start getting the Cyclops off, and that might be victim to first, right?
Yeah, and it's this awkward situation. Like, do you want to switch Fluttermane out? Like, that's the most obvious thing, but then something has to potentially eat a big clanging scales, which is not great. Which also, does Alvin want to go for clanging scales? Because the other awkward thing is if you go for clanging scales, then you drop your defense, and then Comfey then copies a lower defense. It doesn't copy a defense boost, which it really appreciates in the face of things like the Incineroar and the Ogerpon in the back. So still an awkward situation. There's also the Sucker Punch mind games between Ogerpon and not. But the simple, Andrew goes for the simple option of just switch out Fluttermane. Don't want to keep that on the field any longer, and Incineroar instead will be the Pokemon to switch in.
This is a good choice as it allows Fake Out to be on the board for Andrew and help him defeat this 1 HP Ogerpon and allow him to maybe, I don't know, punch through or protect. This close combat could be devastating damage to the Komodo, especially if Follow Me is able to be stopped with Fake Out. Alvin decides that Follow Me is the best way that he protect his Komodo, and he clicks Clanging Scales, so he is down to start spreading some damage.
Oh, Lord, that is so much damage into the Incineroar. One more will get the KO, or at least it would, if not for that Citrus Berry. Really nice item choice. Going to be super helpful here, as Ogerpon and Urshifu both have Perish Counter set to 2, so they're going to be switched out forcibly in 2 turns if they don't by their own volition.
Yeah, this is actually really nice because Andrew is forcing this Komodo to either do damage or switch out. Comfey could take a close combat fairly well, and then I wonder what the position would be for Alvin. I don't think the position would be too bad if it's just Comfey coming in against the Urshifu. That is, the single strike, but it's not going to be boosted.
Yeah, Alvin could just say, all right, I'm just going to click Follow Me Clanging Scales again. You can't fake out both. If you fake out Como, then I don't do damage, but I get Comfey in for free, and if you fake out Ogerpon, then I get a Clanging Scales off. And well, that's actually not that great, because then this close combat can go into that Urshifu, and we do see that is going to be what happens. But maybe Como can do the damage. Maybe Comfey can do enough without it. Here's the
2 Clanging Scales means
all the damage.
1 drop of defense.
We have 1 drop, but I think Como is probably going to go down to this close combat or Wicked Blow. Either way, this will get the KO. So double knockout here for Andrew. However, that is a lot of damage dealt to important Pokemon on Alvin's side, and that little bit of damage, Comfey can easily clean that up even without any boosts.
Yeah, maybe if it's supported by a Chi-Yu in the back.
A Chi-Yu as well.
Yeah, and Chi-Yu, as we saw, it outsped the Ogerpon Wellspring on Andrew's side. So if Wellspring is one of those mons, I didn't catch if it was for Andrew, then that could be a little bit worrisome. And we do see Chi-Yu hit the field for Alvin. Alvin deciding that the blue fire-type fish is his best way out to support this Comfey.
Yep, Comfey and Chi-Yu are back here, and they're going to be what Alvin needs to punch his ticket to the finals here, as he has to fight through not only the Pokemon on the field, but the 2 full health Pokemon in the back, that Choice Specs Fluttermane and the Ogerpon Wellspring that we did see. And so if you're Alvin, this is a pretty straightforward, just Draining Kiss the Urshifu and Dark Pulse the Incineroar. Nothing too wrong, nothing can go bad that way. And that's, I think, probably what we're going to be seeing here, is Urshifu does go down to 1 little peck from that.
If anything, things go right here. This is a double knockout. So it is truly a match of who's got the better 2 Pokemon.
2v2 now. We've got, and Terra has been expended for Alvin, but not for Andrew. So Andrew still has the option to go for the Terra Water on that Ogerpon Wellspring, which will be very important, very useful in front of these 2 Pokemon. And so I think Andrew's definitely got more momentum here than Alvin. Just didn't quite get enough value out of that that Como-O. Did a lot of damage, but didn't get any knockouts and didn't stop damage into that Como-O later. So Alvin a little bit back up against the wall, but still not quite over yet.
Yeah, this Dazzling Gleam is going to ensure that multiple targets are hit, and it would break the sash of the Chiyu, and perhaps Fluttermane can come in later and deal with it. There's a wide variety of plays that Alvin can do, but essentially he might need to protect that Chiyu and hope that he could somehow deal a lot of damage with this Comfey in order to break through these two full health Pokemon, and surely one's going to get a special defense boost.
Yeah,
it's a pretty precarious situation.
Yeah, Alvin still has hope because he can critical hit through that special defense boost, as well as Dark Pulse flinches are options, as well as Heat Wave burns. So Alvin has to get a little bit lucky to make it through here, but still has the option, still has the potential to do so, as Ogerpon very clear, straightforwardly goes for that terrestrialization, no real reason not to, and Chiyu wants nothing to do with any of these powerful attacks. And Comfey goes for Draining Kiss, time to chip away that Fluttermane. That's 30 health, a couple more of those, and we'll eventually get there. As Fluttermane shows Dazzling Gleam as the lock here, just to spread some indiscriminate damage. And man, with the Choice Specs and the Beads of Ruin, that is so much damage into Comfey. And this follow-up with the Ivy Cudgel will KO Comfey. So now a 1v1, and Chiyu has a whole lot of work to do.
Yeah, I know the Dazzling Gleam was the locked move of choice, but it still does a lot. It does enough that it needs to do.
Especially with Beads of Ruin.
Yeah, well, Beads of Ruin doesn't work on the Chiyu.
No, but into the Comfey, it was just doing so much to Comfey.
I see what you mean. I mean, right now, this Dazzling Gleam does a lot to Chiyu. Overheat is going to do a lot back.
Yep, there's
one
the
hit
overheat.
knockout.
KO's the Fluttermane, so there's still maybe a chance if Alvin had protected things the other way around, gone for an overheat into Fluttermane and gone for a protect on the Comfey, then maybe that could have been the way through it, but as it stands, that will be Andrew defeating the undefeated, invincible Comfey Como-O team from Alvin and bringing himself into the finals. We started the stream with Andrew's win, and we might end the stream with another Andrew Ursaluna win.
It's a good day if your name is Andrew B. It's a good day. It's a good day. That was pretty well piloted, despite the erroneous Parasong. We
still worked.
Andrew visibly put his hands to his head and said, "Oh no." Yeah,
bounce back.
Bounce back. That was pretty good. In fact, it maybe it put enough pressure on the rest of Alvin's team to. He would have to put himself into a position of taking damage. Who knows if Alvin had switched his Comfey in for Como to take that close combat, what the game would have been like. But the resources were already spent. A Throat Spray was already gone, and a lot of HP was reduced on Como. It was only a matter of time before little could be accomplished, perhaps.
Yeah, I think so. It was very... The lead was just really rough, where Alvin just doesn't have things that are that fast. He really relies on Como getting boosted or Comfey using priority moves. And so against the Choice Specs Fluttermane and Urshifu just with a Focus Sash, it's really hard to stop just a lot of damage being done. And that's exactly what we saw. Alvin was just taking too much damage too quickly in that game 3, and Andrew was able to use that very expertly and carve out enough of an advantage to close it out with that Fluttermane. In the end, he didn't even need to attack with Fluttermane. Just Urshifu itself was just so strong. But Fluttermane
very devastating.
Prompted the terrestrialization once again out of
That's
Como.
all you need sometimes.
Yeah.
That's all you need. You say, "Hey, please spend that resource," and the other player hopefully agrees. Maybe they don't. But speaking of closing out, we're going to have to close out this moment as we get ready for finals.
Finals, yeah, we'll be starting in just a moment. We've got both our players ready, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a quick break for finals in just a moment. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are in the finals. We just saw Andrew defeat the undefeatable Como and Comfey team, and now he's going to be going up against the Titan that was Emmanuel that we saw in the last round of Swiss, and they are in team preview, so let's talk about these teams. What is this matchup going to be like?
Well, it looks like a casino-based team versus a more Ursaluna, Cressaluna, Cresselia, moon
Trick Room
cake
team.
shaped team. Yeah, there's a lot of moon-based themes going on for that team. Even a Fluttermane. Right?
Yeah, there's all these. It has Moon Blast. Coincidence? I think not.
I think not.
I think Trick Room is going to be a very high priority target for Andrew to go for. Getting that Trick Room to flip these high-speed Pokemon naturally on their head, so Ursaluna can just say, hey, you go down to Facade, go down to Earthquake.
There's no taunt on Emmanuel's side either to stop it. There's no Incineroar to stop it with like a fake out Intimidate. In fact, everything just gets pummeled except for maybe the Fluttermane being immune to Facade and the Tornadus being immune to Earthquake.
Yeah, so there's some defensive options, but it looks like Emmanuel's going to be looking to muscle through a potential Trick Room setup, but we're not seeing that quite yet. Another option that Andrew certainly has that we saw Brooks employ against Emmanuel on stream earlier is that Wellspring Ogerpon. If it can Terra Water, it can do a lot of damage and take the special attacks that Emmanuel's team is throwing out pretty competently with that special defense boost.
You know, it could be kind of cool if Toxic Spikes comes up here onto Andrew's side, because that would instantly activate the Guts boost for Ursaluna.
Yeah,
you wouldn't have to spend a turn clicking Protect. I mean, I don't know if that's like his... That's definitely not Andrew's strategy going in, like, oh, let me proc the, you know, the spikes coming up here, but it's something that can happen. Emmanuel decides to go for 2 spiky shields. If one wasn't enough, well, now we have 2 just to block this fake out and see if there was maybe like a Terra Water coming out from Andrew.
Yeah, no Terra Water, which is kind of smart. There's a bit of a pin that Emmanuel's put on this Ogerpon Wellspring. If you Terra Water to take the attacks from the Glamora very well, then you are now weak to the grass-type attacks from Emmanuel's own Ogerpon. So not as big of a threat thanks to that Intimidate from the Incineroar. However, Emmanuel's still threatening quite a lot of damages. This Glamora is so threatening. Meteor Beam is just such a strong move, and it'll absolutely blow up Incineroar if it ever gets hit by it.
And Andrew identified that, and Incineroar is probably pivotal, so he pulls in, a good switch into the Ursaluna. Its ground type would allow it to resist this rock-type Meteor Beam. You see the Terrestrialization come out onto this Glamora to protect it from the Ivy Cudgel from Ogerpon, even though Horn Leech, that's just a secondary effect, right? We don't want to be Ivy Cudgel creative for Emmanuel. Ooh, the Horn Leech comes out into Andrew's Ogerpon, and the Horn Leech comes back out into Emmanuel's Ogerpon, so a bit of a tit for tat, I believe that's the phrasing. Yeah. Meteor Beam starts to charge up, and we're going to see if it connects onto Ursaluna.
Right, this is still going to do a pretty sizable chunk to this Ursaluna. Respectable, given the fact that it does resist it, and Ursaluna is quite a bulky Pokemon. If it connects, it's a big if. It does not connect. This is part of the reason why this is called the Casino team. These moves have a propensity to miss when you need them most. So Ursaluna comes in scot-free. However, Meteor Beam is probably one of the best moves to miss, because you at least get that special attack boost out of it.
Yeah, Glamora does have the option of just clicking Sludge Bomb or Earth Power. Sludge Bomb would be really good into Ogerpon Wellspring, and Earth Power just good. It would do good neutral damage into the Ursaluna, even though it's not stab boosted by the same type. It is still a boosted stage, increased stage of special attack. Yeah. Glamora. Emmanuel decides that Ogerpon Wellspring is going to be needed later for this. Incineroar, and brings in Fluttermane. Fluttermane is immune to Facade, so hopefully Andrew, called it, didn't call it. We'll have to see what happens here.
Yeah, we'll see what Andrew decided to go for, as Ogerpon on both sides are deciding, yep, I'm no longer wanting to be here. That thing will be switching out, and instead we will have the Incineroar coming back out onto the field in order to take a Sludge Bomb, definitely better than the Ogerpon originally would have. Another Intimidate, not really useful here, as the Sludge Bomb goes into the Incineroar. With that Meteor Beam boost, that's a lot of damage, but we've seen time and time again, Andrew's Incineroar having the Citrus Berry has been so useful, bringing its health way back up, and the Facade, it goes straight into Glamora, and so Glamora is KO'd, not without sending its parting gift of that first stage of Toxic Debris. So the Toxic Spikes are there, which can poison any Pokemon should they re-enter the field or if they are grounded. However, Andrew probably has Cresselia in the back, and if you have Cresselia, you can just Lunar Blessing off that poison, so Andrew's probably not too fussed about those toxic spikes.
On top of it, Cresselia is immune to the toxic spikes, so if there's any switch in that could handle it, it's Cresselia. But Cresselia is a bit scared of Fluttermane being there, right?
And this now Dark Urshifu on the field, so a little harder for Cresselia to just switch in willy-nilly into face of a potential Wicked Blow and Shadow Ball here. And so fake out pressure from this this Incineroar into the Urshifu is very appreciated, which means that the Ursaluna can go for a big attack. However, this Ursaluna can't hit Fluttermane outside of Earthquake, and so if you want to hit Fluttermane, you have to Earthquake your own Incineroar as well. And so Andrew deciding, yeah, I actually don't want to do that. Let me just get in my own Cresselia here as it does come in, levitating above those toxic spikes and can maybe set up Trick Room in the following turns.
Perhaps, but it would have to get past this Urshifu's Wicked Blow first. Ooh, a critical hit onto the Cresselia. Honestly, it didn't do that much.
I didn't look like it.
Yeah, it's just... it's damage. Anything into Cresselia is nice. Emmanuel's is not booster speed special attack. It is booster speed. Yeah, so
just
boosting the speed. Very quick-witted. Cresselia just kind of... It's a glancing blow onto Cresselia. I'm unsure if Cresselia would want to Terra here to avoid the Wicked Blow, but...
I think it almost has to. I don't know what else Andrew can do. This Urshifu is just so threatening. We've seen the entire weekend how threatening these Dark-type Urshifus can be. Wicked Blow is just so hard to resist. Only Dark and Fairy and Fighting types do that, and so Cresselia will take that Moonblast pretty well, and the follow-up close combat does a nice chunk. Not really. It doesn't do all that much. So Cresselia definitely appreciating that heart on its head, giving it very appreciative resistances. There's a Flare Blitz does massive damage into that Fluttermane, and we'll see what Cresselia decides to do with this turn, and it is going to be setting up that Trick Room. And so Lunar Blessing now on the table, and the speed advantage firmly in Andrew's favor.
I love how Andrew did not lead with the Trick Room. He is trying. We saw that from him in Game 1 of Round 1 today, where he led with Trick Room and was unable to put the damage where it really mattered.
Yeah.
I noticed Andrew taking this more slower approach of putting down the damage first before setting up Trick Room. It's a lot easier to call switches where there's only 3 Pokemon on the opposing side.
Absolutely.
Emmanuel had switched out the Urshifu for something. It's hidden. Fluttermane is protecting. Fluttermane coming back out into Fluttermane, trying to clean it up, and Cresselia, let's see if it had gone for Moonblast or a Lunar Blessing, and it does. It wants to heal up a little bit more.
Cresselia not wanting to worry about whiffing into a Protect, goes for a safe Lunar Blessing, and this is kind of a nice weird synergy between Cresselia and Incineroar. Incineroar loses health when it clicks Flare Blitz, but Cresselia can heal off that incidental chip damage with those Lunar Blessings and make it ever harder for Emmanuel to claim the knockouts he needs to actually win this game. And so another Flare Blitz comes out, and that is Fluttermane down for the count. And Ogerpon's going to try to fire back, I think, but another another Lunar Blessing could make that a little bit harder. More health for this Ogerpon to chew through.
I like the Terra Fairy option because it boosts the power of this Moonblast. Cresselia not known for its offensive
that's barely a two-shot.
It's something. A special attack drop. It is something.
I don't know if it's that much of something.
It's not really.
I mean, at this point, the Lunar Blessing is still appreciated, and at this point, now Andrew is saying, all right, I just need to get through this Ogerpon, and then Cresselia can kind of 1v1 this Urshifu pretty effectively. And so Andrew might just be fine saying, I'm just going to keep clicking Flare Blitz and Lunar Blessing and stop me. But it decides Incineroar is worth keeping around, wants that fake out for at least a little bit later. And Andrew, has a pretty sizable lead with all 4 Pokemon. Does have to get poisoned here, but if there's a Lunar Blessing, then it's not really too fussed about that. Cresselia, no blessings, just want to get this Urshifu off the field, and it does with that Moonblast. So no Follow Me, no Protect. And that is one more Pokemon that Andrew has to KO before he wins Game 1.
Yeah, this Cresselia decided to not do any blessings. Instead, just spread devastation. Just curses. Emmanuel responds with a bonk of his own onto this Cresselia's head, knocking it out. But I think the damage has already been done, and Emmanuel's going to have to figure out what went wrong. I don't think it was the Meteor Beam missing, although that definitely didn't help.
Yeah, it didn't help, but it's hard to look at that and be like, oh, if I had connected, that would have been the end of the game. So now at this point, Andrew's Pokemon are, poisoned and getting whittled away, and so they're like Ogerpon theoretically has the damage to hit all of these, but it has to take an attack every time it deals an attack, and so I don't know if Emmanuel doesn't quite have the firepower to, or doesn't have the time to attack all of these Pokemon that he needs to, especially with Fake Out on the board as well. But the Spiky Shield plus Poison Chip is going to add up.
Andrew showed us a real masterclass of positioning. He took out Incineroar just to bring it back in, just to take it back out, and here it is again. He's going to start.
Wait, the side Horn Leech to not take Spiky Shield chip damage.
Very clutch. Very clutch.
I think it's just going to go down after this Poison plus side Horn Leech plus the Spiky Shield chip. So that's Ursaluna down. So it is a 2v1 now, but at this point, Emmanuel has to hit 2 Pokemon with a Pokemon that has no spread move.
Yeah. I doubt that Emmanuel's Horn Leech would be able to get the damage necessary onto the Ursaluna to knock it out in one hit. So
yeah, maybe Ivy Cudgel, but Ivy Cudgel
you're not
could
healing.
crit. But yeah, then you're not healing, and then
Horn Leech does its Horn Leech business.
Yeah, so it's 46 HP and a dream, but it could maybe happen. I think for Emmanuel if gets a big Horn Leech, crits the Ursaluna, KOs that, heals enough to take another one, and Spiky Shield, chip damage plus poison onto Andrew's Ogerpon, a Wellspring, then maybe. But yeah, definitely in Andrew's favor. And this is the safest one. You just follow me, you just Facade. There's no two ways around it. And even goes for the Ivy Cudgel. Thanks, slurps that up with a nice Water Absorb, and Ogerpon even healthier, and the Facade will clean up the game. Andrew up 1 in the series.
That was very well played by Andrew. He positioned as well as possible in what looked like a pretty scary lead. Glamora has a lot of offensive damage onto the Ogerpon and the Incineroar combo, and if Andrew wants to defeat that Glamora, he's going to have to hit it with 2 physical attackers and proc the Toxic Debris.
Yeah.
Tough.
Yeah. I really liked keeping Cresselia in the back is kind of a counterintuitive thing in this sort of matchup where you expect, okay, I want to set Trick Room because this team is so fast and offensive, but recognizing that if Emmanuel has all the tools available, which he does at the start of the game, then Cresselia can very easily get pinned between Sludge Bomb on Glamora if it terastallizes, and then Dark Urshifu if it doesn't terastallize. And so Andrew sort of threaded that needle, drained a little bit of Emmanuel's resources a little bit until Cresselia could come out into the field and then safely commit that Terra Fairy and then actually do pretty respectable damage with that Moonblast. It did KO that Dark Urshifu. That's very important. And so I really liked that. And I also liked he actually saved the Terra for Cresselia. It was very easy to knee-jerk reaction. Oh, I need a Terra Ogerpon to keep it around in front of all these special attackers.
Make sure he could get his game plan up in the later stages of the game.
Very patient.
That Terra Fairy was pivotal. It took nothing. It even had a critical hit from a Dazzling Gleam earlier. Granted, it's not the strongest Dazzling Gleam we've ever seen.
Yeah, Speed Booster Fluttermane Dazzling Gleam is
not the one to write home in the books.
Yeah, it's not like, oh wow, I got hit by this and I got almost destroyed. Like Cresselia barely noticed. It was like, that was a crit. You're
It's interesting.
Cresselia is the long-standing queen of VGC, and we can see part of the reason why is that bulk is kind of insane. The Psychic typing has not been as favorable to it as it has been in the past, but with Terra, it can get a better one. Fairy's pretty great, and Cresselia wields it very effectively, especially with the boosted power of the Moonblast that it gets with that.
Fluttermane and Martha are taking the field for Andrew. We got Mordecai and Rigby. Sounds a little familiar. Of course, it's because it's that tried and true Chi-Yu Fluttermane, known as the Flutterfish combination. We've seen it a lot before, but we actually haven't seen it at all the past 2 days.
Yeah, Chi-Yu Fluttermane, an amazing combination with insane offensive potential. It just won the World Championships this year. Hasn't seen that much traction in this particular format. There's just so many things that prey on it, and some of them are on Andrew's team, especially that Wellspring Ogerpon. So Emmanuel may be saying, all right, you didn't feel prompted to tear your Ogerpon last game. Now you really want to. You really want to in front of this Choice Specs Chi-Yu and Booster Speed Fluttermane. There's a lot of damage potential, and Andrew's only got so many options to deal with it, especially because this Ogerpon, this Fluttermane on Andrew's side is Choice Specs. It cannot protect.
Yeah. On top of it, if he is able to land, say, maybe a crucial Icy Wind, that could allow Emmanuel could have his Urshifu outspeeding the 2 things on the field, and then Andrew decides to defensively pivot. That's just damage being racked up. I see Emmanuel going for a Terra Ghost on his Chi-Yu, wanting to dodge the Ivy Cudgel.
Dodge the Ivy, super effective Ivy Cudgel. But that's Terra out of the way, and that's Terra out of the way for both players. Andrew also saying, okay, you got me. I kind of have to Terra Ogerpon this time. and probably be rewarded against these very strong special attackers. The special defense boost from Embodied Aspect compensating for the Beads of Ruin special defense drop, and there is the Icy Wind, the speed advantage firmly in Emmanuel's favor now.
A critical hit lands on a Martha. I hope that she's doing okay. And luckily she has the special defense boost to soak up the snow.
Oh, Lord, that is so much damage. Critical hit. Martha's really not doing too hot.
Oh, my goodness. At least she'll be able to respond with a strong attack of her own. Moonblast comes out doing a little over half to Emmanuel's Flutter Mane, and Ogerpon Wellspring responds with that ID Cudgel we know all about. Ooh, the KOs.
That wasn't even a critical hit. That's just that Terra Ghost did nothing at all. That was a great amount of damage. I think Emmanuel probably expecting this Andrew's Ogerpon to be a little less offensive. It's hard to say where Wellspring's training goes. Sometimes they're very fast and very bulky with little offense. This one is pretty slow. We saw earlier Underspeed a Dark Urshifu, so probably very bulky and very strong, not very fast. And so that maybe catches Emmanuel off guard. He has to switch into the Glamora a little bit sooner than he might have wanted to otherwise. However, not the worst thing in the world, because now you can just go for more. It's just open season with these strong special attackers. Fluttermane and Glamora are just primed to get 2 knockouts.
You know, Andrew's going to have to think about how he gets tripping up if he has Cresselia in the back. Emmanuel, I saw that Urshifu lurking. He has to, Emmanuel has to make sure Urshifu's in at just the right time. He'd proc that resource out of Andrew, that Terra Water, and that means that Cresselia is unable to
Terra Fairy.
Terra Fairy, right?
So yeah, if Dark Urshifu is ever on the field, then Cresselia has to be very, very afraid of that. Incineroar will help to slow down Emmanuel's roll just a little bit. Intimidate, not so much, but with the fake out in this following turn. But there's no spiky shield from Ogerpon, and so it just goes down to that Moonblast. Beads of Ruin not required. That chip damage from before, so detrimental. The crit snarl is so massive and just burning through Andrew's resources so much faster. And speaking of burning through resources, burning this power herb to activate Meteor Beam in one single turn connects this time, and bye-bye Incineroar.
Yeah, I believe, I mean, Incineroar goes down to this. It was assuredly a Meteor Beam. That's probably the strongest attack we can expect to be clicked onto Fluttermane. I doubt if Sludge Bomb would be able to pick it up, because Choice Specs Fluttermane probably has some extra bulk onto it.
Yeah, I mean,
Fluttermane
probably would have gone down to that choice,
just a sludge
bomb at that point. But at this point, if you're Emmanuel, you're like, well, let me just click Meteor Beam. I'll get, even if I miss, I'll get the special attack boost, and it'll be more threatening on that following turn. Dark Urshifu is here.
No Trick Room.
No Trick Room at all, honestly, from Andrew. It's kind of a shock given how effective it was in that game 1. So this game 2 has felt like a completely different. These felt like different teams.
Yeah, it's a
game
speedy
1.
match. This Fluttermane, I actually kind of like this from Andrew. I think Andrew wanted to have Fluttermane at neutral speed, and now Urshifu Single Strike is threatening Sucker Punch onto the opposing Fluttermane, but
no Sucker Punch.
Hey, interesting choice. Icy Wind comes out from Emmanuel's Fluttermane, decreasing the speed of both Urshifu Single Strike and Fluttermane on Andrew's side. Sludge Bomb comes out and gets the knockout on Urshifu Single Strike. So Andrew down to his last Pokemon. Probably have to start thinking of maybe a next game here, as Emmanuel's Fluttermane will probably deal the required damage needed. Definitely Glamora.
Not even not. Glamora is bulky enough to handle that naturally. And yeah, if Andrew wasn't thinking about Game 3 before, he certainly is now. There is just no hope. And if you're Emmanuel, this is amazing. That's exactly what you want this team to do. Just put the offense down immediately and never let up. Just doing so much damage with Icy Winds, and even Snarl did a massive amount of damage. And oh no, Chiyu went down. That's terrible. Oh, here's Glamora ready to capitalize on this.
Yeah.
These low health Pokemon pick up KOs, and if you KO your opponent before they attack, you don't take damage.
They don't do damage. Yeah, if you damage them before they damage you, they don't do damage.
There you go.
So that Glamora was saved for very pivotal moments where everything was maybe a little bit chipped away. Perfect time to strike. That Snarl from Chiyu did massive damage.
Yeah, I think the critical hit, the critical hit on that Snarl is huge. That's like over double the damage it would have done otherwise.
Yeah.
And put it into range of Fluttermane's Moonblast later on. And so, if you're Andrew, you could be thinking, okay, well, if I don't get crit by that Snarl, things are a lot better for me. I have a lot more health on Ogerpon. I can start Horn Leeching to heal up. Still, though, I feel like the decision to not bring Cresselia or Ursaluna in that game was certainly a little bit questionable, where like, I'm sure it goes better for Andrew if he doesn't get crit by Snarl, but I don't know if it goes that much better to justify the adjustment. He's just taking so much more damage from Emmanuel because his Pokemon are faster.
Yeah, it would have to be a Sucker Punch relied endgame for Andrew. Andrew brings out a Fluttermane and Ogerpon Wellspring. Glamora and Fluttermane is the lead of choice for Emmanuel. Chi-Yu was cool there, but Glamora does do a lot more damage into a lot of Andrew's team, so I can respect this. With Icy Wind support, I can make sure to fire off Meteor Beams before anything else can move on Andrew's side.
Yeah, and this is really dangerous because Andrew, once again, this is a Choice Specs Fluttermane on Andrew's side, so there's no option to protect. He has to commit to a move, and I mean, Shadow Ball is kind of the best option here, but an Icy Wind plus a Meteor Beam would certainly spell the end of this Fluttermane, so like anything can go down on this turn. It just depends on what players prioritize dealing damage to and getting a knockout on. And Andrew, once again, feels forced to commit the Terra Water on this Ogerpon, which means if there is a Cresselia in the back, it's not going to love the Dark Urshifu matchup anymore.
It's a good choice to have Wellspring Terra, though, in front of two special attackers because of that increased stage of special defense. Yeah, just simply don't get crit. How about even maybe dodge the Meteor Beam this time?
Could dodge the Meteor Beam, yeah. We'll have to see. But Glamora also realizing, actually, I don't want to go down to a single Ivy Cudgel. Let me Terra Grass in this situation. Fluttermane going for another Icy Wind to chip away at these Pokemon. Just a little bit more importantly, get that speed advantage. So now Glamora in a position to follow up with a big attack, and it will be the Meteor Beam going off, activating in one turn thanks to that handy-dandy Power Herb. But crucial questions, will it connect and who will it target?
It looks like it's targeting the Ogerpon Wellspring that takes it not the best.
Could have taken it better.
Yeah, could have taken it a little bit better. Ivy Cudgel's coming out from Ogerpon, and it is hitting the Glamora, which did use that Terra Grass. Oh, and it survived. That is a crucial 4 hit points. I wonder if that was a low roll or maybe if it was just always going to take that. That is really important damage. You really need to have that Glamora gone.
Yeah, you really want, because now there's just another, now Emmanuel can just go for 2 more attacks. I think like also really probably wanted to get rid of that Fluttermane as well. Doing so, it's just the speed control option that he has, and so let's see if this Fluttermane can KO this Ogerpon. No, it can't.
No Chi-Yu on the field.
Who cares? Sludge Bomb doubles up. Ogerpon, valiant effort, took 3 really powerful attacks to get rid of it with that special defense boost. And now Fluttermane on Andrew's side gets to go for its own Dazzling Gleam, pick up this
maybe double knockout? Just a single,
quite.
but you know, the damage was needed. That was enough. That was enough. Now the question is, does Emmanuel upgrade an Urshifu single strike, and does Andrew think, you know, it is time to set up Trick Room? The problem with that is that Cresselia can't Terra Fairy to avoid 2 dark types.
Yeah, look at these Pokemon. How does Cresselia ever get Trick Room set up into this Choice Specs Chi-Yu and this Dark Urshifu?
This is really worrisome.
I don't know if it can, and also, you know, it's Choice Specs Chi-Yu, and it's going to have the speed advantage thanks to these Icy Winds from this booster speed Fluttermane. So I think if you are Andrew, I'm going to go back on what I said last time. I think Andrew needs to not have Trick Room in the back at this point. I think the Dark Urshifu would be really nice, but it is the Cresselia brought out here, and it does not have that safety blanket of the Terra Fairy, and so big Dark Pulse potentially from this Choice Specs Chi-Yu could just be a one-hit KO on this Cresselia. It is very bulky, but Chi-Yu is insanely strong.
There is a bit of a silver lining here. If Chi-Yu is spending its moment trying to target down the Cresselia, that means that the Fluttermane has a chance to follow up with a strong Dazzling Gleam. Cresselia does have Helping Hand, so it could, like, just as like a final Sansan, Helping Hand for this. But Andrew switches out his Cresselia into the Ursaluna.
Ursaluna.
Perhaps knowing that he can't get up Trick Room, perhaps he'd want to just, I don't know, have Cresselia around a little bit later to give off the Helping Hand. We'd have to see. Dazzling Gleam comes out from Emmanuel's Fluttermane, followed up with a Dark Pulse into the Ursaluna, getting a knockout with a critical hit. It's hard to know if that would have mattered coming from Choice Specs Beads of Ruin, but you never know.
Yeah, you never know. Now we do have the Dazzling Gleam coming out, and Fluttermane finally KO'd, but I think it's been a little too late, as there's the speed advantage has been firmly planted in Emmanuel's favor, and with 2 strong Dark types and Chi-Yu locked into Dark Pulse with those Choice Specs, Cresselia is really not loving its position on the field, and its big buddy Ursaluna already KO'd. Even if Trick Room does get set up, I don't know if Andrew has the damage to really pull through here.
This is so unfortunate if you're Andrew, because that whole game plan of saving Cresselia for the end game works until this dual dark type Pokemon is going to force, like, it's going to punish that Terra Water from the Ogre Pond Wellspring.
Yeah, absolutely.
I wonder if it would have been nice to just make it so that don't Terra the Ogre Pond Wellspring, allow it to go down to the Meteor Beam, and then just bring in Cresselia in front of Fluttermane and Gamora. Previous turn. Chi-Yu does not knock out the Cresselia, which went for a helping hand onto Fluttermane. The Wicked Blow picks up the Fluttermane with a critical hit, and now it is Cresselia somehow needing to do all the damage in the world to Chi-Yu and Urshifu.
Yeah, helping hand, a last-ditch effort from Andrew. Did his best. It could have been the damage he needed, but that Urshifu too strong. Another Wicked Blow cleans up the game, and we have Emmanuel is your victor here today, winning, showing just how powerful this team can be. And honestly, missed some moves, didn't really matter. He was locking into a lot of accurate moves, wasn't, relying on Bleak Wind Storm all the time, saying, well, Icy Wind hits way more often than Bleak Wind Storm. Let me rely on that a little bit more. And, part of the skill of this game is trying to minimize the amount of times you have to, roll dice that could favorably go against you. And so I think Emmanuel did a great job of that, where he recognized, okay, how do I get through this game as safely as possible? Well, I need one Icy Wind. Can I get away without clicking Heat Wave? Yeah, I think I can do it. I can do it with Dark Pulse. Can I get away without clicking Meteor Beam? No, I need to click Meteor Beam, but I only need to click it once. And even if I don't hit the Meteor Beam, it's okay.
Yeah, that was very honest game of Casino that we've seen.
The honest Casino.
Yeah, the honest Casino. And Andrew tried his best. I think it really came down to whether he wanted to really maybe try to get Cresselia in sooner or preserve the Terra for it. But neither of those things happened, and Emmanuel capitalized with those two dark types.
Yeah,
Cresselia hates to see that.
It really does. I think, Andrew it feels, if you're Andrew, you probably feel bad, like, okay, I called what Emmanuel was going to do. I brought the two dark types of his own in the back in game 2. Wished I had Trick Room, and then in game 3 it was like, well, wish I didn't have Trick Room, wish I had the two dark types, and it's just like, all right, well, kind of missed the mark on both sides, and it feels a little like, oh, if I just done the same thing twice, like that would have been so much better. But that's how it goes sometimes. That's what these offensive teams do. They put a lot of pressure on you and sort of say, all right, do this or you will just get KO'd. And Andrew had to, fell victim to that pressure, and it's really hard not to when there's so many strong Pokemon on Emmanuel's side, and he's piloting them so well.
Yeah, props to Emmanuel, because he knew exactly what he needed to do there. I think he brought the right Pokemon every single game.
Yeah.
And he was able to leverage all the strong coverage options between Fairy and Fire and Dark and another Dark.
And another Dark.
Another Dark and a Dark. Even like the Glamora, oh my gosh, Poison plus Rock with a Meteor Beam coverage. It's insane. That was a lot of damage. And props to Emmanuel coming down here from usually in Sacramento, showing us what's up. Showing us that maybe we have some more room to grow. Yeah. But we need that.
Yeah, more.
NorCal stays strong.
Yeah, we need more respect for Dark Urshifu. Get all your Dark resists.
There's so many on stream.
Yeah, that's part of the reason why Comfey went undefeated today until it was in top 4. It's so good into Dark Urshifu. It's like, oh, but they can sucker punch me. Nope.
No, they can't.
Kiss. Get out of here. Get out of here, nerd. But yeah, Dark Urshifu has, I think, really been like the standout Pokemon, having watched so many games from this weekend. They're just, the Wicked Blow is so strong, and you can pin so many slots with it. It's like, okay, I can Terra Ghost to dodge Fake Out. Well, then you just get obliterated by Wicked Blow, right?
Yeah.
And so many of these teams either have Tailwind to make sure Urshifu's going first, or Icy Wind does the same thing.
Exciting metagame.
Or Fake Out, and you like the two bears with those two options of Fake Out and Speed Control is just so hard to deal with that onslaught.
Would you say it was just the bare necessities?
No. That's all for today. We might be streaming the Top Cut for the League Challenge that's also going on right now, but we have to find out about that.
Yeah. We'll do a little bit of field work. We'll come back.
We'll come back, but that is the end of the Cup. So congratulations once again to Emmanuel. Excellently played. Really happy to have him on stream and get a nice interview with him as well. Check that out. That was a really fun one.
Cool guy.
So that is all for the Cup. But we might be back with the challenge. We'll find out. We'll let you know, and we'll be back in just a moment to let you know about that. So don't go anywhere.
I'm famous. Just kidding.
Hi.
Hi, my name is Aaron. I go by Frog VGC, and I took Zach's job. He's over there. And then this is Alvin. He goes by.
You might have seen my comfy on stream.
Yeah.
With the +2 in every stat. It was a pretty good run for me. But now we're here for the post cup challenge.
No,
Two very strong players, Vincent and Griffin. I'm excited.
I think we're on round 3.
Round 3.
Yeah, round
Sounds
3.
good.
Yeah, so classic size spam matchup, NorCal. Love it.
It is a pretty interesting mirror-ish. 2 Ndidis, 2 Ogre Pawns, 2 Urshifus, but
Different
they're
Urshifu.
pretty different, and 2 Iron Crowns, and then 2 Fire types. So it's like, and 2 flying types. Wow, it's like everyone has a buddy to be with. But looks like they know what they're doing. They got in quick.
Yeah, so Vincent leads with Tornadus. Reggie Drago has a lot of dragon energy in there, but they're not very effective against Iron Crown here, but it is super effective against Mr. Dragon Knight here.
Yeah, looking at the offensive moves on Vincent's team, it looks like Iron Crown's in a pretty good position since it resists both flying and dragon type moves. Reggie Drago does have the earth power though, so we must see how this first turn plays out. The first turns in this format I think are like super crucial because there's a tailwind mode on both sides. There's also a trick room mode on both sides.
Yeah, I'm just gonna wonder like if are they gonna match tailwinds here, but I feel like Dragon Knight has to Terra Steel. Otherwise, it's facing up against really, really strong, threatening offensive moves here. But, we'll see what's going on.
All right, and it looks like Griffin chooses to do the defensive Steel Terra, so both of his Pokemon resist the Dragon and Flying type moves on Vincent's team. But interesting to note that this Reggie Drago does have Earth power.
In Regulation C, I also ran 2 Steel types in the beginning. I would always Terra Steel my, what's that Ancient Dawn fan called? Well, there goes the Dragon Energy. Jeez,
wow,
like half damage.
Almost half to...
Just over half to Iron Crown and a little under half to Dragonite. And then we see that Tailwind come up from Griffin's side.
All right, now that the Tailwinds are matched, I think Griffin has a pretty good position here. I don't know the speed tiers exactly between Iron Crown and Reggie Drago, but it looks like it might be able to just pick its target and take a KO.
I feel like Reggie Drago might be faster in this context here. Did we see the... No, we did see Reggie Drago go first, but that's
that was
Tornadus uses Tailwind earlier, so we'll have to see. I mean, Reggie Drago lost a lot of offensive pressure from Dragon Energy, but it does still have Draco Meteor, right? I believe.
Yeah, and Earth Power to hit both these Steel types. So Reggie Drago under half health, but still definitely a threat.
Yeah, but I don't think Earth Power is going to do too much. But we do see a Terra coming in.
Terastallized, and both of Vincent's Pokemon have the Terra Steel, so almost the whole field is Steel type right now.
Hey, did you notice Reggie Drago? The Terra is on the side of its head.
Yeah, I think I like these little cool details because I guess that's his real head. It's like a dragon's skull. I guess.
Look at Dragon Knight's axe. It's like huge.
Ooh,
on it.
and we do learn that the Reggie Drago is actually faster than Iron Crown.
Yeah, this is a very slow Iron Crown. I wonder if it's like under like a Trick Room mode or something like that. Oh, but we do see that scale shot with the with loaded dice, so it's gonna hit at least 4 times. Correctly
not hitting into the Tornadoes.
Now I feel like Dragonite's gonna be the fastest thing on the field with the speed raise a little bit.
Almost certainly, and your favorite Pokemon might come in soon.
It's not my favorite. My favorite's Murkrow.
Your second favorite Pokemon might come in soon.
It might, yeah.
And with the speed tiers, it is interesting. I'm assuming Urshifu is faster than Reggie Drago, but slower than Tornadus.
Yeah, it's slower than Tornadus.
But Dragonite's the fastest.
Because Dragonite has the plus speed, +1 speed right now.
The tricky thing is these two, Ogerpon and Tornadus, they both have similar base speeds, but we don't know which one will actually go first. Maybe assuming the Tornadus will, since with the Focus Sash, usually they'll run pretty speedy variants.
Yeah, Focus Sash, people tend to run 252, 252, because like they don't need that much bulk. You're always looking at least one hit. We see Vincent taking back his Tornadoes and sending in an NDD.
Oh, I really like this because late game Tailwind could turn the tide, since it's almost guaranteed with Tornadus and this extra ability.
And then Vincent has his side spam mode, and Griffin did lose his Iron Crown here. We see a Quirk Drive, boosted energy. What is it? Special attack. Ooh, gonna do a lot of damage. See a spiky shield come out from Griffin's Ogerpon.
Pretty bold double switch that may pay out, since Iron Crown gets in without taking any damage. All right.
I wonder what NDD is going for here. If it's a Trick Room, then Griffin might be in trouble here. Oh wait, no.
I
NDD
think,
just turned.
looking at the board, maybe just a Helping Hand Expanding Force would do the trick, since I don't think even a double up will be able to take care of this Iron Crown.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, what if the Ivy Cudgel crits onto this Iron Crown here? But we do see
Iron
that
Crown
helping
might
out.
actually be faster than the Wellspring Ogerpon as well. We don't know like these speed tiers yet, but we're about to find out.
No, I mean, you did see that it was plus special attack when it did the Quirk Drive, so you know it's kind of like on the slower side here.
But it could be. I did the math. Its maximum speed is 195. And
Oh, yeah.
Ogerpon can outspeed it, but some are. Oh, it does crit, but it still survives.
Yeah, and then now we see,
Wow, big damage.
yeah, Psychic during Expanding Force, NorCal special right here.
All right, Tailwind turns are gone, but Vincent has a priority Tailwind available.
Oh, you could just yeah. Oh no, but then Griffin now has Urshifu, which is a dark type.
Yeah, so it's a pick and choose your target.
I mean, this Urshifu has a Focus Sash, so you can technically take down something here.
If Tachyon Cutter doesn't just
Well, that's true.
pick
If
up the
taking on
KO,
the
but
cover.
it's
I think it will. It's a special attack boosted right now.
because I don't think Dragonite can one-hit KO Tornadus.
Is Dragonite +3 or +2 speed right now?
It's definitely the fastest thing on the field. I think it's used it 3 times, so maybe
So
3.
it's +3, yeah.
But
It really depends on this
it's
tornado.
really
What-
coming down to the wire, huh?
Yeah, what item is it?
Tornadus
Oh,
is
it's
a
Focus Sash.
Focus Sash,
Yeah.
so maybe it is not bulking enough to survive 5 hits with a Scale Shot.
We will see. Oh,
Oh, let's see what the Regidrago
I want to see a Wicked Blow
One
like
health
hit
coming
one
in.
of these Pokemon.
Scale Shot. We'll see. Ooh, looks like it might pick up the KO.
Ooh. If it hits 5 times, it'll pick up the KO.
Scale Shot.
Moment of truth. Moment of truth.
Oh.
Aw.
And then it's a Bleak Wind. Does Bleak Wind hits both? All right, looking pretty wan for the Tornado side. But we're only in game 1 right now, so a lot
Yeah.
of Pokemon left.
Griffin has a lot of opportunities to adjust, improve on his game plan here. Yes, see, I love Wicked Blow, but
Yeah.
it looks a lot more cooler in Sword and Shield. Sorry for the people who
A lot
missed
of
it.
moves do, like Pyro Ball, Behemoth Blade, things of that sort. But it's pretty interesting in a game where both both teams have a lot of Terra Steels and Iron Crown. Neither of them chose to bring their fire types.
Oh, that's
If
true.
you notice that. So yeah, moving forward, maybe we see some Moth action next game.
I hope so. That's what we chose this matchup for, right? I see Zach walking away from that comment.
Ooh, and a sucker punch on his partner, or maybe the.
I would have sucker punched
the Tornadus.
Yeah, I mean that's not gonna hit Iron Crown because it's psychic range. Like the only thing you can target is the Tornadus here.
So pretty clean end game that may have swung if Bleakwind missed one of these Pokemon, but
yeah. So you're right. I'm thinking that if they bring their fire types in the back, like it seems like both Vincent and Griffin, they are defensively terraing, and these defensive terrorists are steel types. So if Vincent brings out his Fire Pawn in the back, or Griffin brings out his Iron Moth, both these Pokemon are really fast, especially under Tailwind. I believe they have the fastest base speed on both teams here, or on their separate teams here.
it's pretty interesting. I think if Tornadus is max speed, it'll be the fastest. But
Oh, that's true.
Iron Moth and Ogerpon both have the same base speed stat. So it could come down to a tie if both of these Pokemon come out together.
I found out that Iron Moth's base speed is 110, so it's faster than Chi-Yu, which is kind of makes me sad.
I mean, I don't think Chi-Yu is doing any one-hit kills on Iron Moth regardless.
I faced Griffin on ladder on Showdown, and I had Terrifier Chi-Yu then, and I chipped Iron Moth a little bit, and then I Fire Blasted into it and then I had an Icy Wind into it. I Fire Blasted and it took it out. So, I'm just saying Chi-Yu has a little bit of firepower there.
I guess, yeah, if you do look at Iron Moth's stats, its special defense is actually, I think it's actually decent. Its physical defense is very bad, though.
Yeah.
But I'm surprised. Chi-Yu's Chi-Yu, I guess.
I mean, Fire Pawn is potentially very threatening to, majority of Griffin's team here. Like, if you get the Terra up, the Ivy Cudgel can take out basically anything but Urshifu and, half the team. Urshifu, Dragonite, and Iron Moth.
Yeah, especially since both Iron Crowns are Terra Water. Since Ogerpon's Fire and Grass, it can hit the normal typing and the Terra typing. So it's pretty scary. Interesting we didn't see it that game, and maybe not even this game, since we're going with the similar leads on Vincent's side, different. Straight with the side spam mode on Griffin's. I don't know. I feel like queuing up for a Helping Hand Expanding Force might just
just KO the Regidrago, right?
Some things. But actually, even Trick Room might be the best play, since we saw that Regidrago outsped Iron Crown in the previous game, and looks like most of Vincent's Pokemon are really fast. So if Iron Crown can survive this one turn and get a Trick Room up, it might just roll over the whole team.
Yeah, I think so too. Vincent's Pokemon look generally really fast. He has a Choice Scarf on his Urshifu too, right? So like getting a Trick Room up would be very detrimental to Vincent's game plan.
Yeah,
here.
and with a Terry Fairy, Indeedee is in no threat of getting KO'd by Regidrago. But Griffin just go straight for the Helping Hand, Expanding Force, big damage. Like to hear it. Bleakwind miss, always nice to see.
I don't think he even needs a Tutera. I mean,
Oh wait, is this
was it a speed tie?
or did
situation?
maybe Bleakwind lowered Iron Crown's?
No, it didn't.
I don't know. What is this a speed tie?
Oh, that's weird.
What? That's the craziest speed tie I've ever seen. You can do the mental math really quick. They're different levels.
Man, yeah, they're different levels. I was trying to look at it. So now we have this Choice Scarf Urshifu come out. Standard Reg F stuff. You have the Torn Ursh.
Oh,
thing.
Follow Me, Expanding Force, my favorite two moves in the game.
Oh yeah, that's how I beat Torn Ursh when I was playing Regieleki back in Regulation E. I had Rocky Helmet Indeedee, and I would survive those rain surging strikes here. I mean, there's no Rocky Helmet here. We have Indeedee female with the Psychic Seed, so I mean, you didn't even need Tutera to live double up into that in the air.
Right. I think there is no way that Iron Crown can get knocked out this turn since Indeedee went for the follow me, so it's free to open up with another expanding force, and then it's gonna be
Do you think they went fairy because they're scared of close combat here?
I feel like
Because close combat can do more damage than
yeah,
Charging Strike
if it
here.
crits. So I think Griffin's just making sure that Indeedee will survive this attack.
Yeah,
And
dude.
yeah, Urshifu is sure to go down from a expanding force. There's no doubt in my mind.
Someone do the calcs. Special attack boosted.
Yeah, I
boost
think
your
maybe
energy.
360%. Yeah.
Yeah, Urshifu is gone. And Griffin still has his Indeedee here. I mean, it's just like such good support Pokemon, and like any regulation is available.
I
Vincent
agree.
sends out his Fire Ogerpon now.
All
which,
right, so now we see some. Ooh. We'll have to see. We're gonna learn the speed tiers between Ogerpon and Tornadus, but it looks like Vincent's probably banking on Leakwind KOing Indeedee, and then the follow-up Ivy Cudgel KOing Crown.
Maybe. I mean,
But
Indeedee
I think Indeedee has a psychic seed.
Yeah, it's still-
barring a crit. Crits are scary. Urshifu. All
Liquid
right,
Storm.
let's see, survives.
Yeah, not even do
Very
enough damage.
healthily. One more expanding force, maybe picking up a double KO.
The Ivy Cudgels are huge under Fire Pond. +1. I think when I was facing Vincent, he Ivy Cudgeled into.
Ooh, he actually
Ogerpon
survived.
lived, yeah. Ivy
So in
cudgeled
the
into-
back.
My Water Pond, and it did like 80% damage. and I Terra'd too, so it was like not very effective
Right.
Ivy Cudgel.
3 versus 1, it looks like.
Yeah, the adjustments that Griffin made were really, really good against Vincent this time around. Like, it's just a low HP Ogerpon,
Yeah,
and
there's,
this
there's nothing he can do to call this out, barring Griffin targeting his own Pokemon.
Griffin do it. Just kidding. Who do you think Ivy Cudgel is going to go into?
Urshifu, I say after it goes out.
All right, we're going to see a Wicked Blow finish up this game, I'm hoping. Just
Nope.
kidding.
Okay,
And
that's actually interesting. Interesting knowledge. Because Iron Crown is faster than Urshifu.
I'm trying to do the calcs here. Since we have the team sheets.
So yeah, if I were Vincent, I would be taking note of all these speed tiers. My favorite part of the game. But the good thing about speed tiers is if you run Comfy, Triage is +3 priority, so it outspeeds most moves always.
Yeah. I was watching Alvin's game. He does his training test, and then the fake out comes out, and I'm just like, wait, Triage is +3?
Yeah, Triage can go before Fake Out.
Yeah.
Triage always goes before Follow Me.
And you psych up and get like +1 everything, and then you're doing decent damage with Draining Kiss.
Yeah, like the worst thing to ever happen to like the healing moves is you get Follow Me and they steal your healing, but that doesn't work on Comfy, which is Comfy propaganda. Everyone should run Comfy, especially when there's always a Urshifu on the field.
I kind of wonder what adjustments that Vincent can make under like Griffin's kind of trick room mode here.
We were talking about the Ogerpon, which did come out, but maybe it just came out too late.
Yeah.
Maybe like
If
in
you
the
bring out
front, instant threat on the opposing team might be a good. And we saw that it survives a expanding force.
Yeah, if you bring out Ogerpon immediately, it threatens Griffin's trick room mode really, really heavily.
Yeah, I'd say it probably one-hit KOs.
It's gonna one-hit
if
KO
you
Indeedee.
terrestrialize, and
Yeah.
then it's just a Water Terra flip for Iron Crown. So
I don't think that Water Terra is going to even KO it either, right? Like Water Terra, Terra Blast into that slot.
I mean, if Ogerpon terrestrializes, it'll KO, but if it doesn't, then it won't. So,
I mean, we'll have to see how Vincent wants to adjust here. This is why we have a best of 3. as
and I
opposed
think
to
the
best of 4.
Indeedee put in a lot of work on Griffin's side.
Yeah, I mean, Indeedee is literally one of the best support Pokemon in in any format that it's in.
But it's interesting that Vincent also dropped his Iron Crown last game, which is really good into Griffin's Indeedee. So, whoa.
Ooh, see, you have this like Indeedee chicken here. You want to see like who brings the Indeedee. So now Griffin gets the advantage of Psychic Surge with his Iron Crown, but he also has the added benefit of his Dragonite here.
All right, this is like really funny because Iron Crown resists both of Iron Crown's attacks. But I feel like it'll still do decent damage.
Well, Vincent has a Fairy Terra Indeedee, and I believe Dragonite's only damaging move is Scale Shot because Extreme Speed doesn't work in Psychic Terrain, ungrounded opponents.
Yeah, so Dragonite's in a pretty bad position maybe. But if indeed does terrestrialize to the fairy type, Tachyon Cutter might just take it out.
Well, we'll see what they do. I mean, I wouldn't Terra in this situation here.
Yeah, I feel like Dragonite's kind of a sitting duck. Maybe it can get some chip onto Iron Crown, but it's pretty hard. And
Chip is better than nothing.
Yeah, Indeedee's in a good position because actually I don't even know if it's in a good position. All right, another Steel type on the field. So now Dragonite also resists all of Iron Crown's attacks. It looks like we're going for a Helping Hand Expanding Force.
So it looks like Griffin's Iron Crown is faster, but just by a little bit.
Oh, and Scale Shot does land. So it looks like Vincent's Iron Crown is really slower than both Pokemon. Even Dragonite was base 80.
Oh, if it was hit a 5th time, it would have definitely KO'd. But now Dragonite might be the... No, it's going to be the fastest thing on the field.
Fastest.
Yeah, it's going to be the fastest thing on the field.
Vincent wants to burn a Terra Fairy on his 1 HP Indeedee, but that could protect his Iron Crown from a Scale Shot.
I mean, it doesn't even really... You don't even really need a Scale Shot. You can Tailwind here and just have the speed advantage.
Oh, that is very true.
The entire game.
Even if Tornadus comes in... Oh.
Yeah, I mean, even Tornadus comes in, and you're already matched Tailwind.
Yeah, and if Tornadus does come in, it really doesn't threaten Iron Crown at all, or either of these Steel types. So,
we see another Helping Hand.
Looking pretty safe for Griffin just to fire off some more expanding forces.
I like
on
that.
Both sides.
Keeping his Dragonite safe here.
So it looks like Vincent will win the trade a little bit because of the Helping Hand, but overall, looks like a pretty good position for Griffin.
I am kind of surprised that, like, Griffin...
Okay, 51 damage. It did 51 damage, so it's actually looking a little scary for Iron Crown.
Yeah, now it's basically more, 3/8 HP right now? Now we see the Tornadus come out on Vincent's side. He can get some speed control there, but I feel like, Dragonite can threaten this Tornadus pretty easily. We saw it basically down to almost no HP after a Scale Shot here.
And these Steel types really putting a hamper in Vincent's plans. But we'll see a Tailwind come out. And we're going to trade some more Expanding Forces, I presume. And Tachyon Cutter might actually pick up Griffin's Iron Crown from this state. So that's something to look out for. But it is just another Expanding Force, barring a crit. They'll survive. And with the speed advantage, it's looking really good for Griffin.
Yeah, I feel like Griffin is in a really, really good position right now. Like, Vincent does not have a lot of well, has like not a lot of threat to both his Iron Crown and Dragon Knight. I mean, we see it slowly whittling it down, but like it's been like 3-4 turns just to even get it to this state. Vincent is down 1 Pokemon while Griffin does have the advantage here.
But a terastallization, is it a steel, another Steel Terra? The 4th of this game, I think? The 4th of this series?
Yeah. These players really love their Steel type Pokemon here.
Oh, and it blocks the extreme speed because it loses its flying typing. All right.
See another expanding force
I
come
believe
out.
the 8th of this. Oh, it does more than half. So another expanding force will take it out, but. Oh. Wow. That was. Scary.
I think they just been using expanding force on each other like over and over again.
Yes. All right, still, it looks doable for both sides. Tailwind is active on both sides of the field, so I believe Urshifu is slower than Tornadus, Blood faster than Iron Crown, but Tornadus always threatens with Bleak Wind Storm.
Yeah, now Griffin, he can't just sucker punch into Tornadus because Tornadus turned into a Steel
Yeah,
type.
but Trick Room is a pretty viable option, I think.
I mean, both have Tailwind. Well, I mean,
Yeah, but
no, because Griffin set up Tailwind a turn before, so
yeah,
I see what
think
you
Griffin
mean by
is
that.
looking for a good.
I mean, this
Ooh.
Psychic Seed in DD is in a really good position to do whatever it wants.
Yeah, we'll just have to see. Does Vincent target the Urshifu or does he target the Indeedee?
I would target the Urshifu.
And that's exactly what Griffin is hoping for.
Speed falls. That's good for Griffin, maybe.
Oh, that's a good call, but a good safe play by Griffin, not taking any damage. And now Urshifu's free to pick a target, which one he wants to KO.
Is it under the weirdness disappears, so he can sucker punch now?
But I don't
No, I
think
think
he
he still
needs
has-
to.
I think Griffin still has
Oh,
Tailwind.
Tailwind's on both sides?
Yeah, Tailwind's on both sides right now.
Interesting.
Yeah. But I mean, on the bright side, Urshifu now has Sucker Punch
Oh,
potential.
this might
so
be.
it just really depends, like, on this situation here.
And I think Vincent still has one Pokemon in the back, if I'm not
Yes, no,
mistaken.
Vincent
So-
still has one Pokemon in the back.
Oh. Tachyon Cutter probably will take out Indeedee.
Yeah, it's gonna take out DD. I was surprised there wasn't like a Sucker Punch. I
Yeah,
feel like
so
Sucker
maybe
Punch.
in this situation, it was in Griffin's best interest just to attack Iron Crown straight away when he set up the Trick Room, because Iron Crown was faster or was slower than Urshifu outside of Trick Room, so he would have protected his Indeedee from attacking Cutter and set up a Trick Room, and then it would be a fair fight 2v2, I think. And then I think Griffin might have won just because of the interaction with, because of the Focus Ash. But then this is what it comes down to. Like, the final turns always. We've been playing this game for how many hours? 5 hours already. Like, it's really hard to see when you're actually in the game. But
Yeah, I know what you mean.
in hindsight, maybe knowing the speed interactions, Wicked blowing the Iron Crown right away, and then
Yeah.
setting up Trick Room would
High
have been the
damage
best
roll?
play.
Oh, not quite though. Ogerpon lives that, and then Tachyon
Wow,
Cutter.
Tachyon actually picks
Yeah.
up the one-hit KO.
Yeah, we see Vincent take this set.
a super close one. Iron Crown maybe sent out 10 expanding forces.
Yeah.
Even with the Steel Terror and the quad resistance, it took them both down.
Yeah, I think both players made a lot of really good adjustments. Griffin knowing that Vincent has speedy Pokemon going into that tail room mode. Oh, not tail room, trick room mode. And then Vincent, adjusting a lot to that, making sure that he has his fire types in the back to take down the steals. But
Yeah,
like,
we were talking about the Ogerpon, but in both games it didn't really do much. It came in at the end to maybe support his partner.
I do think Vincent had that edge with the helping hand and expanding force into over and over again.
The Dragonite in the beginning was a little awkward for Griffin just because of it doesn't do much
Yeah, it just
damage
wasn't
to the
doing
field.
anything. Like you were afraid of potentially like follow me with Fairy Terra or like attacking into Iron Crown didn't do a lot. But now we see Vincent win. He's shaking his body a little bit.
A super, super close set. It was really down to the wire for that one.
Yeah.
But round 3 down, I believe one more round until top cut. So
Yeah.
exciting.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are in the final round of our post-cup challenge here in the, not Card Art Card Shop in Sunnyvale. We're in the 88 Card Shop in Newark. I am once again Zach, joined by Mitchell. We have subbed out the B team. Sorry, Aaron. And we are here for a crazy matchup. So everyone get your popcorn because we got some wild stuff going on.
Yeah.
Chandler...
Maybe taking a long time too because there's
Yeah.
a Dondozo on the team.
Where's a Dondozo? So let's talk a little bit about what John's team. Chandler's is, we've seen this, we just saw this sort of team right before this. But let's talk about John's team because there's stuff to talk about. First off, Tatsugiri and Dondozo. We have not seen those. We have the pleasure of not seeing this big fish. So we will be seeing it now. And this is the OG Tatsugiri Dondozo strategy, which is get Tatsugiri off the board immediately. How do we do that? We have Toxic Orb on this Tatsugiri, and has Substitute, also has Endure. There's a lot of ways of basically removing itself. We have a Comfey on John's side that can Draining Kiss the Tatsugiri before anything else can happen. This Comfey also has Eject button to get Dondozo onto the field easier. We, of course, have the Co-Star Flamigo as the co-star of the team to copy those Dondozo boosts. We have Psych Up, Dazzling Gleam, Stored Power, Cresselia, and a good old-fashioned Choice Band Annihilate for some fun. As we do see the
strategy is coming to fruition.
Strategy is coming to fruition.
See the Tatsugiri and the Comfey just ready to Omakase. Nice name. It's going to be gone pretty quickly, though. I wonder what Chandler's thinking. Like, does he know the mechanics? Is he thinking of just like, oh, I'm going to set up Tailwind and just try to do as much damage as possible? I mean, against Comfey, this Endure strategy is sure to be set off against these two attackers, Urshifu and Tornadus.
Yeah, there's not really much that Chandler has to stop an Endure plus a side Draining Kiss to no doubt activate this or bring Tatsugiri down low enough where the poison will be swiftly able to take it out. I think Chandler might be thinking, all right, well, I can't stop that, but I can just punch through the boosted Dondozo with a bunch of really strong Surging Strikes in the rain, and that's looks like what he's going for, as we do have the Terra Water Crown hitting that Urshifu, boosting up the power of those Surging Strikes. We've seen it before. We'll definitely see more of it, as the Endure will happen on Tatsugiri. It's bracing itself for this Draining Kiss that brings it very low into the yellow. Not quite the red yet, but Tornadus goes next with a Rain Dance. And now, where do the Surging Strikes go? Either way, it's going to be claiming a KO, but probably not on the Tatsu, given the Endure. But look at that damage so much, and the Eject button won't even get a chance to activate.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Comfey is being forcibly ejected from the field.
Yeah, it was a rather rough red card to be pulled there. Yellow card? I'm not very familiar with soccer, but my thought was that it would be really cool if Comfey lives and Dondozo switches in, and then Comfey could come in instead of Flamigo and just heal up. There's even a time frame where like Dondozo could be on the field with Flamigo and they could sweep, and Dondozo goes down and Comfey comes into that last slot to help support. But we're not going to be seeing that. It's just going to be Dondozo coming in, and assuredly, I bet it's clicking protect.
Well, if it does protect, it's not going to be protecting itself from much of anything, as Urshifu has fists that you cannot see. Don't look at your screen. They're unseen fists.
It's the John Cena of the Pokemon world.
It sure is, and I'm more tired of seeing it than unseen it, I'll tell you that much. But we have Dondozo here in the rain, so could theoretically do quite a bit of damage with Liquidation after that boosted attack stat thanks to Commander, boosting all of its stats. We've all seen this Dondozo Tatsugiri song and dance, but Urshifu is ready to just pummel the damage down through this defense boost, and respectable
It's a sizable
damage.
chunk, yeah.
We're getting there. That's one Surging Strike. That's two, and we'll see a third one do bring Dondozo to about 70-ish%. So Surging Strikes are doing about 10% per hit, which is respectable, but I don't know if it's going to move the needle enough. Tornadus' Bleak Wind Storm will try, but it will dodge, miss the Tatsugiri, of course, inside of Dondozo's mouth, fully protected. Does a nice bit of damage. The Order Up into the Urshifu really doesn't do a whole lot of damage, but does give Dondozo another attack boost as Tatsugiri takes yet more poison damage. I think it'll take 2 more turns before Tatsugiri gets knocked out to its own poison.
Yeah, this is a bit worrisome for John because you'd want to have your Dondozo stick around, but it doesn't even have leftovers as recovery. We're seeing it take like way too much damage from this Terra Water Surging Strikes in the rain. And it's kind of questionable whether Tatsugiri's is going to go down or not. So I think John really needs his Dondozo to knock out this Urshifu here. Urshifu is just landing this like consistent damage. Blink Wind Storm is connecting on Dondozo and does not take it out, but question is, does Dondozo return the favor with liquidation?
Big liquidation,
Oh.
even +3 in the rain, not quite enough to pick up that Urshifu. Urshifu just has such a solid base defense stat that it can take those hits. And yeah, John forfeiting, knowing, all right, this is over. There's nothing else to do here. So this is perhaps why we have not seen as much Dondozo in regulation F as we have seen in the past, because Dondozo likes to protect and get leftovers recovery and slowly chip away at things and deal damage with maybe things like poison. Urshifu just says, no, 1v1 me, bro, and like beats it down, and the poor fish has a very hard time even when it gets all those commander boosts.
Yeah, that amount of damage from the order up liquidation would just make me think twice about trying this sort of strategy ever again. There is there is a chance where like John could do the Draining Kiss, but attack with Tatsugiri instead of clicking with Endure. Because, I mean, Chandler knows what's going on.
Yeah,
he knows it's going to Endure.
Yeah.
And Tatsugiri has enough health to it to where it could maybe withstand the Surging Strikes if Chandler decides to beat it. But, like, maybe the Draco Meteor from Tatsugiri could be the one change that would have allowed him to have Dondozo come in and clean up a little bit more cleanly. Even then, though, you have to ask, is Flamigo going to take care of things if Tornadus gets up a Tailwind? Flamigo's not going to be that fast. It's going to be a +2, but
probably not faster than Scarf, Urshifu, and Tailwind.
Right.
Not that speedy.
Iron Crown? Do you think the Crown outspeeds?
Maybe the Crown. I could see a world where Terra Grass Cresselia could have some application here, but we're going to see what John decides to adapt here. And I'm not too shocked to see the same leads, but this turn one's got to be a little bit different, because I think Chandler's got a very clear
path to victory.
Clear path. He's like, all right, stop me from Rain Dance Surging Strikes. How do you Terra Water Surging Strikes in the rain? All the damage in the world, and maybe not. Oh, this looks like he did not quite lock in a Terrestrialization this time. Maybe not feeling like it was necessary given how much damage it did to Comfey before. He's like,
it just was.
I'll KO it anyway. But this does leave Comfey open to take to go for a pretty big Draining Kiss into the Urshifu, which could be solid grounds. Giga Drain as well, same amount of damage, just as strong into that Urshifu. This is both super effective. Does Path, that's pretty respectable. No Endure as well, so Tatsugiri is also going out on the offensive as the Surging Strikes with that rain boost, more than enough to pick up the KO onto this Comfey. And I did not think I would be saying Comfey as many times as I have today. But we've had more of them on stream than I ever would have expected.
Yeah, just as much as Urshifu Single Strike, right?
Not that much. We've seen too
much
many
compared to
Urshifus. But what does Tatsugiri do on this turn?
It leads to Draco into the
Meteor.
Urshifu.
And there you go. That was the answer to the Dondozo. Gone.
Yeah. Chandler's got to have some damage in the back to back up whatever is... okay, look, there is a trade considered here, right? It's just going to be a Dondozo that can't heal itself because there's no leftovers. There's Clear Amulet, which isn't going to come into play here, aside from Bleak Wind from Tornadus. Iron Crown can do a lot of damage, but you got to ask, like, is the Expanding Force going to be enough to tear through this thing? Terra is still available to Iron Crown too, so it could go for Terra Water, right?
Yep, it does have the Terra Water, but then it would be vulnerable to,
order up.
Continuous order ups would definitely do enough damage, but it's going to be hard for John to get something next to this Dondozo. Tatsugiri hadn't taken any damage before; it's now getting swallowed by Dondozo and bequeathing all those boosts to it.
Omakase for sure.
Yeah,
it's the sushi.
Good job, Tatsugiri.
Yeah, good job.
But you don't want to eat that one. It's poisoned, badly poisoned. But it'll take a while before that toxic is enough to KO this Tatsugiri and give John a switch into something else. And in that time, I don't know if Dondozo is going to last long enough for that to matter. However, there is the rain set up, so these are +2 liquidations from this Dondozo in the rain, so pretty significant damage that this Dondozo can put out in the meantime while it waits for Tatsugiri to
succumb to
the poison.
Chandler decides to leave the Tornadus for a little bit later. It's got the Indeedee coming in to start firing off some massive Expanding Forces. I'm not familiar with the mechanic of Tatsugiri being in the mouth. I think this is still a spread move.
Yes, it still counts as a spread move since it's trying to hit Tatsugiri every time, but it will always miss. And so, Expanding Force a little bit less.
At least it's expanding Psychic Terrain boosted.
Yes. Yeah. It's still Expanding Force. It's still a very, very strong move.
And Ndidi has a lot of tools to help support this Iron Crown. It could even go for like Trick Room because Tailwind wasn't set up. That could allow things to outspeed the Dondozo if necessary. It can follow me away any sort of damage, forcing an Earthquake, and that would just stall for extra time to maybe find a time where like Dondozo goes down at the same time Toxic Fury does, leaving John with just one Pokemon.
Yeah, that could be really disastrous here. Ndidi can also help boost up the damage onto this Dondozo. Dondozo has unaware, but that does not ignore the helping hand boost. So see how much exactly this Expanding Force can do. It's about 40%. That's pretty respectable damage. The Order Up does a nice chunk, but the Dondozo is really not doing quite as much damage as you would want from it. Does get a boost to its attack stats, so now at +3, so the next Order Up will be a little bit more fearsome, but without the ability to go for a big like wave crash, like Liquidation is not quite doing as much, and we do see it Protect now.
I do see a line from Chandler where he's wanting his Ndidi to go down because all that's needed is two more expanding forces into this Dondozo. If Ndidi goes down, Tailwind can be set up and allow this Iron Crown to hit before Dondozo's third attack, but at this point, John has been stalling quite a few he's stalling quite a few of this, quite a bit of this Psychic
Train,
right?
yeah.
He's trying to prevent that kind of endgame from happening.
Because we still don't know what John has in the back. I think, crucially, he forfeited in Game 1 before revealing what that Pokemon was, so Chandler has to sort of play, like, is it Flamigo, is it Annihilate, is it the Cresselia? Probably not the Annihilate, but the other two seem perfectly viable as Dondozo gets slammed by just another Expanding Force. Order Up, not quite enough to KO the Iron Crown as well, and we've also neglected to mention that the speed interaction between these two Pokemon is really weird, where Dondozo, despite the Commander boost, is still slower than this Iron Crown, so...
An interesting world we live in.
Yeah, I think that shows that this Dondozo is all in on defense, all in on bulk, all in on survival.
I guess that makes sense, given that your goal is to try to get Flamigo set up next to Dondozo, but it looks like it's not going to be enough. Chandler's going to be able to sweep through with this not Cobalion, this Iron Crown. Yeah,
close.
And then is Ndidi have Dazzling Gleam? They fire off a huge Dazzling Gleam into this Toxic Fury, which, because the Toxic Orb is stapping up, like that might be enough to just outright knock it out.
There's one option I do see for John. I want to see how much. One more turn of poison. If John can get a double Protect, keep himself safe from that Expanding Force for one more turn, then the boosts will be preserved. The Tatsugiri will go down to that poison. And so I think that's going to be John's out here, is going for a double Protect with Dondozo to preserve those boosts and either get the boosts onto Flamigo, hopefully, because I don't know if Cresselia is fast enough to get off that Psych Up before it goes down.
And then we'd have a game.
But if it's Cresselia in the back, I don't know if there's any hope. There's the double Protect. John needed it.
Oh, man. I could see the sadness on Chandler's face. He does not look like he's going to have a lot of fun with this next incoming Pokemon, which is assuredly the Flamigo. And the other tough part about this is that we can't Chandler can't hit both plays, assuredly Flamigo and the Dondozo at the same time because Psychic Terrain is right out, so no more Expanding Force. Chandler's gonna have to figure out a way to take the knockouts one by one, but Flamigo is protected with a Focus Sash.
Yep, that Focus Sash will be important, and with the boosts, it's Cresselia instead though. There's no Flamigo. Forget about the Flamigo. We've got another avian. Cresselia is a duck, right? Like.
It's a bit duck-like.
It's a moon duck.
You know what's a bit scary? What if it gets Psych Up? It does have Psych Up into this Dondozo.
Yeah, so now it's a matter of who is faster, this Iron Crown or Cresselia. Iron Crown is naturally faster. However, a lot of these Iron Crown that we've been seeing today have been very slow and quite bulky, so Cresselia could be faster.
Yeah.
Or, even if it's not, Dondozo could get the triple Protect, and then we could see the Psych Up come out. So still a game, but Chandler is still in the driver's seat just by a little bit thanks to that 17 hit points on Iron Crown.
Yeah, this is going to be exciting. You see the Follow Me.
You can also Follow Me Away the Psych Up.
Oh, right you are. We see the Expanding Force just come in, and does it knock out the Dondozo? It does. Yeah. It just leaves Cresselia as the last Pokemon. If it went for Psych Up, it's not any damage into Chandler's remaining Pokemon.
Goes for the Cresselia. Maybe Cresselia can do. It has to fight against Weak Wind Storm from this Tornadus and the Ndidi's Dazzling Gleam. So this is going to be a bit of a wet noodle fight, but we might get there. Cresselia also has a Lunar Blessing, of course, to heal up. So this could take a while. I think Chandler's the highest damage option Chandler has is like Helping Hand plus Bleakwind Storms, and can also get Rain Dance to make sure he's not gambling with any of those.
Yeah, that's a pretty wise choice. That allows him to get the most out of every single Bleakwind Storm because into a Pokemon like Cresselia, it may even come down to when you have to stall for power points, but these Dazzling Gleams are doing nothing back and forth.
What is that, like a 15 hit KO?
Might even be 50. We'll have to see, Zach.
I don't know if we're gonna like, get that far into this. There is the Bleakwind Storm. That's a respectable chunk of damage to that Cresselia from a Tornadus. The Dazzling Gleam doing pittance back, and yeah, I think Chandler found the way of just Helping Hand Dazzling Gleam, or Helping Hand Bleakwind Storm, Helping Hand Bleakwind Storm, and John sees the writing on the wall, knows how this is going, and is going to lock in the forfeit. And so that means we will very likely see Chandler in our top 4 here of this
huge challenge that we got going on here.
It was
probably the largest tournament. Yeah,
post-cup challenge. It's what it is.
Yeah. But we want to give credit where credit's due, right? These players came out here to play, compete, earn every scrap of point, because anything can matter in a format where, well, not even a format, but in a world without a bar. Yeah. You know, you have to be in that top 75, so any point can matter.
That makes me also just practice and fun. Like we got a pretty great community here.
We'll get some food after.
Yeah, have a good time.
Good time.
If these matches, and I'm
maybe even an interview can take place.
We see. I think the match. Like,
we still got one.
We still got a couple more.
It was a Dondozo match, but it was as quick as they get.
That was a relatively quick Dondozo match. To be fair, so we didn't have to slog through, protect, leftovers, grassy terrain, fake out, like the whole 9 yards. But that means we are done with Swiss for today. Not done with the tournament yet. We've got our top 4 is going to be coming up shortly. Did you want to do an interview?
I'll have to check.
Okay, we will see if there's going to be an interview. If not, we'll be back with top 4 action here. We've got a fun team. We might be seeing a Hisuian Arcanine, which hasn't seen the light of day in quite a bit, but it's a fun Pokemon. So don't go anywhere to see more of that in top 4.
Hey, what's going on, Internet? This is me, Mitchell. I'm here with Chandler.
What's up, guys? Chandler.
You want to give a quick introduction for yourself?
Yeah. I'm Chandler Burtek. I just moved to the Bay Area in June. Just got back into VGC this year as well. I played it back in like 2014, 2015. But yeah, like really been enjoying coming back to it and meet some cool people.
Cool,
like this
man.
guy.
Try to hook it up.
Man.
Did you, were you in seniors in that time?
That's true. Yeah, I was in seniors.
How was that, like, a whole season for you?
2014 was really good for me, but it's seniors, so you know it's a little. And back then, you know, it was VGC was a lot smaller back then too, you know. So, but yeah, if I can recreate the success I had in 2014. That would be great.
Chase senior dreams. Eh?
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
But this is a fun game to do it in.
Yeah.
Why don't we take a look at the teams? Because when we were looking at John's team, we were just like, wow, like this could be scary and it could get out of control, but you knew exactly what you needed to do.
I don't know. Yeah, I'd heard about this team going around, and I know Vincent's playing a similar team, and was playing, had this matchup. I should have gotten notes from him beforehand, but I didn't. So I was just kind of going in blind to it, and like, yeah, the Dozo Tatsu stuff is classic, right? I mean, this is like when I played like the little bit of like reggae I played just like online ladder like for fun. Like this was the kind of stuff I was trying to do, right? You try to set up the co-star flamingo, like, but I can see how it can still work, right? I mean, it's like especially like comfy to be able to set up the Tatsu, like, and there's really nothing you can do, right? I mean, so it's
no fake out.
Right. So it kind of felt like all I could do in game one is like try to get comfy off the field and then just start to slug at Dozo for as long as I could. And
yeah, you accomplished that both games. It's just game two, he was able to knock out Urshifu. So how were you feeling once that happened?
Yeah, I was worried about that game one too. Like I saw the Giga Drain line. Like I was like, okay. I saw it was possible, but I was like, I think he probably wants to try to set up Tatsu, so I'm just gonna like go for it. I don't know my Comfy calcs either, so that was why I had to Rain and Terra Water, because I was like, that definitely kills Comfy.
Okay.
And then I figured out I don't need Terra Water, so I could save it for something better later. Which was helpful because I was able to Terra Water the Terra Water the
Iron Crown.
Yeah, I was worried about Earthquake, which obviously didn't actually happen. So I actually think it probably didn't help me that much because Order Up would have been doing less damage. But I don't know. It's kind of a gamble.
It
right?
evens out. It evens out.
Yeah.
On top of it, like your mastery, like well, game two, like we were surprised that your Iron Crown was outspeeding on Dondozo. That definitely helped.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised as well. I'm like. No one here is watching the stream, so I can reveal. It's just max speed timid, right? So
everyone write that down.
Everyone write that down. So I think that's 150. So
it's like 80 something for Dondozo. So
yeah, so the Dondozo has to be 74
really slow.
Lower. Yeah, because normally I've played against like in Reg H, like I definitely played some Dozos where their max speed, and I think what, like, because max speed Dozo is like 95, so I think on the Commander they can get up to like 190. So I was actually pretty worried about that because 190 is actually faster than everything except for Urshifu. I think Torn.
Yeah, that too.
But I mean, I at least had figured out in game one that it was slower than Tornadus, right? So I figured out that much. It couldn't be max speed, right? So then it's just kind of like there's a big gap between Iron Crown and Tornadus.
Speaking of Iron Crown, how's your team? We didn't get a chance to talk about that. It's that Expanding Force, Tailwind, and Draco. Dragon Energy. Dragon Energy, everything.
Yeah. It's basically just copying Justin Karras' team from last Reg F, and this is just kind of the team that has felt the funnest to play. Like I really didn't play any hyper offense in Reg H, so and that's like what I used to play in like back in 2014, which is kind of like my games end in 4 turns for better or for worse, you know what I mean? And like that's kind of how these games have been going. For the Cup it was for worse, and the Challenge it's going a little better, you know. So it's like I definitely enjoy it. I still think there's a lot I need to learn with it. I think there's like so many potential leads that like the opponent has to account for.
It's pretty flexible.
It's pretty flexible. I mean, obviously, like if you can get things set up to like just end up in Psy Spam at the end, if you can get rid of their dark types, get rid of anything that's like, then it feels pretty good.
Click buttons.
Or get rid of their fairies and have Drago in the back and like
two avenues. To handle it.
You've kind of got options, and then I think like I don't know, like honestly, like I think other people who play this team like tend to lead Psy Spam more. I feel like I end up just playing like Torn Ursh because it's so good. Like it's just such a consistently good lead to set up.
Yeah, there's a bunch of different routes for offense. Even Ogerpon could play its piece. So you're just mostly looking at the team. You're saying, okay, what do I want to break into it with, and then what do I want to end with?
Right. Yeah.
So this is a cool team to play.
Yeah, I definitely think it's fun. Ogerpon's definitely the piece that I need to figure out like how to use most properly on this team. I feel like that's the one that I like bring the least of all of it. I would say Drago's second least. I kind of just end up playing the Torn Urshifu and then the Psy Spam in the back. But there's definitely been some games where Ogerpon can come in clutch, and I need to figure out when it's worth bringing and when it's like worth leaving behind.
Okay. Well, I have a couple more personal questions for you.
Yeah, you got it, man.
You're really gonna cater to me, huh? I feel like I want to accommodate for you, but what brought you here to San Jose?
Oh yeah. I actually live up in San Francisco. But
oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah. But just like my girlfriend and I both really like the area. We lived in San Jose actually a few years back as well. But we liked San Jose, but we always liked visiting San Francisco, so kind of just wanted to come back. Jobs is part of it too, but also just like, yeah, it lined up well for VGC stuff too, because we're gonna have the World Championships here. Right? Yeah,
the scene is growing. It's pretty big now.
Yeah, it's really nice to be somewhere like everything just kind of worked out timing wise, like because I was. Whether I was going to live here or somewhere else, like I knew like this was the season I was going to like get back into VGC. So I'm just glad I was able to like land somewhere where there's like a really, really good scene. I feel like there's a lot of really good locals. Like the fact that we stream these is super awesome. And then just like
so shout out to Gerardo.
Yeah, shout out to Gerardo.
He's a hero in our scene.
Yeah,
he
shout
pulls
out to the
through for everything.
commentators. Yeah, like
VGC, TCG, whatever it be.
Yeah,
just all rhyming.
Definitely. Yeah, it's just really great. I really have enjoyed being here. Met a lot of cool people. Definitely feel like I'm getting better at the game, and lots of people supporting me in that. Yeah.
Got you covered.
Yeah, man.
Well, I got another question.
Yeah.
It's about so you're here in SF and you've come to these locals, and it's cool to see our scene. But what about your scene back then? Is there anyone that's still around today, or like anyone that you were like looking to try to see and be like, oh, I hope that they're still here because I was really close to them?
Good question. I mean, back when I was playing like 2014, I was living in Nebraska actually. So there was no scene really. Right?
I can't even imagine what Nebraska looks like.
No, there's no real scene there. The only reason that I lucked out back then that there was a regional. They did regionals in Kansas City back then.
Oh yeah.
And so that was kind of like when I saw that they were going to do a regional in 2014 in Kansas City XY. I was like, all right, let's go. I'd got done beating like all the upperclassmen in my high school, and I was like, all right.
And you're on your way to the Elite Four.
Time to go, baby.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
But no, any players that you recognize from?
Yeah, man. Actually, like back then, like I have to look up who won that regional and Masters division in 2014. But it was like it could have been like Alex Underhill or like the Battle Room. Like both were definitely there, and I think one of them won that tournament in Masters. And so like that's always crazy to see. Like in fact in Vegas, my first round opponent was the Battle Room, and so like that was just kind of nuts. Yeah,
love his YouTube videos. Yeah,
but just crazy that like that's a dude that was like there, like
and now
way
he's here.
back when, and still doing it.
Yeah. People say not that he quit the game, but you never truly quit the game. I thought I had back here. Maybe you did too?
Yeah, man. I mean, I always feel like, I think saying you never truly quit is totally fair. I mean, I feel like even if I wasn't going to regionals and stuff, I always like Gen 7,
Soft
Gen
spot
8, Gen 9, on Showdown at least a little bit, on in-game ladder at least a little bit, I remember back in Reg A, like I even, when I was playing the Dozo stuff, I like ladder paired into Wolfie while he was streaming, like trying to get to like rank 1 for the first time on the ladder, and lost to Wolfie obviously, but
not as fun.
Hey, but it was cool.
It's an honor. So what about so you're talking about Masters. What about seniors from when you were a senior?
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I would say the biggest one that I recognized that I like played or like knew was Paul Chua back then. I think him and I are like.
You were telling me about you had a game where you played his sister too. Right?
That's true. Yeah, I don't think she plays it anymore, but no, I did. I played both of them at Nats in 2014, and so obviously Paul, still one of the greatest to ever do it.
One of the GOATs.
Still in it. I would say that I think back a couple years ago, Zach Thornburg came back.
That's familiar.
And he was like top 4 or maybe even top 2 at Nats that year, and like he came back like 2024 season maybe and qualified for Worlds or something, like did the run back too. So that was a name. I don't know that he's still playing now, but those are the couple names that I like definitely recognize. I mean, I think back then maybe like Leonard could have been in seniors.
Leonard Kraft?
Yeah, Leonard Kraft could have been in seniors. Like he was definitely, the Wobbuffet was definitely around back in 2014. The name, so
that's cool.
Yeah, man.
So I also got to ask this. We got plenty of time, it seems.
Yeah.
What about? Wait, do we? Oh, he's looking for us. Looks like we may have to wrap this up. Well, any last minute shout outs? Anyone you want to give final words?
Shout out to my girlfriend. She might be watching right now. Hi, love you. See you later.
Good shout out. This guy is very cool. One of the best people here.
Thanks, man.
If she's watching.
Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Shout out to my family. Shout out to all my friends out in the NorCal scene, and shout out to the people running the event and the commentators and Gerardo for casting, man.
Yeah.
Shout out Vincent for running my team.
Hey.
Same team. Yeah,
Iron
baby.
Crown
Oh,
Mirror.
is it? We're playing? Oh, here we go. All right,
Well,
man.
right on, Chandler.
All right,
Best of
man.
luck. Have
Thanks
fun.
for having me on.
Yeah, thank you for
Appreciate
letting me have you be halved.
Yeah, thanks. I'll be here anytime.
Cool, man. We'll hopefully see you in finals.
All right,
See you
we'll
for
try
top
it,
4
man.
in just a little bit.
All right, bye.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are now in top 4 of our second Reg F, well, I guess third now Reg F local. I'm Zach. I'm joined by Rockwell here, and we're going to be guiding you through our top 4 match. We've got our undefeated player. We haven't featured on stream yet. Chris came in just for the challenge. He was in Disneyland earlier today. Is here and is on a hot streak with this very interesting Rain team.
Yes, and we also have Griffin, who is playing a Iron Crown archetype, but interestingly with that Iron Moth and that Dragonite in the back. So it should be a really, really fun matchup between these two very, very strong trainers.
Yeah, we're strong trainers and really weird fire types that are going to be potentially pretty pivotal in this matchup. The Arcanine can do pretty solid damage into basically everything with those rock slides. The only thing that resists it is that Urshifu, which, of course, Chris has his own Urshifu and things like Pelipper to hit that, and Urshifu's not the bulkiest of Pokemon, so going to be an interesting matchup to see who's going to, what are we going to see more of, Surging Strikes or Wicked Blow?
Yes, and it should be a pretty explosive matchup. I mean, both of these players have their sort of field status that they're trying to operate on. We have the Rain on one mode and the Size Spam on the other, so, and they both also have their little, small little Trick Room guys over there to kind of round up the team. So
yeah, really, it's just like, oh, and I have a Trick Room mode too in case you set Tailwind. So don't do that, please don't do that.
Exactly.
Pelipper also on Chris's side does have Tailwind, I believe, right? No, it's
no,
Wide Guard
no,
Helping Hand.
exactly,
Okay, never
yeah,
mind.
yeah.
Well, I'm so wrong. Chris has got he's cooking with this Pelipper, not the standard set. It's got no Protect though, it just has Helping Hand.
Yeah, it is.
Damp Rock as well.
Yeah, it is just here to set the Rain and enable that Urshifu to just click really, really powerful Surging Strikes.
Yeah.
Bonus points if Chien-Pao is next to it as well. That should be a Surging Strikes that is much more powerful than.
Yeah, see if we can get that Oko onto Dragonite. Let's get that. I think the damage is there. If all the multipliers coalesce and we summon, we can get through that Dragonite. And I think that's what Chris is going to be looking to is. Punching through holes with that Urshifu, and I think alongside Chien-Pao, Raging Bolt seems like an interesting option here. This one's Terra Fire with the Assault Vest, so has some applications here, but might be a little scared of that Dragonite, because this is the Regulation H special of Dragonite. This is multi-scale loaded dice scale shot, everyone's favorite. You either hit, you get 5 hits, you get 5 crits, you get 0, you totally missed the scale shot. Everyone loves the high variance of it, where you can either get a KO and a speed boost or do nothing at all.
Yeah, it's really interesting seeing that Reg H Dragonite poured over into this regulation, but it does make a lot of sense into these Fire, Water, Grass cores that we're seeing in a lot of teams, and so I expect it to maybe make an appearance this matchup. We'll see how Griffin wants to approach it.
Could be nice into that Raging Bolt. Also the multi-hits. It's just like there's no Dragon Resist on Chris's team, and the only Fairy type is the potential Terra Fairy Sinistra, which could be pretty impactful here. But of course, Griffin has ways of punishing that as well. He's got the Iron Moth with a Sludge Wave and the Iron Crown with that powerful special attack booster energy Tachyon Cutter. And so that's kind of one of the main pins that this team has, is that you kind of want to resist that scale shot as much as you can, but if you do that, then you become vulnerable to the Tachyon Cutter as well as that the poison damage. And let's say nothing of Urshifu just hitting you as well, and of course Expanding Force. It's the fundamental, like you want to resist Psychic, but if you can't, that's also pretty bad. Which of course Chris has one Psychic resist, and that is Chien-Pao. Yeah. So I feel like there's a lot of offense for both these players, and who can hit first and hit harder is going to be a big deal as we see the leads. And there we go. This is what both of these teams are just doing what they want to do. They have the thing that sets up the field condition and the Pokemon that abuses it the most.
Yeah, so who do you think has an advantage here? I mean, I would say that, that Urshifu is looking real scary. It looks like it's probably going to be moving first with that Choice Scarf. It's going to have a choice of who to attack here. Of course, the Indeedee can always follow it away while they hit that Expanding Force, but the Pelipper does have that Wide Guard.
Yeah, Wide Guard's the big difference maker, right? If this was, if I didn't know about Wide Guard, I'd be like, oh, Griffin is just clicks Expanding Force, everything gets blown up.
Yep.
And that would happen in most situations, but Wide Guard is so big here. And I think that's part of the reason why Chris has been undefeated here today, is that there's so many people with Expanding Force.
There's so many
things with Dragon Energy, so many spread moves that Wide Guard is really helpful
in
this format. And we see that the Ogerpon will be coming in to potentially soak up these surging strikes that are no doubt coming from Chris's Urshifu. And Griffin also having another defensive adaptation to this overwhelming water type damage with the Terra Water on Iron Crown. Good defensive Terra, also useful for picking off those pesky Incineroars. But we have the Wide Guard coming out from Pelipper. No surprise there. Expanding Force is just so threatening, you have to go for it. And the Expanding Force, or the Surging Strikes does land true into the Iron Crown, not into the Ogerpon, importantly. But next turn, there's nothing stopping a Follow Me to soak that up.
Yeah, so I would say that Griffin got out of a pretty sticky situation there in turn 1. You know, he was face down a situation where his Tachyon Cutter wouldn't hit anything, but he does hit that Expanding Force into that Wide Guard and gets no damage off. So
yeah, so you know, Griffin kind of got out of the situation, kind of kept Chris honest, just make sure like, no, you have to click Wide Guard. You can't get away with a cheeky helping hand or a Hurricane or anything. Keeps him honest. And now we have a situation where this Ogerpon is really well positioned, where Pelipper is the thing that can hit Ogerpon, but Pelipper needs to click Wide Guard to stop Urshifu from getting destroyed by the Expanding Force. So definitely a stickier situation for Chris to navigate. As we can see what Pokemon he has in the back. It's going to be the Chenpao and the Raging Bolt, which can be very helpful now that Iron Crown is no longer, or is now very, very weak to an electric type attack from Raging Bolt.
yeah, it's a bit of a mind games for both of these players. Like, was one going to Wide Guard? Is one going to follow me? Like, you know,
do you follow me if Chris doesn't go for Surging Strikes? Like, is it so obvious that you just don't do it, or do you like? It's a very, a lot of mind games here.
So we do see that Pelipper opting for that Terra Steel to resist the Expanding Force, which probably suggests that it may not be clicking Wide Guard this turn. So let's see how this plays out.
Yeah, could not be. There's the Horn Leech instead, so gets that call right. Not an Ivy Cudgel into that now Steel type, and yeah, no. Wide Guard, so the Expanding Force lands true, does quite a bit damage to that Pelipper still, but Hurricane will fire back in retaliation and do a lot of damage to that Ogerpon, putting it in range of a potential electric move moving forward, and getting the confusion on top of it, so Ogerpon not guaranteed to even get to attack again.
Yeah, that's a really unfortunate status condition for the Ogerpon. It's going to add an extra level of decisions that Griffin's going to have to make to see if he wants to opt into that 30% chance to get hints into fusion. But now we see the Raging Bolt on the field. Loves seeing two water types across from it.
So perfect. Excellent Thunderbolt fodder for me.
Yes, exactly. And this Pelipper is still, you know, they both Pokemon still resist Tachyon Cutter in this position. The defensive profile over on Chris's side is looking very, very strong.
Yeah, Wide Guard helping out even more so, allowing this Raging Bolt to not have to worry much about what Iron Crown can do. However, Ogerpon will not be using a spread type attack here. It will be going for an Ivy Cudgel, fights through that confusion. So that is the last Wide Guard we will be seeing in this game one as Pelipper and the Terrestrialization do go down here. But Raging Bolt has yet to move, and that is going to be the big difference maker. We will see the Expanding Force thud into the Wide Guard. Important mechanics note, even if you KO the Pokemon with Wide Guard is still in effect, keeps that Raging Bolt safe, and the Pelipper does go, or the Raging Bolt goes for Thunderbolt, and Ogerpon is KO'd.
Yeah, so avenging that Pelipper, the Derek Queen over there, and now we see, you know, whether it's Big Purr or Big Strikes coming out here. We do know that the Urshifu still has, actually, either Pokemon that Chris chooses sent out here has the speed advantage still, so we're still in a bit of a really tricky situation for Griffin. I am curious to see how he gets out of this, but he does have that Follow Me, and the only spread attack the Raging Bolt has access to is Snarl. So, you know, bit of an interesting decision now for Chris to make to see if these damage trades are going to be worth it in the long run. Notably, the Chenpao also does not have access to the Ice Spinner.
Has Icicle Crash.
It has Icicle Crash, so the terrain will be staying for this turn.
Yeah, Icicle Crash will land in Chenpao and do quite a lot of damage, and one of the nice parts about Iron Crown is Tachyon Cutter, the signature move that hits twice and is a Steel-type move, which means that Chenpao gets a single turn on the field. Usually, it gets a second chance to attack thanks to that Focus Sash, but fighting through that with that Tachyon Cutter, great option to help deal with that Chenpao, and that Dark-type is out of here, and now Raging Bolt does get to go for a Snarl, which does respectable damage to Indeedee as well as lower the damage output from this Iron Crown. However, Urshifu is now going to be forced back onto the field, and Is this the last turn of Psychic Terrain, or is there one more that... Yeah, well, it looks like there's going to be at least one more for Iron Crown to click yet one more Expanding Force, and with Pelipper gone, this one's definitely going to land, and indeed he can keep Iron Crown safe.
Yeah, so this is a bit of an interesting one here to kind of, it might come down to what Griffin has as that very last Pokemon there right now. Obviously the Urshifu is going to be able to move first and choose its KO here. But let's see how the damage trade plays out.
Yep. There's the Follow Me. There's the single Surging Strike. No S, just a single one. That will be the end of Indeedee. The Rain, probably a little overkill there. And yeah, single hit. And next is Iron Crown's turn to move, which was the final turn of Psychic Terrain, the final Expanding Force in Psychic Terrain, and that is Urshifu gone. And Raging Bolt left with very low health, but does get to finish off Iron Crown as a result. Now it is a 1v1, but this Raging Bolt is heavily damaged.
Now we get to see the very last Pokemon for Griffin here. It's going to be very, very good information for both players going into a game 2, knowing what sort of game plans each of these trainers have options. And there's that Dragonite.
There's the Dragonite. So this game is not totally over because Scale Shot can, of course, miss, but Griffin, realizing it's probably in East speed range, and picks it up with that extreme speed, so no need to risk Scale Shot's sometimes shaky accuracy. So Griffin cleanly closing out that game with Dragonite in the bag. I think Iron Moth probably could have done it just as well as I think any of the Pokemon that Griffin had in the back would have been able to clean it up. But important information for Chris to get for sure.
Yeah, bit of a exciting game. Game 1, a lot of back and forth. The Expanding Force, Psychic Terrain did prevail this time. But a ton of mind games going into game 2.
Yeah, there's a lot. Like, I think the big thing is that Chris's big damage options only hit one Pokemon at a time, whereas Griffin is just saying, I'm hitting everything for a lot of damage, and of course has to fight through that wide guard, but Pelipper has to wide guard, and then the other Pokemon can take advantage of that and KO Pelipper, because Pelipper's it's not the best Pokemon overall. Its Drizzle is really good, it gets some nice support moves, but its bulk is pretty mediocre overall, and so Griffin doesn't have the hardest time of like muscling through it with just neutral hits. Like we saw the Hornleech from that Ogerpon even doing pretty nice damage after the Terra Steel, and so there's definitely the damage that Griffin can to remove Pelipper, and then Chris has a much harder time parrying those Expanding Forces.
Yeah, I mean, interested to see if there's going to be any adaptations from either of these players here. I'm curious to see whether or not that Iron Moth comes out.
Yeah, that'll be fun. I would love to see it.
It is notably with that booster faster than anything on Chris's side of the field, which is kind of an interesting interaction there. But let's see what these players opt to actually do. And we have the same lead from Griffin and a switch up from Chris here with the Urshifu in the Chen-Pao mode.
Yeah, so Chris deciding, okay, maybe the Rain wasn't quite as useful. I'm pretty confident he would have Pelipper in the back still, the wide guard, and the Rain is just so useful. But Chen-Pao now making it so that Expanding Force is basically not a spread move. It can only hit Urshifu, or you can Tachyon Cutter into the Chen-Pao. You can't do both. However, Indeedee will probably can potentially give Iron Crown the time to do both of those things, and so this might be still a little difficult for Chris to navigate. This Expanding Force is just so strong. Yeah. Where Chen-Pao is very important, but that's the only Dark type, and if it just gets hit by Tachyon Cutter, it's out of the game. And what else switches into Expanding Force? I don't know. Do you see an Expanding Force resist? I don't see an Expanding Force resist.
I see the only Expanding Force resist on the field right there. So yeah, there is no getting around this Indeedee and that terrain. So yeah, curious to see. So we do see the Follow Me from the Indeedee, and we see the U-turn from the Urshifu. Presumably, either something is going to take Expanding Force, or the Tachyon Cutter is going to go into that Protect.
Right.
So I'm assuming that both players are sort of clenching their hands here to see, what comes out in the field and what gets targeted here.
I think Griffin is already like, well, if I Tachyon Cutter the Chin Pow, he's already, whatever.
Yeah.
But Chris is very much like, what Iron Crown does on this exact turn is so important.
It's so important.
As Pelipper is the choice here, as Tachyon Cutter does come out, so Chris gets it right. And this is like, this feels like a pretty rough matchup for Chris, just because, the lack of psychic resistance. He has two tools. He has Wide guard, and he has Chen Pao to deal with expanding force. So this feels really hard.
Yes.
So this is what you do in situations where the matchup might not be great for you, is you inject volatility. Say, okay, you can either do this or this. If I predict what you're going to do right, I get a lot of value. And so now Chris, still in the game, gets a big hit on Ndidi. As soon as you get rid of Ndidi, now you can start hitting the Iron Crown for good damage eventually and get closer to it. So now we have Chen Pao leaving the field as... Who the heck is that? That is Raging Bolt coming onto the field as Ndidi does go for another Follow Me to keep this all-important Iron Crown safe. Do we see another Wide Guard? No Wide Guard, so just expanding force into both of these Pokemon. Does Pelipper even take it? It does!
Pelipper does hang on.
That's good job, Pelipper. Okay, I spoke too soon. That was not that great of a job. You didn't even KO the Ndidi. Would have loved for that to have been the KO for Chris. So a turn 1 that went really great for Chris. Turn 2 not so favorable. Gets the wide guard call absolutely wrong there. Maybe expecting another Tachyon Cutter into the Chen Pao slot and switching in Raging Bolt for that. Griffin doesn't fall for it. He's just, I'm just going to click Expanding Force, like stop me. Gets a lot of value there. Now, Chris is like, okay, fine, I'll click Wide Guard.
Yes. And then we have an opportunity for this Raging Bolt to essentially do something for free this turn. Because,
finally.
Yeah, it does reset Tachyon Cutter, so in order to guarantee making progress on the subsequent turns, Griffin basically forced to get rid of that Pelipper there. Maybe at the expense of a little bit of damage or special attack onto that Iron Crown. Yeah, so we do see the Snarl come out, a little bit of a chip on the Iron Crown, but more importantly, the drop in that special attack. And then we see that Ndidi is out of the way, which is such a pain for these single target attackers on Chris's team.
And now this is kind of what Chris has been like building towards this whole time, is Ndidi is out the way, Rain is up, and you have Raging Bolt and Urshifu, which means you can now pressure this Iron Crown with, you either take the Surging Strikes in the Rain and get KO'd, or you Terra Water and then get KO'd to the Thunderbolt afterwards.
Yeah, we actually see the Dragonite come out here,
which complicates things.
Yeah, it's not the Ogerpon Wellspring like before.
Oh, which would also complicate.
Yeah,
things.
yeah. So maybe that Griffin wants to play mind games within the back. Maybe he didn't bring it this game. It definitely makes things more complicated for Chris. He doesn't know if he wants to click Surging Strikes into any slot, because if that Ogerpon comes in and suddenly you're locked into Surging Strikes, that could be disaster for the end game. And so we see both players taking their time making the optimal choice here. We do see the Iron Crown switch in.
Who's it gonna be? It is
that
Ogerpon,
yeah.
exactly as you called it,
Yeah.
right? Just keeping that in the back just to get that right play here. And also, Dragonite is probably faster than this Raging Bolt, and that even if it terastallizes, it's taking enough chip where a Scale Shot would be enough to KO. There's the close combat though. Instead,
does not fall for it.
Does not fall for it. Excellent stuff from Chris. That sort of ruined as well, almost getting a KO onto that Ogerpon, but not quite. There's the Scale Shot though. How much does this do to Chen Pao? That's 3 hits. What? 5 would definitely get it. That's 4. That's only 4. That's all he gets. And Dragonite, well, this could be an adamant Chen Pao. Chen Pao is not a speed boosting in nature. Then this Dragonite could outspeed potentially. Urshifu also can outspeed, but not going to do a whole lot of damage to this Dragonite, and still has multi-scale intact. But does that even save Dragonite from a potential Icicle Crash? Hard to say.
Maybe. Yeah, it's hard to say. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think so.
-1,
yeah,
but multi-scale. But it is Chen Pao.
It is Chen Pao.
It's Icicle. It's really strong. Also, there's the Terra Steel, so Chris can maybe call in double fighting move into the Dragonite. Terra makes this turn a little bit more volatile because the Dragonite is so important, but we're not going to see it. Griffin doesn't feel like it's worth it on this turn. goes for just the follow me and the sucker punch into the Dragonite to try to break that multi-scale. Doesn't happen. The close combat, though, will be redirected, so Ogerpon will be KO'd on this turn. However, Dragonite gets away scot-free, still has multi-scale intact as well, gets to do whatever it wants. And what does it choose to do on this turn? It could set Tailwind, which could be nice, or just finish off that Qian Pao. Very important.
Griffin definitely recognizing the importance of that Dragonite here in the late game, with close combat being the move that's locked into. It resists whether you click close combat or surging strikes, and definitely good on him for recognizing that and preserving the resources to have this Dragonite be healthy in the late game to deal with this Urshifu that could otherwise run through.
Yeah, like the Iron Crown definitely doesn't want to take a surging strikes, but it won't have to at this point. Urshifu is now locked into close combat for the end of time, till the end of time, and this Raging Bolt has a lot of work to do. Sadly, it won't be able to take advantage of the defense drops that Griffin has put onto this Dragonite thanks to the scale shots, and now we can see a Tailwind potentially an expanding force from the Iron Crown if it can maybe outspeed this Choice Scarfed Urshifu. We'll have to see, but yeah, Chris is looking back against the wall here, and Griffin has a lot of momentum in this turn.
Yeah, this is such a tense moment here. We did see Chris opt for that fire onto the Bolt, and so here we go. We see the Terrifier on the Raging Bolt. What did Griffin click here? What did Dragonite choose to do? Did it choose to go for that Tailwind, or did it choose to go for that Scale Shot ability, or did it choose to go for a middle ground attack? It does go for the Tailwind now. Do we see if the Iron Crown moves before the Urshifu? It does.
There it is. There's the expanding force, and because of those close combat drops, this is an easy one-hit KO.
How many Urshifus do you think this kills?
3, probably 3.
Probably 3.
I mean, if it was in Psychic Terrain, even more. Yeah. There's the Draco Meteor into Dragonite, but multi-scale, very importantly, keeps it healthy here. And now this Raging Bolt is at -2 special attack. It's gonna have a real rough go of it now.
Yeah, it's going to probably take. A miracle here. Griffin obviously has that extreme speed, so doesn't even have to play with any Thunderclap shenanigans.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
I don't even know if Thunderclap would get there, but yeah, extreme speed, nice chip. Another one or two will get there. Chris, going for what he can, goes for that Thunderclap, but to no avail as Iron Crown goes for an expanding force. Is this enough? Not quite, but Dragonite will get there with one more extreme speed, and Griffin looks to be moving on to the finals with one more extreme speed. There we go. Griffin he got second place at the Cup yesterday in the finals of the challenge here today, so with a very similar team, this Iron Moth. We haven't seen it on stream yet. We've seen it quite a bit. We haven't seen the Iron Moth. I want Moth action.
I will say so I did play Griffin right before this, and the Iron Moth, Iron Crown, Sludge Wave, Expanding Force pin, really, really very difficult for me to, because I have 2 fairy types on my team, right? And so, that
not as fun for you. No,
that Iron Mod is the goat to me. The goat to me. So.
Well, I hope it can be. Well, Griffin is also going to be hoping it can be the goat for him in the finals coming up very shortly here. It looks like the other game is going underway. It might be getting close to finishing soon, but that is Griffin getting to the finals once again, getting into Regulation F with a smash, doing very, very well with this very interesting team. I love the Iron Crown. The Iron Moth is such a cool adaptation, and bringing back everything that's old is new again. Dragonite, Scale Shot, Terra Steel, multi-scale, even can hack it in Regulation F.
Yes, it can.
Apparently. It's doing pretty darn well for itself here.
Doing very well here.
So we'll be back for the finals, and the finals of the last tournament for today. There's no more surprise another tournament after this. We're having food. I'm tired of this.
It's been a long day.
But almost done. One singular game more today, and we will be back with that game in just a moment.
Thanks for joining.
Welcome back, everyone. I am back here on the couch with Rockwell.
Hello.
Rockwell.
Hello.
It's nice to be with you, dude. You're a really cool guy.
Very.
And we're out here casting a fantastic match between our newcomer, Vincent, and a little bit of a seasoned veteran, Griffin. Vincent's running the Iron Crown Drago team, known for its high-paced offense. And Griffin's got like a cool team with a Dragonite on it. As a Dragonite enthusiast yourself, Rockwell, how do you feel seeing the representation here today?
I am so excited for this Dragonite.
In Reg F.
In Reg F,
In
yeah.
Reg F.
We saw it in the last round. It's so good into that Firewater Grass
Yeah,
core.
that's what I've been saying,
Yeah,
dude.
yeah.
I ended up testing it for a bit myself, and it really pulled through in some of the matches that I was playing on Showdown. And Bezod brought it yesterday, and I was like, dude, it's really good into this water pond, fire pond, grass pond. It's really good into like the Urshifu single strike. It's got really good typing for that.
Yeah.
Only scared of fairies, but oh well. Griffin.
Who has fairies?
Griffin decided, Ursaluna really wasn't cutting it for me on this team. I mean, his Trickroom Setter is in DD, and he'd have to do like a follow me strat with Ogerpon. So Griffin switched it up today and brought Dragonite instead, trying to put some respect on the Bezod household name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bezod 6.
So do you have any thoughts on how this matchup's going to pan out?
Yeah, so obviously we have when you have sort of a mirror archetype, you look at those, the mirror breakers, right? And so we have, let's lock in here for these leads here, because right away we do see the Iron Crown indeed on Vincent's side, and we see the Iron Crown, which looks a little bigger. On Griffin's side, it looks like a little.
I think they gotta be the same, but I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Perspective is everything.
Perspective is everything. The Dragonite did look smaller from the other side. I do have to say.
Precisely.
In the last
We've just been killing some time as we've seen these special attacks be heightened from the, I guess the first one from Booster Energy on Griffin's side, then Vincent's side. It was probably just a speed tie, right?
It could be, or it couldn't be.
Yeah, it couldn't be.
So more importantly, Vincent would know for sure whether or not.
Yeah, if anything, that benefits Vincent more.
Exactly. And then we did see the Psychic Seed proc for the Indeedee as well. But more importantly, we do see Griffin getting the benefit of the terrain without having the Indeedee on the field.
Yes, yeah. That was very well executed by Griffin. But there's this problem here with this Indeedee having Terra Fairy. It could totally Terra Fairy and absorb all the scale shots. Not that you want to scale shot Iron Crown anyways, but what else is Dragonite going to do here? Extreme speed? Probably not. He probably has to lock that scale shot. So if Vincent decides to Terra Fairy, which I think that's going off for Griffin, if I'm not mistaken. Hold on. Dragonite confirmed to be turning into the normal type, looking to
the
steel type. Sorry, looking to I don't know, just
resist
stick around
the expanding force for sure.
Yeah, stalling turns of psychic terrain is helpful. Indeed, locks in the helping hand, ready to help out with this assuredly expanding force. Tachyon Cutter was a move of choice, hopefully to get rid of like a Terra Fairy Indeedee, but most importantly, just lay some damage down. Scale Shot comes out to finish off this Indeedee.
Yeah, so we do see a lot of respect for that follow me user by Griffin, and then we do get to see the result of the strongest expanding force is the beefiest guy. So let's see how much damage this does.
It's multi-scale Dragonite too.
Yeah, multi-scaled resisted Terra Steel against the Helping Hand Psychic Terrain boosted expanding force, and we see not bad, not bad chip.
It's alright, it's alright.
Maybe 4 more of those, and you can get the Iron Crown. Maybe 3 more, you can get the. You don't have the Helping Hand anymore. So.
Yeah, that's pretty. It's interesting, right? Like that Iron Crown is 4 times resisting that hit, so it took quite a lot. These Iron Crowns are probably just going to be playing a patty cake back and forth for a while. They're not going to be doing that much damage, but what could break the mold of this current forward state is Ogerpon. Ogerpon has to figure out a way around this scale shot of Dragonite, though, as it could offer some immediate damage into Ogerpon or even click tail.
Yeah, the tail into expanding force seemed really, really scary. As an option by Griffin.
Yeah, I'm at a loss of words too for how scary this thing is.
Yeah, we have no idea what they're actually going to lock into here, but Vincent does bring in that Overpoint trying to threaten the 2 steel types onto the field, but if it gets one shot by expanding force before it can even move, then obviously that option is no longer available to him. So let's see, the Overpoint does go for the safe route, that Spiky Shield, to not take any damage this turn. And then we also see the protect by the Iron Crown as well.
What's a little bit worrisome here is that Vincent isn't making his board state any better by spiky shielding. Sure, he would have to like Ivy Cudgel and eat an expanding force from Griffin's Iron Crown, but he's not advancing the board state. If anything, it made it worse because now Dragonite, he's not spending that turn clicking Tailwind. Or well, I guess she's spending that turn clicking Tailwind as the spiky shield goes off, and now Scale Shot can come forward and clean up whatever extra damage is left over from expanding force on Iron Crown.
Yeah, so if anything, it does maybe waste a little bit of time. The Oakmon does, as you said, feel like it's in a very precarious situation here. However, the Iron Crown on Vincent's side seems to not mind at all taking these attacks. We do see the attempt of the double protect there, the double spike shield.
Yeah.
Let's see if the Oakmon is able to take. It's going to take.
It's taking
4
a lot of
hits.
damage.
Does it take 5 hits? I don't know if it'll get there even with 5. It does not. Which is a relief for Vincent, because it means that the expanding force is going to be a little bit less damage because
it's a sizable chunk.
Yeah, it remains a
spread attack. Yeah. You would have really liked to have that Scale Shot miss, or just even just the spiky shield go up a second time. He responds back with an expanding force of his own to knock out Dragonite with a critical hit.
Wow, that was huge. That was huge. I don't know if that would have gone there.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Really, really close. It is quite funny. This Iron Crown has clicked basically nothing but expanding force into 2 steel types.
It only knows one move.
Powering through, just like absolutely trudging through this matchup.
It sees the stimuli and presses the button.
Yeah, but here's Urshifu to make sure that there's, the pressure just, stays on for the whole time. So we will have potentially a match of tailwinds here. And if that Iron Crown is able to get through this turn, if it's able to survive a double up attack, expanding force plus surging strike, it can retaliate with an expanding force of its own.
Hold on, wait, hold on. This is a single strike.
It's
single
a
strike.
dark Urshifu,
Yeah, this is
right?
even worse.
Yeah.
This is even worse.
God, no.
Yeah, it
this is
depends on
bad.
if Iron Crown can outspeed and retaliate with a Tachyon Cutter.
Yeah.
Just power right through Griffin's Urshifu's Focus Sash. We're seeing a Terra come out for Vincent. It's probably going to be on the Iron Crown. Just try to get away as far as possible from that Wicked Blow. Yeah. The Terra Water is pretty good defensively, but honestly, really good offensively into something like Incineroar.
Yeah, so let's see if the Iron Crown is able to get an attack off here. More importantly, we will be able to see. Okay, so the expanding force goes off. Oh, that is
my goodness. That is a lot of damage. Okay, let's see this Iron. What?
Okay, all right.
What's happening?
Yeah, so it seems that the Iron Crown on Griffin's side has moved first, both in turn 1 and while tailwinds were matched, and so it seems that the speed advantage is probably in the favor of Griffin here.
That is insane. Yeah, that flips his matchup. It flips the script on his whole head. I don't even know if that means like that going for Trick Room is even the most viable strategy for Vincent, but he's got to figure out something else because this Urshifu just cleaned up that end game with no sweat, right? Like, okay, I got Tailwind, but it's like, are you going to outspeed Urshifu and KO it? I guess not. Griffin takes game 1 here, and Vincent is left to think about possibly adapting to Trick Room-oriented approach, or maybe even Regidrago, or relying on the Ochre Pond a little bit more, or even the Surging Strikes Rain mode. There's a lot of different avenues.
Yeah, there's a ton of different avenues. I'm looking here at, Griffin's team, what adaptations it could possibly be made. That multi-skilled Dragonite is really hard to get through in the front. It's so hard, even if you want to go to the Regidrago mode. It's just going to Terra Steel and resist it and be able to retaliate with a Scale Shot, followed up by a Tailwind. So yeah, it's looking actually pretty tricky here, especially now that we have 2 data points to support that the Iron Crown is faster on Griffin's side. So
yeah, that is crazy to me. That makes this matchup really hard. I thought it could have at least been just some speed tie shenanigans, and maybe Vincent wins the second one after Tachyon cuttering this Urshifu. But no, it being slower, sure, it's got bulk, but I guess that doesn't matter if you're getting hit with these attacks. Yeah. Despite the Terra Water, it still went down, especially because it had to take an expanding force boosted by psychic terrain.
Yeah.
So very unfortunate stuff. So yeah, I guess I'm curious. I think Regidrago might be pretty good in the lead, even
Yeah, I mean,
Either way, the Dragonite, the being Terra Steel, that leaves it susceptible to maybe the Urshifu in the back,
Yeah.
right? So,
Yeah.
like, maybe you threaten the knockout, or
Yeah.
you threaten the Terra.
yeah, I mean, there's a couple of options. Vincent does have Prankster Tailwind, so can get the jump off first, especially if Indeedee is not led by Griffin.
Yes.
Vincent could also, yes, opt to not lead the Indeedee and give over the Expanding Force, which was, a little bit problematic because Griffin, as we saw, Griffin was able to just benefit
Do the
from
damage he needed to, yeah.
benefit from the Expanding Force without bringing their own Indeedee. So let's see what adaptations. Okay, so we do see the switch up here from Vincent. That Tornadus and the Ogerpon Fire ready to, maybe go on the offensive right away.
Yeah, Griffin sticking with a if it ain't broke, don't fix it kind of strategy here. Yeah, that Indeedee was pinned last game, so I kind of like this application of like we could Tachyon Cutter the Indeedee, we can Scale Shot it. One of them's bound to get it as long as Scale Shot hits, and then if it's gone, then Tailwind is free. And now Dragonite's at an increased speed stat to Tailwind, but Tornadus is going to ensure that the speed comes over onto Vincent's side first. So Vincent's free to respond however he'd like. He could Ivy Cudgel the Dragonite and break the multi-scale, or even just delete the Iron Crown.
Yeah.
It's got the Mold Breaker too, as I'm informed by Zach. Thank you very much. He could just, do a lot of damage to this Dragonite here. Yeah.
Yeah, so let's see it. And of course, the Dragonite does not have to Terra. Dragonite loves seeing it on in its non-Terran form, obviously.
Yes.
Let's see what happens in this potentially very explosive turn one.
Okay, we're seeing the Terra come out for one of these players, one of which is Tornadus. Okay. This Tornadus going for Terra Steel, so not entirely sure what that's going to accomplish. Like, I guess that makes you not fall down to Scale Shot and
or Tachyon
Expanding
Cutter.
Force. Yeah,
Or-
so it's pretty good, actually. This is a good way to guarantee that you get something done here.
Yeah.
Iron Crown on the other side going for Tailwind, so pretty nice stuff in terms of scouting out for that Protect, right? Because this is assuredly a Scale Shot headed into the Ogerpon from this Dragonite. Oh, I see. Bleakwind Storm was used to try to break the multi-scale. The Dragonite dodging it. Scale Shot is going into the spiky shield of Ogerpon.
So pretty neutral turn. Probably, Griffin getting, a little bit fortunate there to dodge the Bleakwind Storm there. I do like the decision by Vincent to not click Tailwind, knowing that they are definitely safe for that turn. So they're trying to delay that Tailwind probably as long as possible for the rest of this match, because we know that the speed is going to be very, very important.
Yeah, this is pretty exciting, honestly, watching to see how Vincent takes care of things. Yeah, little moth. I don't know, it's scared of bugs or excited to see it. Power Herb, it's going to have Meteor Beam. It's going to come into play here, I guess. It's coming in. It's very exciting stuff for the Iron Crown.
There we have it. The moth is in.
There's two ways about this, right? Griffin could have taken the Ivy Cudgel by clicking Terra Water with his Iron Crown, but then that's acceptable to the grass coverage on Ogerpon. But why not just send an Iron Moth, which resists both? We see the Bleakwind Storm come out again, just prioritizing getting rid of that multi-scale. Ivy Cudgel crashing down on Iron Moth, which takes it with health, and Tailwind comes out from Griffin's Dragonite. So deciding to not lay down some Scale Shot, just try to set up Tailwind first. But with the way that this works out, Tornadus is going to give Tailwind second and stagger it.
Yeah, that Bleakwind speed drop on the Iron Moth is a big deal, because it means that the Ogerpon is potentially still faster than the Iron Moth after this Tailwind here. So let's see if that comes into play this next turn. Of course, the Iron Moth is so fast it could still be
it could still be speed.
Be faster if the Ogerpon is like the slowest Ogerpon of all time.
Right.
But it's not a boost energy Iron Moth, right? It's only a power. Yeah. So probably not.
So our little moth friend is deciding that, you know what, I think I need Dragonite to take out this Ogerpon for me, please. Tailwind is set up by Vincent in response, and here comes the Ivy Cudgel into the Iron Moth, which he lands to the Protect. I like that play anyways, because there's not much to be done against Dragonite, but Dragonite misses. It misses the Ogerpon, and that is huge. That was one of Griffin's main ways to be able to two-hit knock out this Ogerpon.
Yeah, I mean, we did see, crucially from that game one, that it would have been very close for 5 Scale Shots to kill the Ogerpon there, so there's still a chance that even if it lands,
Still a chance.
that's a speed boost that's missed, and That's always very important to Dragon Knight in the late game, because when the tailwind goes down, if you have enough skill shots landed, you still move first. So let's see how that affects the rest of this battle.
Vincent lands its Bleakwind Storm into Iron Moth, missing the Dragon Knight, knocking it out. ID Cudgel comes down into Dragon Knight, which it hasn't had a reduced defense drop yet from any scale shots, as it's luckily like gone into spiky shields or just missed. We're seeing 3 scale shots connect, 4. Can we get 5? This looks like it might take the knockout.
Oh, just gets
saved
it.
by the bell.
Just
yes.
gets it.
Griffin is back in this one. He's able to take a knockout, an eye for an eye, proverbially. So the question is, how is Griffin going to follow this up? What's going to come in? Is it going to be that Urshifu or the return of the Iron Crown?
Yeah, that Dragon Knight, it's getting scarier and scarier with every skill shot that it lands, you know.
Even ones that missed, it was still pretty scary.
Yeah, it's very,
Yeah.
very scary. You know, you gotta-
Ooh, Urshifu is the Mon of choice into this Iron Crown, which is actually pretty nice here if you're Griffin, because even if Iron Crown were to protect, the Wicked Blow would go right through that. So the question is, do you think Vincent may pull some shenanigans to switch out the Iron Crown and try to preserve it, or in that case, he like close combat the Tornadoes? Only time will tell.
Time will tell. So let's see. You know, we obviously saw what Griffin locked into here. Let's see what. Okay, so there is the little switcheroo there. Let's see who comes out. The
Regidrago.
I love a good Drago switch into the back, take the damage. You can still-
Unfortunately, this Drago's going to take a lot.
It's going to take a lot of damage, but you know what? That's okay. It's got a lot of HP. It probably will survive. I don't know.
Well, but we see a Terra Dark here.
We do see a Terra Dark, but you know, the Regidrago's, it's pretty. It's got
If
beef.
no one got you, Regidrago
If
got
no
you.
one got me, Regidrago got me with that beef. Yeah, it's got beef. You know?
I see. Well, we're
Yeah.
seeing the scale shot go into there. What could have been like a good cover play. Oh, a critical hit. What could have been a really good cover play into this Regidrago could have been a scale shot plus the Wicked Blow
It
into
could've-
the Iron Crown. But, you know, like, at this point, I don't think Griffin needs to make that read. He just has to do damage. Bleakwind Storm comes out, connected onto his Urshifu.
Huge bleak win.
Yeah, huge Bleakwind, but no, speed drops. The Wicked Blow is now coming into Regidrago. Does a lot. I don't think Dragon Energy would be a good move of choice, and Talon
Yeah.
is petered out.
So
but
this is actually a pretty awkward position because, you know, obviously you can set up the Tailwind again, but Urshifu always has that Sucker Punch option to move
Yes.
first. So, you know, both the Regidrago and the Iron Moth in the back are in a very precarious situation. So it might have to rely on this Tornadoes to kind of pull through with Bleakwind Storms in the end game here.
You know, Iron Moth had been knocked out. It's on a crown in the back.
Oh, is that what I said?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Because, like, honestly, like, Iron Crown allows itself to come into this Regidrago pretty scot-free, as well as the Bleakwind Storms, but I don't know if Griffin would necessarily get what he needs by switching it in. I wonder if it's worth it to just sack and try to get something done with either Dragonite or Urshifu.
Yeah, so we see another swap here. So Vincent kind of back against the wall here, trying to preserve as much HP as possible and trying to finagle himself out of a very sticky situation. We see the exchange speed and the Sucker Punch, so he does get that call right. One more chance to potentially try to hit this Bleakwind Storm and maybe get that Urshifu down, so that one of the sweepers can kind of clean up here. So I'm very curious to see how this plays out, because we do need that Dragonite to either go down or set Tailwind. It cannot do both. It cannot just get a KO onto a sweeper for free.
Yes. I've kind of seen now the pin that Griffin had set, you know, because like it was just Sucker Punch and just extreme speed, that low health Regidrago. But now it's become this board state. Vincent knows like he's got to get something done here, whether it be a Bleakwind to knock out both, or a Tailwind and try to attack with Iron Crown. Looks like Griffin is going to go for a more defensive play, and Vincent is going to switch Iron Crown back into Regidrago, perhaps even sacrificial, just
So
saying,
do we see a
take
Bleakwind
this
here?
hit.
Do we see a Bleakwind here? Oh, so we got the safe detect from the Urshifu slot. Tailwind. Okay.
Good choice. It's going to allow Griffin to stay in the speed war as long as Tornadoes does not click it either. Bleakwind Storm is going to finish off this Dragonite with a critical hit. Not that it mattered, but Now it's just Griffin down with his last two. He's got Iron Crown and Urshifu to break through these mons, and honestly, I don't think it's impossible. Iron Crown was seen to be faster than even Vincent's Iron Crown, so like this position is not a bad one at all.
Yeah, you might have to be depending on some Bleakwind speed drops and maybe some crits here for Vincent. It's not looking too good here in the end game. It's looking like this Iron Crown and Urshifu might be able to clean up here. The Iron Crown may be faster than the Regidrago. It is faster naturally. So let's see how these speed interactions go. Obviously, Sucker Punch can always pin that slot as well.
Yes.
Yeah. So let's see how Vincent opts to try and finagle out of this.
Really good pins of that Sucker Punch and Extreme Speed. It's actually like really good because Dragonite is really strong offensively, but this is an Extreme Speed we're talking about that's not Terra Normal boosted, right? Or even Choice Band. In fact, the Sucker Punch is showing us the damage. Takes out this Regidrago, and now is just Tornadus.
Okay, so we're gonna have to see. We're gonna have to see the. Oh, okay. So we do see the Tailwind instead of the Bleakwind here.
Tailwind is important to try to get something done, I guess, but the problem is that Griffin's Iron Crown is still going to outspeed the opposing one. So there's also a Sucker Punch on board. And I think with that, this game state is locked. It depends on if Griffin's Iron Crown outspeeds this Tornadus, right? Because it could be Sucker Punch into the opposing Iron Crown, Tachyon Cutter into this Tornadus, and I guess it just depends on who protects and who attacks. And you know, between the two of us, we'll cover them all. We'll help out with whatever happens. You know, whatever Griffin decides, whichever way Griffin and Vincent decide to slice this proverbial cake. Okay, defensive play is coming out. Tornadus clicking Protect. We had seen Urshifu click Detect as well. Yep. The Protection Brothers.
Yes.
So now it's just a wet poop noodle fight between Iron Crown, and Iron Crown goes for Tachyon Cutter into the Steel type. Yep. And then the opposing Iron Crown goes for Tachyon Cutter into the opposing Terra Dark Pokemon. And now it's just, I think we're still in the same game state, right?
Yes.
There's something to be said about maybe even just click and Protect again and just dodging Sucker Punch again, right?
Yeah, this is a very tricky situation, you know. The Tornadus is really the one that we pick out that first two, and so, you know, let's see if, Griffin is trying to decide which one to maybe Sucker Punch here. You know, does he want that? Okay, goes for Rain Dance to avoid the Sucker Punch on the Urshifu. On the Tornadus, and then Urshifu does get the Sucker Punch KO on the Iron Crown.
Yeah, with Griffin's Tachyon Cutter still being lined up here, I think Griffin takes this game.
Yes. I don't think
Tachyon Cutter. Here's one hit, and that's all it is.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, that was an incredible series. Congratulations, Griffin, for winning our challenge here in Newark at 88 Cardhouse. Thanks so much.
This is a weekend for Griffin.
Weekend for Griffin.
Yes.
Second place in the cup yesterday. Right now he's first place challenge. So cool stuff with his trademark side deck. That was an impressive series. I think Griffin really showcased the power of his team with his Dragonite. It's so good. I'm telling you, Dragonite is like probably something that I have to play with a little bit more. Maybe even Comfey. I told Alvin I might pick up that Comfey team. But his Dragonite was able to apply enough scale shot pressure, have extreme speed at pivotal moments, and click Tailwind, and multi-scale with the Terra Steel allowed it to just sit there and take up everything. Yeah. This Dragonite set is really impressive.
It's really, really strong.
Yeah. Might have to sneak it onto some of our teams, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Especially you're a Dragonite fan, eh?
I am love me a Dragonite. Yeah.
Yeah. And honestly, this matchup was pretty tough for Vincent, I think. That Dragonite really just showed us what it can do in that matchup. So I don't know what Vincent could have done, but he did what he needed to, right? He tried his best. He got it to a board state where it came down to whether Griffin would Sucker Punch the correct slot, right? And I don't know, that was just really tricky to navigate. So mad props to Vincent for trying his best in that matchup.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, is it now time for an interview, or are we getting some yummies, some food?
We're getting the cream. We're getting the cream.
Oh, I'm so hungry. We are going to get some food. Unfortunately, Vincent, we're not going to have time for an interview.
Okay, that's fine.
He says it's fine, but is it fine, Gerardo? Are we actually having an interview or not? No, okay. It's understandable. I'm sure this card shop's got to close. It's Sunday.
Yeah.
Chris is like, please, I need nourishment.
Yeah.
So I've been Mitchell. This has been Rockwell. Zach is here. He's been helping out a little bit.
Zach is
behind the
here.
scenes. And you've been you. We appreciate you coming out to support NorCal. If you like us, give us a shout out. You could go into our Discord.
Hit that
come
like,
to more
subscribe,
events. There's
follow.
one tomorrow in Alameda, beautiful Alameda, little island town right
Will you
next
be
to
there?
Oakland. Yeah. In fact, you're in the Berkeley area. I'm down to go up to Berkeley a little bit, out of the way, and get some good food. Like,
Oh, okay,
You want to
yeah.
go to Gypsies? Have you been there?
I have not been there. Let's go.
Oh, that place is so good.
Yes,
I think
yeah.
Cheeseboard Pizza might be closed by the time that we're done, but that's another good spot too. But we'll figure it out. Berkeley's a good food hall. I've been Mitchell. Again, this has been Rockwell.
Rockwell.
Thank you so much, Gerardo, for having us, and thank you, Zach, for picking it up where we needed it most. All right, see ya.
Ciao. Bye. Thank you, Gerard.